folks. Turby Derby. Turby Derby running for South Dakota governor, folks. Running against that yellow-bellied coward Dusty Johnson and Larry Roden. He said, okay, Turby came out and said, this is a fight between decline and hope. I believe in the people of this state. I believe in you because I am one of you. I believe our greatest days are ahead. The politicians and political power brokers are going to do everything to try and stop us. Will you join me in fighting back?
Revolution in this state.
Turby Derby. Derby Dirty. Tibby Derby Doo.
There are people in this state, lobbyists, career politicians, that will do anything to stop our grassroots conservative revolution in this state.
That's right, grassroots conservative revolution.
I want South Dakota to be the smallest, freest, most nimble state government in the country. There's a lot of people in this state that are they're angry, they're upset, they're struggling. Life is harder today than it was even 5 years ago. All I'm asking from you folks in return is to join me in this fight. Spread the good word. Tell your friends.
God, he looks so hot in a suit. He looks so sexy in a suit. Can we just admire him for a second? Bro is glowing. He is beet red, okay, all the time, which is the sexiest color a man can be. Okay? He is so tomato shaped and so tomato colored, and I love it. Okay? Yeah, look like a chud. Turns out it wasn't look like a chud, think like a woke. It was look like a chud, think like a chud. That's what I like the most.
Family, your neighbors, and your coworkers. I need every patriot in this state, every constitutional conservative.
I will admit, he has not a lot of riz. Like, I think his looks are carrying him. Not to get all clavicular on you guys, but like, low-credentially, I think he's so sexy and like his shape is so nice, and he's so round, like so perfectly round, like a pear, that really does actually carry him. Because when he speaks, he's so monotone. You know, he's like, I'm a grassroots conservative revolution, but like, because he's so hot, I think a lot of people in South Dakota look at him and they're like, you're the sexiest guy I've ever seen in my life. Please build a wall on North Dakota. And you're so rotund. Like, you know how in ancient cultures, like being fat was associated with like wealth. So it was actually a good thing. It was like seen as like a positive beauty aesthetic. Like that's how it is in South Dakota as well. You know, like the Hittite, the ancient civilization style. Like they're like, oh, you're so perfectly rotund. This shape is incredible. Can we please unite the Dakotas once and for all? Like that. I think that's what it is. That's like, he's the Venus of Dakota. Yeah. Mélenchon talking more gaming than you now. Without Grand Theft Auto 6, with GTA 6 without a disc in 2026 and Sony's announcement of the end of physical disc sales, the question arises of how we view these products. Tomorrow you will pay without ever owning anything. No loan, no resale, no. Oh my God, he's so goated, dude. Oh my God, he's so goated. Oh my God, he's so fucking sick, dude. Oh, it's making me sick to my stomach. I love Mélenchon. Absolute Mélenchon. GTA 6 2026, LFI 2027. Absolute Mélenchon. Absolute Mélenchon. Oui, oui. Oui, oui. We will open the project in 2027. Players have rights too. Yeah, that's sick. Anyway, let's get back to the sex god.
Together we are going to prevail. We are going to win this battle.
He has no, they have no like understanding of beats at all, by the way. They just crazy how many people hate Dave Porkboy. Oh, dude, yeah. There's no person in the history of the world that I would not vote for if they were running against Dave Portnoy. I'd vote for a serial killer over him, a gay communist, even a woman. Peace, Austin. Austin, can you close that door, the middle door back there, the closest to you? Yeah. No, the middle one. No, middle one. No, that's the middle one. There you go. You got it. There you go. Thank you. Okay. Turby Derby. Yeah. People I'd vote for a serial killer over him, a gay communist, even a woman is so funny. I don't even know if this person is joking when they say even a woman. They probably aren't. Did you turn your mic back up after the interview with Professor? Oh, I might not have. Can you hear me better now? Am I too loud? I feel like I'm peaking if I... Yeah, I cranked up the volume a little bit more. Set to it run with another Big Bones. What the hell? Level, what is going on, dude? Thank you, Themaces, for the playlist. Level 9 Hype Train. What the fuck? Set to it run with another 50 bones. Some of y'all just want that. Some of y'all want that Charlie Kirky early, it seems. Some of you want to carry the flame early in the morning, which is wild. Almost 30K likes. What is this? Okay, this doesn't count. This doesn't count. So I think we found our dance when we win elections. You know what? Still does it for me. Fighting the beat. The man I get my news from. The way this genuinely gets me going is embarrassing. Ah, yes, my close and personal friend Hasan Piker. Yeah, we're at level 9 train. But this doesn't count. This doesn't count. We just pulled the trigger on carrying the flame too early. Huh. Your volume is still a little low compared to your videos and other Twitch streams. Still? Like right now, my volume is low? This doesn't make any sense. Did you see the Drewski skit on Joe Jackson? No. JMGNV, thank you for the 20. Taurus Twink, thank you for the 5. And then Amy Gian, thank you for the 20. And Vekanon, thank you for the 20. Oh my God, we're about to fucking make it already. This is like, I just started and you want to carry the flame already? We're like 20 minutes in. Chatters, what the heliante? What the hell is going on? What the hell? What the hell? You guys, I mean, I just blasted off and you're already trying to, you're trying to hit this. You're trying to fucking, you're actually very fucking loud. Don't mess with it, please. Okay. Someone is doing Hasan fan cams again.
I am I'm very gentle. I try to be, but
dude, we're back to Hasan fan cams again. The fan cams agitative propaganda is back on the menu. Okay, dude. All right, we made it. All right, we fucking made it. We made it. We freaking made it. We got a level 10 hype train. This is crazy. This is the best Chinese version. Uh-oh. This bricked my computer. I do love the Bollywood version. We might get back to that later.
在风暴之中发生，信念坚定，重生的心灵，代价高昂，他人宣讲真理，为主而活，无惧牺牲生命。 我们是超力的，活就在手中，为福音而战。
So loud, I know. 我们是超力哥，
勇气在心中，同心不屈，让天国显明。
Louder. No, it's too loud, bro.
政府与父亲
我们是
守
Charlie
护他的
Kirk。
家，一生尽危机，信仰无惧怕。世界与沉默，但声音长存在我们心中，在基督里生根。我们是Charlie Kirk，火就在手中，为福音而战，荣耀主的名。我们是查理哥，勇气在心中，同行不屈，让天国显明。
Yeah, I know only a little bit of Chinese, and it's 我们是Charlie Kirk。
神灵引领我们回应呼唤，真理永恒十字架为航向，上帝为统帅并肩向前进军。我们是查理哥，我就在手中，为福音而战，荣耀主的名。我们是查理哥，勇气在心中，同行不屈，让天国显明。我们是查理哥，
我们是Charlie Kirk。
生命不灭。我们是查理哥，
我们是Charlie Kirk。Charlie
与
Kirk。
主一同升起。
A blue tear rolled down my cheek and a red tear down my neck and a white tear down my leg. That's crazy. Okay. I don't even know why I read that. God damn, dude. That's a wild. That's insane. Okay, enough. We're done. All right. We're going to get to serious news now. Jesus Christ. The fuck is going on in this goddamn broadcast, dude? What? I really need to figure it out. Okay. Elite Aura. Okay. Dude, we're getting better at the aura edits. Like, first of all, we're getting sexy fan cam edits again, which is good. Fan cam propaganda is obviously number one. It's like the best possible thing to do, right? But also on top of the sexy fan cam edits, I mean, it's good. It's good to do like the propaganda for aura edits too.
Yeah.
These are all times where I'm just wearing sleeveless shirts. Okay. Hasanabi, have you considered getting a sleeveless suit? No. Yeah, they're thirst traps, not aura edits. Yeah, I know. We got aura edits and we got thirst traps. But this one also. This man listens to no music but devours every new AI Kirk song. Make it make sense. My stream. There are grandmas in this. Behave. No, grandmas need a little bit of loving too. What do you mean? Not a single beat was hit. I'm begging someone to teach this man how to find the beat. I can't believe I find this endearing. Never forget. Okay, here's the thing. Okay. Yes, I can't find a beat. It's fine. I look for it and I can't find it. And that's it. This is who I come for news so that I don't have to use the TV news. Does he know that other songs exist? It's just funny to have like people's voice as this account. I am not Hasan fan account. And then they're just constantly, they're just posting like serious stuff and then turning around and posting this We Are Charlie Kirk edit. The D in DSA definitely doesn't stand for dancing. True. Tell me you don't have any black friends without telling me. I do. The problem is we're all old. Okay? Like, I think you guys forget that once you get to a certain age, you don't really dance that much. Okay. Oh, like, what do you mean? Brother, that's just how your broadcast is. Serious shit and then some serious brain rot? Yes. And then Turby Derby. Little Turby Derby mention. Okay. Someone made this like sincerely. I think they were like, this is supposed to be like anti me. This is my favorite type of AI usage. The only type of AI usage I'll allow is like when someone is like, look at this AI compilation I made that's supposed to be very scary. And then it just backfires, I feel like. You know? But yeah, we're blasting off. We're blasting off and we're going into it. Brom, such an unk chud loser. Yeah, same. What is this? New York Times reports that Galabaf's plane made an emergency landing in Mashhad after Iranian security forces warned of intelligence that Israel planned to attack it, claiming 2 Israeli fighter jets had entered Iranian airspace near the Iraqi border. Bro, they're playing with fucking fire, dude. They're actually going nutty mode. Anyway, we'll get to all of that and more. Obviously, we started off the day with some really good news. Before I get to some really good news, though, here's the funny news. Speaking of people who use the mannerisms, I'm a numbers guy is making big waves.
Hank B from
Hank Bet David, by the way. That's who Hank B is. Again.
Hank B from Colorado says, "Hey Steve, I'm a big numbers guy. What kind of lead would it take to call District 1?" Oh, okay.
Hank Bet David subscribed to NBC News just so he could have Steve Kornacki, Mr. Khaki, read his goddamn name out and his goddamn statement about being a numbers guy in the middle of his serious broadcast. What's funny is he has no clue what this is. Okay.
So let's pick up right where we left off. Well, I can't give you the exact answer to that because I'm not the decision desk. But what the decision desk has told us, and if you were watching, you might have seen this earlier from Adam Naboa relaying an update that they wanted to see more vote. They were talking about seeing more than 80% of the vote. Thank you, Hank B, for the question.
Thank you, Hank Bet David, for the question. This is our impact, man. Yeah. The name was Hank Bet David. Are there any phone banking for Bill today? No. I mean, there might be phone banks out there if you want to go join them, but not any that I'm like personally a part of or anything like that, or not that any I know of right now. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's Toby Durden time. It's numbers time. I know you like the number. Mailot won voters of color by a lot, but the media will never draw attention to this. Yeah, of course. It doesn't matter though, because it goes against the meta. It goes against the way people are talking about it, right? Where they're like, oh, the DSA is all white people. They're all rich. I mean, they tried to pull that shit off with the Mailot victory against Diana DeGette. Okay. There is unironically, there were people, pro-Israel people, who were trying to cut propaganda about DSA so white, right? And what they were doing was, ironically, talking about a black woman, a young black woman who unseated a much older white lady that was a 30-year incumbent. That was the election watch party. That was what the election watch party was for. And it's such a strange phenomenon. Anyway, there are forces trying to pull Democrats back to the 2016, 2019 dark ages, and it's not the left. Yeah, AIPAC's come out with its first attack ad against Abdul al-Sayed, and they're saying Abdul al-Sayed disrespects women, Muslim style. He disrespects women by running against women. Have you guys noticed that he ran against the woman in 2018 for the gubernatorial run, and also is running against 2 women now? Classic. Okay. They're calling DSA white supremacists. Yeah, I know. It's fucking crazy. I was asked about what are my thoughts are. This is the candidate for Assembly District 65, mom of 3, New Yorker. And also the Manhattan Dems vice chair. Okay. Mariama James is the Manhattan Democrats vice chair. And this is what she had to say about DSA. I was asked what are my thoughts when I'm asked about DSA. The organization itself, based on its own data, is over 85% white, mostly male and mostly wealthy. I'll add to that the members share a collective white supremacist, I know better for you than you know yourself mindset. They didn't listen to the people of Palestine in 2024 who wanted them to support Kamala Harris. That's not true. The people of Palestine were not demanding that people support Kamala Harris. The fuck is this? I like that she said, these are white people that act as though they know better than black people about like whichever way people should vote. And then literally did that. As an American, I know better about what Palestinians want. Okay. That's interesting. 1K likes and 300K views. Nobody agrees with this. Yeah, this is a strange thing to do right after you said, you know, white people are. Yeah, Mariama James got 10% of the vote and came in 5th against Idiapa Saira Tupac, by the way, our boy in that district, Assembly District 65. That's probably the reason why she's chirping so hard. Anyway, 5th place is not great. Nor did they listen to the black people here who told them what a Trump re-election would mean for BIPOC and other marginalized communities. And they didn't listen to us in 2016 either. And we ended up in a conservative SCOTUS that's now stripping us of our constitutional rights one at a time. They are racist, anti-black, anti-Semitic, anti-East Asian, non-Democrats who follow the teachings of a registered independent who's never passed any legislation and is the senator of the literal whitest state in the union. They have no clue what middle, working, and low-income Americans need because those labels have never applied to them. And if they really cared about POC, they would amplify our movements. So here's a couple things I want to say. As you guys know, whenever I start talking about these sorts of issues, specifically white supremacy and anti-blackness in American politics, all of a sudden, my name is no longer Hasan. My name is Hank, and I'm a white supremacist, right? So I'm going to be as careful as I can when I talk about this issue. But this kind of stuff doesn't just exist on Twitter, okay? It's mostly on Twitter, but there is definitely a constituency, from what I understand, amongst some unks and aunties, okay, that live in black neighborhoods that also feel a level of enmity towards the pro-Palestinian movement to a certain degree, while also being unbelievably sympathetic to the Palestinian plight because they're black and they understand that intrinsically, right? So it's this weird situation where there is this, and I'm sure a lot of the black chatters in here will say that this is a conversation that they've had with their relatives, like older relatives in their communities, where on the one hand, like every black person in America, with the exception of like, I guess, Clarence Thomas, understands the plight of oppressed peoples, like what it feels to exist under colonial, or like what it looks like to exist under some sort of occupation, especially considering that, Ta-Nehisi Coates said it best, like going to the West Bank, you see the apartheid and you immediately get it. It is a reminder of the Jim Crow South. It is a reminder of the apartheid in South Africa. So like, this is not a form of existence that is unfamiliar to black people. So they understand that. But then also on the other hand, there is this level of bred enmity between groups that normally would be a coalition, and those groups are coalescing generationally. If you're talking about young black and brown people, there's no bad blood, right? This is almost a generational thing exclusively, where like some of the older voters, while still very sympathetic to Palestinians, also legitimately see the uncommitted movement as like an op, right? They have a lot of enmity. They like Kamala Harris a lot. Straight up. I don't, but they do. Now, this doesn't mean that, this doesn't mean that these unks and aunties are impossible to talk to. Okay. But there are certain things you can't do. You can't just like, not to get all enfant door in here, but you can't just like be straight out of the gate super dismissive of Kamala Harris. Like you have to ease into some of these criticisms. They don't see that Kamala doesn't care about. Yeah. The problem is, anyway, as I was saying, the problem is there are a lot of people in institutional power within the Democratic Party that have been totally bought and paid for by the Zionist lobby. And this political machine understands how important it is to have key figureheads, like people that are in positions of power, people that are coming from these communities. Hartzell Gray talked about this, right? Like AIPAC will go to anyone and everyone. Anyone and everyone that has like even a crumb of power or a potential to gain a crumb of power within the Democratic Party, especially black politicians, that will be like, we'll give you money. We'll make sure that your seat is secure, and then you need to be a reliable vote and a willing participant in this process. That does actually pay dividends. Okay, that does. So it's more complex than the way that this person is presenting it. This person sucks, obviously. I mean, this is just the establishment Democrat that is shamelessly trying to rip apart any kind of coalition building that should take place, using blackness and a defensive posture, like defensive voting, as a way to draw some kind of enmity between socialist movements, socialist groups, and black voters and the black working class. It's disgusting. It's gross what she's doing. Having said that, there is an impact. Okay, there is an impact. Some people do feel this way because they watch television, unks and aunties specifically. So we have to make sure that we bring everyone into this movement. You got to do that. It's just selling out for comfort under liberalism. Palestine. Yeah, this is also true too. Every black person who has resentment for pro-Palestine people is literally someone with financial security and an established career and only wants the aesthetic of a black woman in power. It's just a selling out for comfort under liberalism. Palestine disrupted that formula, so the people who actually benefited felt like they were good people for supporting it, don't want to acknowledge that they were wrong. Yeah. So yeah. I don't think that's true. No, there is a level of truth to this, but you have to think about it in an intra-community mindset. Generationally, who has more money than the next generation? Boomers do. Okay? Boomers do. They usually have, if you're talking about Daria Liza's district, that's a separate conversation. We're talking about the leaders, the people that are constantly making a big deal out of certain things. I'm not specifically talking about Daria Liza's district and how they voted. Like homeowners voted, went to Daria Liza, whereas like a lot of renters went to Espaillat. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about like a lot of people who have an ownership stake or feel like they have an ownership stake also sometimes do have more of an ownership stake than the younger generation does. The same generational wealth disparity exists within the black community as well. It's obviously much more marginal in comparison to the rest of the country. But by and large, if you're looking at just the black community, yes, the black political machine is comprised of wealthier black folk that have gotten into leadership roles within the Democratic Party and have made a decent amount of money. Not anything to write home about in comparison to like obviously white supremacists and entrenched white power in this country. But I'm just talking specifically within the black community. Of course, there's like, a nest egg, maybe a home ownership, that kind of thing. So a lot of these people obviously want to maintain their entrenched power, right? Hey, bud, I just wanted to wish you the worst of luck in your feelings with the State Department. No one likes you because of your own behavior. Does being a false foreign arbiter ever get tiring? Yes, I'm a foreign false arbiter because I want to end wars and spend all that money on our infrastructure. Thank you, the holy fetus. It's this exact mentality. It's this exact mindset that is Like, you don't even need to be propagandized to. You're already doing the propaganda on your own. You're going to a guy who's like, yeah, we should stop all wars and we should fucking spend this money on ourselves. And you're like, that's communism, you fucking foreigner, you fucking foreign commie. That's what you want. Very, very strange. Anyway, the irony, of course, is yes, Fox News is leaning into this narrative as well. They're like, oh, Democrats, socialists, so white. Bernie bros. We have to be, I think we have to be a little bit more careful, and we have to ensure that we're organizing in Black communities as well. Once again, because this will be a major bulwark against progress. We can't allow it. Okay? The Black working class is the heart and soul of all historic revolutionary movements in this country. And the representation of the Black political identity oftentimes is not in the hands of the Black working class, but instead is in the hands of people who have generated a level of generational income and generational wealth that have every investment in protecting entrenched power, and they do not shy away from using pre-existing racial wounds to consistently divide the working class. Okay? And the way to combat that is by out-organizing them. If you are dismissive in any way, shape, or form about the Black existence in this country, about Black existence in this country, about white supremacy in this country, you will never win the aunts and the unks over. And I understand why people would be offhandedly dismissive, to be like, we're doing something that's good for them. Why don't they understand it? It's like, well, when you do that, you come across as dismissive. And it is just a somber reminder for many, especially older Black folk, that you are doing the same exact thing. A good organizer understands who they are trying to organize and uses the language of the masses and obviously focus on the needs of the masses. You got to go where the masses are, and the same thing obviously remains for organizing specifically in Black neighborhoods and Black communities as well. It is definitely the biggest weakness of the socialist movement in this country, and it's by design. The American government has done a horrible job, but a fantastic job nevertheless, in eviscerating the radical politics of Black socialist movements, revolutionary Black movements that have played a formative role in the civil rights struggle, in the abolition movement. The American government has successfully eviscerated, successfully gutted and destroyed and used violent action against these kinds of revolutionary Black movements. And the remnants of that is former leaders that have been completely consumed by the establishment, or are just quiet. And rebuilding that will take time and effort, and you can't build it from the outside anyway. You have to build it from within. You can't build it from the outside. You can't just be like a white guy that goes to a Black neighborhood and you're just like, oh, let's organize you guys. Like, that's not how it works. Because that already remains. I think that already exists. There are a lot of younger Black voters that are ready for this moment. And obviously DSA has done a fairly good job about even combating the entrenched power that exists within the Black political class and the brown political class as well. Obviously, DSA ran a lot of, and consistently continues to run a lot of, young women of color, Black women, and I think that's part of the reason why there are a lot of people who do this like insanely racist shit where they're like, DSA is anti-black. Oh yeah, well here's 2 non-black people. You can't make this up. That's crazy. Like, you are leaning into ADOS nonsense. Okay. Like, there's a level of like racial animus that exists, or some political animus that exists, and the fact that this guy is trafficking in this as like supposedly a woke liberal guy is insane. As a black liberal man, it's exceptionally insane, especially considering that Kamala Harris was the recipient of exactly this kind of racialized animus that Republicans took advantage of. It was crazy. Okay? It's crazy. The idea that like Kamala Harris is not a black woman or not perceived as a black woman is bullshit. She is a black woman. Of course she's perceived as a black woman. She went to Howard, right? Like, she was a part of a part of Divine Nine. Like, and I'm fairly certain that this person probably yelled quite a bit at the time when people said Kamala Harris is not a black woman, right? Yeah. I'm fairly certain. What's ADOS? It's African descendants of slaves, or foundational black Americans. There's different offshoots and stuff like that. It's a somewhat reactionary op. Yeah, I mean, this is unironically a reactionary attitude to have. The notion that Daria Lisa or Maylot are not seen as black women, when it's not. I mean, they're not even like fresh off the boat. You know what I mean? Like, there is this level of enmity that exists with like some African migrants that come to the United States of America, go to college, and they personally make this distinction that they are not black in the same way that like African Americans are, right? And then they very quickly realize that it's not about their experience, it's about how they're perceived by white supremacy, right? Like, white supremacists and how they perceive you is how you are defined in a white supremacist society, which America is. So yeah, a police officer is not going to see Daria Lisa and be like, whoa, wait a minute, are you Afro-Latina? I guess you're not a black woman then. Like, that's not how this works, right? That's crazy. Same with Kamala Harris. Anyway. But this is incredibly reactionary. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Anyway, that was a little bit of, insincere Black Zionism. It's not up to me to talk about this extensively, obviously. There are plenty of Black socialist content creators who have talked about this extensively, Sean the Black, FD Signifier, and the like. But it is something that I'm aware of, and it's something that I urge my community not to. I urge my community to be definitely a lot more careful about. Okay, while there are very cynical paid agents that are either trying to defend their entrenched power, their societal position, and doing so by bringing up their identity in defense of an apartheid state. Okay, your opposition to that should not be to dismiss the concerns and come across like you're dismissive of white supremacy. Okay. You got to be more careful, especially because I think the next target for DSA should be to organize, obviously outside of like deep blue enclaves, but organize in Black neighborhoods. I can't speak for our next governor. Toby Durden, but if I were running the governor's office, Hasan Piker would be immediately detained and deported by the National Guard under the Communist Control Act of 1954 should he ever enter our state. Will you join me in fighting? Hasan Piker thinks you're hot, not clickbait. Toby Durden. It's literally because I find his name funny to say. Legally voting for Turby, and you can't do a damn thing about it. Bet you're secretly a Larry Roden fan. Larry Roden, Dusty Johnson, that yellow belly coward. We'll have none of that Dusty Johnson talk around these parts. You're treating these real people like an alternative reality game. It is true. It is like that for me. I'm still legally voting for Turby and you can't do a damn thing about it. Bet you're secretly a Larry Roden fan. Organized with what? You almost never talk about black people beyond us voting for DSA. Need to do better. That's crazy. Afrofuturism scholar. I talk about American politics, and a fundamental plank of American politics is white supremacy. So I talk about white supremacy quite frequently. So that's not true. But then TikTok will clip this and be like, Hasan is dismissive of black people's concerns. And then it turns into like 17 weeks of meta commentary.
Now look at all of this. And I want to get your not only reaction to that, but what do you think it means in terms of the future of your party, MSC?
It feels like people who have never really had to work, and we know Malat hasn't had a very traditional job, and this is reflective of a lot of people that are in DSA. They have led very privileged lives where they've only had to sit and ponder about what hard work is and never had to actually do the hard work. And I think
this is nasty business, by the way. Going on the objectively white supremacist news network, Fox News, as a former Biden White House staffer, as a black woman, to just like talk about the more radical flank of politics that you are in opposition to because of your job, because of your position in society, and just like leaning into these narratives is nasty business. Okay. Also, of course, DSA has gotten more diverse, demographically diverse over time. I think they still use the 2021 numbers when it was like 85% white. But regardless, it's really funny because like a lot of the leadership roles, but certainly also like the people that DSA is trying to get elected in the positions of power are literally, they're just young. That's it. That's the thing that really pisses these people off. They're young and they're unbought, right? Most of them are women of color. Like, what are we talking about? Calculus U. Exactly.
that's reflected in a lot of their ideology and a lot of their platform. It's not connected to the steps that take real policy wins to make happen. But I don't think that we should ignore them and think of it as something.
Yeah, Claire Valdez won every age bracket and racial group is not just more diverse, it's the most diverse group of voters, as were the Bernie voters back in the day, but it's all smears at this point. People are desperate for this narrative. Yeah. And I think the best way to combat this narrative is just by continuously winning, right? The best way to combat this narrative is just by winning, okay? By putting our candidates up, by having them win, and creating more political power within the party system. And that's it. Because there are this is how you smear a movement, right? You try to divide and conquer. So you say these guys are white, they're white supremacists. You go on Fox News and you say that, and then other liberals within the entrenched political power will turn around and highlight Fox News all of a sudden, as though Fox News is a news network that cares about white supremacy. I mean, if DSA was a white supremacist institution, Fox News would be promoting it, right? They would be defending it. They'd be promoting it. They wouldn't be attacking it. And then for the actual white supremacists, they say DSA are a bunch of race communists. They're a bunch of immigrants. They're actually putting immigrants, and they're being voted in by immigrants, right? Like first generation, second generation immigrants. And it's an immigrant in that situation is obviously go to an HBCU this fall and talk to our young people. Okay, first of all, who's to say that's not in the works, my friend? Yes, this is in the works. Okay. Anyway, we're working on it. But yeah. But you also have to have student groups invite me. If they do, I'll go. That's how it is. You know what I mean? Yeah, whenever the left wins, the establishment, instead of asking why Democrats are rejecting their candidates, resort to smears. Apparently, the diverse communities that came out to vote for Claire, Brad, and Claire are all white supremacist anti-Semites. Y'all will keep losing until you learn that voters are not stupid. Here's the other thing, though. Because people like myself are at like the forefront of this movement, it's easy to just point to someone like myself and go, see, of course they're white. Look at this fucking white asshole. Look at the way he's been dismissive about black struggles in the past. And then they run the clip compilation. And for a lot of aunties, for a lot of unks, they see that and they go, if they're online, they see that and go, oh my God, this guy's racist. Oh, this is real. This makes sense. Which is also part of the reason why it's important to, and I do this all the time, to prop up, a more diverse array of voices that are radicals, that are socialists themselves, including black socialists, right? Progressives of all different backgrounds. Representational politics does matter. Okay, people want to hear from someone who doesn't just empathize with their struggles, but has lived their struggles. It's huge. It's important. You know? There's just no way that in the United States of America in 2026, you are going to have a revolutionary movement without black revolutionaries. It's just not going to happen. You're not going to make it. You're not even going to make it out of the gate. Okay? That's it. And it's not to say like, oh, black people have some like super secret power or anything like that. It's just that historically speaking, that's just never existed. It's not just aunties and unks. There are other black political commentators who should be reached out to, not Democrats. It's not just aunties and unks. Stop stereotyping. You're missing the boat if you continue to minimize this. I'm talking about like on the voting side now. When I say aunties and unks, I'm talking about not the commentariat, my friend. I'm talking about like the actual base. Do you see what I mean? I'm not. The commentariat is all different. All different backgrounds, all different ages. Not your aunt. I do vote DSA, but you're offending us. Okay. Are you ever going to go back to taking a day off a week? Potentially. I literally have a playlist. I show every black person I want to watch you, Lamau. Whiteness Doesn't Exist is always a hit. Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of commentary from my side on these sorts of issues, right? So like there is already a shit ton of instances where I've like obviously talked about these problems from a position of empathy, from a position of understanding. It's just it's the same principle It's the same principle with like what I always tell you. Like if I go on a bro podcast, like a fitness podcast, you can show that to your bro friends. If I go on like a finance podcast, you can show that to your finance friends, right? No, I'm not sharing the playlist. Is my secret sauce? Okay. People asking a white man to speak on black issues is a weird request, man. Why not go to the source and ask black leftists to help them succeed? Rose me the wrong way when chatters do this. I mean, I know my role, okay? My role here is to educate white people that have been inundated with white supremacist propaganda their whole lives, white supremacist social conditioning their whole lives, to develop a better understanding of black existence and how white supremacy works in American politics and plays a formative role in our understanding of the world. That's my job, you know? I understand the I can only analyze the struggle. I don't like live in it. I can also compare it to my own personal situation in certain ways, but it's not going to be the same. It's never going to be the same. Okay? But in any case, this is nasty business. Nasty business. To go on Fox News to be like, yeah, DSA is so white supremacist. I mean, look at the numbers on the board. If we're talking purely from a representational politics perspective, look at the candidates. Look at who was on the New York City DSA slate, for example. Right? There was one white guy. David Orkin was the only white guy. And even then, he's gay and Jewish. You know what I mean? But he was the one. There was one white guy, man. Out of the 10 candidates in the New York City DSA slate, there was one white person. What are we talking about? It's crazy. Like, it's not like... I don't think a white supremacist organization would be doing that. You know? Like... And before people say, oh, well, what about like, Republicans? What about Republicans that run like black candidates? It's like, yes, in white districts, black Republicans get voted into office by white people. Okay. Black Republicans have never been voted into office by black people. That's the secret. That's the major difference between New York City and like, and a black Republican that comes out of Florida, like Byron Donalds, you know what I mean? Is white people that are voting for Byron Donalds. It's not just white people that are voting for the DSA candidates.
That only happens in very deep blue pockets. 5 years ago, I could have never imagined that these kind of candidates would be coming to Congress, and now they're here. And the job right now.
Yeah, the other side of it also is that, like, the black Republicans' politics are anti-black inherently. The Democratic Socialists of America's politics are not anti-black. It's just fucking ridiculous, you know what I mean? And that's part of the reason why you see that more often than not coming from white supremacist institutions. Even if it's a black face that is saying these things, even if it's a black voice that's saying these things, is still directly on a white supremacist network. Fox News is a racist ass, white supremacist ass channel. Right after this, they're going to go back to talking about how Haitians deserve to fucking be purged from the boundaries of the American state because they eat cats and dogs. You know what I mean? Like, you can't be doing that. And this is the type of shit that I don't think black people will fall for regardless. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, I don't think this is not going to be a message that people actually look at and resonate with, especially when it's coming from Fox News. This is just to make the white supremacists that watch Fox News feel a little bit more comfortable with their worldview, to be like, see, they're hypocrites too. They're just like us. They're also racist just like us. Right? Like, that's what it is, right? What is this? You are being offensive with that aunt uncle label just teaching you. Okay, I will try not to use aunties and unks when talking about boomers, okay?
Now, for a lot of people in the Democratic Party, is to make sure that nationally this is not something that becomes an identifier as the brand.
Now look at all
Yeah, 80% of DSA members have a college degree, 60% work professional jobs, just 4% are blue collar, 85% are white. It's so funny to do this about Maylot, by the way. Like Maylot, who, again, if you're talking about representational politics, unseated and older white lady, Diana DeGette, who actually had some drama. Oh, wow. It turns out this lady hates me. Look at that. Yemizi Egbewole. Summer Lee works for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Hasan Piker works for Cuba. Good luck winning Michigan. Lol, I thought it was so silly that Hasan Piker was in Cuba, but now I just want him to go back. Mehdi and Hasan Piker are a 2-for-1 special in insufferability. I mean, two could play that game. I think maybe there's a little bit of Islamophobia. Maybe there's a little bit of Islamophobia coming from this former Biden staffer. You know? Because like Mehdi Hasan and Hasan Piker, why are you hating on Mehdi Hasan? Mehdi Hasan is a liberal. He's a diehard liberal through and through. So why are you hating on Mehdi Hasan? At least you could tell me I'm too critical, far too critical of the Democratic Party. You know, you can make that argument for someone like myself, but with Mehdi Hasan, Interesting. Will chatter scolding take a second thought now that this is shown? No, the chatters were not defending that person. I don't think anyone was actually defending that person. Most people understand what's going on there. She's on Fox News. Come on. If you go on Fox News, you talk about left economic populism to reach out to the Fox News audience. If you go on Fox News, you defend your positions. You go on Fox News to talk about how like the DSA is so racist. Like imagine if Bernie went on Fox News and was like, you know who's racist? The Democrat Party. Like that would be ridiculous. You know what I mean? You're not there to give them ammunition. You're there to win the audience over. Trying to go on Fox News to punch left is nasty business. But yeah, Bhatia, who is also an elite college graduate for the record, who's like, it's one of those like English major, graduated from an elite institution, talking shit. 80% of DSA members have a college degree, 60% work professional jobs, just 4% are blue collar, 85% are white. This isn't a working class movement, but an elite one for whom Free Palestine and abolish ICE operate as a smoke screen for class privilege, just like climate and trans activism and identity politics once did. Once again, I cannot stress this enough. Bhatia wrote her PhD thesis at Berkeley on coercive pleasures, the force and form of the novel 1719, 1740. If you think an activist organization is disproportionately white, male, and professional, wait until you see the racial, gender, and class makeup of the mega donor class that directly funds the Democratic Party. Incidentally, I've been thinking for some time we need a racial equality in Democratic Party donations. I think the DNC should pass a rule requiring at least 50% of the donations come from people of color. No more PAC spending from Bill Gates, Reid Hoffman, and Michael Bloomberg. I mean, to say that like you cannot be working class if you've gone to college is also already ridiculous, right? But even then, Bhatia has gone to elite institutions, right? It's just fucking idiotic to make this argument. And labor unions for the longest time have also played a role in defending entrenched power, but that's obviously changing with the UAW, so that's cool. And when you got, you know, like with Abdul, when you got the UAW backing you, it becomes a much harder argument to make, right? Wait till these fucking, annoying commentators figure out that UAW also doesn't just have auto workers and has grad students in it too. Then they'll start talking about how like grad students actually overtook the UAW. They're not a real working class union anymore, you know? I'm giving them some game. I'm giving them free ball right now. Yeah. Election analysis for VoteHub. Ellis Bates also offered some some takes on Julie Gonzalez, which we will be talking about in a second. But speaking of diverse voters, like Melot Kiros's race shows once again, resoundingly, that it was actually voters of color that gave Melot Kiros the advantage, right? It was districts where there were voters of color that overwhelmingly went to Melot Kiros over Diana DeGette. Now, we know that already because Latino voters outside of Florida have generationally went overwhelmingly to more radical politics, to more left economic populism. This is something that Chuck Rocha has talked about quite a bit, or Chuck Rocha has talked about quite a bit. He was like Bernie's Latino outreach coordinator. He's a Texan man. He knows Texas Latinos very well. Texas Latinos, as well as Latinos all around the country, respond very positively to left economic populism. Some of them might generationally have conservative social opinions, but it doesn't really matter. That is secondary. If you offer this voter block left economic populism, they will ride with you. Okay. The problem with Latino voter outreach in places like Texas, okay, is usually revolves around the fact that the Democratic Party does not care about doing any left economic populism. As a matter of fact, they hate it, and therefore they lose on the culture war front, because then that becomes the only thing that people vote for a party or against a party. And Texas GOP has mastered this method. Texas GOP has mastered this method. That's why Texas is a red state. This is something that I've talked about for years, by the way, and there's so much polling to back this up. That's precisely the reason why one of the overperforming demographics for Bernie Sanders has always been Latino voters, which are, of course, much younger, a much younger voting bloc than every other demographic in this country. That's probably part of the reason why, but also because even older Latino voters actually respond very positively to left economic populism and policies such as that. But a lot of people hyper-focus on the Latino voters in Florida, specifically Cuban and Venezuelan refugees, migrants, and people of Cuban and Venezuelan descent, and they think all Latino voters are like that. That's not the case. Obviously, no voting bloc is monolithic. Obviously, no voting bloc is monolithic to begin with. Having said that, however, if you're looking at a voter profile, this is what Latino voters respond positively to, with the exception of Florida. Yes, classic stereotyping racism. What is this? Oh, you're saying like people that misunderstand the voter patterns of Latino voters. Yeah. Anyway, Fox News having more Democratic Socialists on. Incredible stuff. DSA on the rise here. Wisconsin Public Radio, Dem Socialist Hong's appearance on left-wing livestream draws cash condemnations. Yeah, they're coming after our gal a lot. I'm gonna do a media tour on Wisconsin broadcasts. If any of you are in Wisconsin and you work for WPR, any of these other channels, like, reach out to my team. I will come on your show gladly. I will talk about it gladly. I'll talk about anything and everything you want. I'll get you some clicks. Okay, that's how you can sell it to your bosses. Because this is messed up. I did this for Abdul in Detroit. I went on Detroit Public Radio, if you remember, and that was actually pretty good. I can do that in Wisconsin as well. I'm a cheesehead. But yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Let's talk about DSA while I go pee.
Every now and then, politics gives you a tell, not a poll, not a policy paper, not spin, the truth. Socialists are taking over the Democrat Party. Melot Kiros just knocked off a Democrat who's held this Colorado seat for 15 terms, 3 decades. And afterwards, she thanked her comrades.
I want you all, seriously, look at each other. Half of the people here are strangers to you all. Just months ago, you didn't know them. But now you have comrades. You have friends in this movement, people that you know will fight for your rights just as much as you're gonna fight for them. That is solidarity. That is a movement.
Comrades. You know, that's one of those words we don't exactly throw around in America. You don't hear it at Little League games. You don't hear it at the Rotary Club. You don't hear it from your buddies when you show up for 18 holes of golf. It's a choice. And it's a choice, according to the communist's biggest streamer and cheerleader, Hasan Piker, that's coming to your home.
I think progressive politics, left populism, a politics that centers the needs of the working class can work in every district, in every state. That's why I kept saying over and over again, it's coming to a city near you.
And as you weigh your choice, here is what they're selling.
We will not wait to take the fight to Donald Trump and the oligarchy. We will not wait. We will not wait to abolish ICE and pass Medicare for all. We will not wait to put an end to the politics of the past, to get big money out of our politics, and to reject corporate PACs and AIPAC. We will not wait to end the genocide in Palestine.
It's as cute as air horns that Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries think these people are auditioning to become Democrats, that they're now part of a new big tent. These people are auditioning to take over Democrats and to own the tent.
Rewind, they showed you? Really? Where? What do you mean? Oh, this is my a politics that centers the needs of the working class can work in every district, in every state. That's why I kept saying over and over again, it's coming to a city near you.
And as you weigh your choice, here is what they're selling.
We will.
How workers at the wall.
I mean, this is my favorite graphic, by the way. Whenever they post.
The Democratic Socialist of America.
This is my favorite graphic because it's unironically bars. It literally, it is so perfect. Israel's genocide is becoming more of a topic in Hong's race for governor. Rodriguez and Crowley dropped out of a Wisconsin Muslim Civic Alliance forum the last minute to avoid answering a question about genocide. Good. It should be, because it's a great litmus test for this reason, because these people don't want to fucking actually take a real position, They don't want to face their voters. They don't want to face these concerns. They want to just like cast it aside. They don't want to address it, because it is one of the best ways to figure out if you're going to be on the side of the voters, you're going to be on the side of the people, you're going to be on the side of truth and justice, or you're going to be on the side of moneyed interests. Okay. There is no other reason as to why at this stage in 2026, someone would unironically advance this idea that Israel has not committed a genocide, would shy away from saying the truth. It's because they're terrified. They're terrified of getting attacked. They're getting money from these advocacy organizations. Someone who will not say the truth about Israel's genocide will not stand with you and fight for you, for your health care, for your housing. It's that simple.
What is their platform? What is it that they believe? Well, it's things that we've all heard.
Medicare for all, college for all, housing for all, 32-hour work week, tax the rich, Green New Deal, free Palestine. Banger. Thank you. Thank you, Will Kane in the membrane. Will Kane in the motherfucking brain. That's what I'm talking about. What a beauty this is. Thank you, Fox News. Thank you, my goats. We're going to get...
Medicare for all, college for all, housing for all, and doing all of that with a 32-hour work week. It's a virtual wish list on a college freshman dorm room. You'll pay for it by, of course, taxing the rich, and why don't we throw in the Green New Deal and free Palestine along the way? But the DSA goes further. They are looking to, for example, end the U.S. war machine, fight mass incarceration and police.
What? No. In the U.S. war machine, but I love the U.S. war machine. But I love the U.S. war machine. What? No!
Police brutality, allow workers to migrate between countries, end all immigrant detention and deportations, immediate amnesty social services for all immigrants, and fully extending voting rights to criminals and non-citizens. And yet, it even gets more radical. With that power, here is your change. Seek statehood for Washington, D.C., replace the two-party system, expand the House, popular vote for president, and limit the powers of the Supreme Court. And yet all of this that I have just shown you.
Terrifying. Abdul on CNN, let's go, let's go.
Who are concerned that if Democratic primary voters pick you, you're not going to be able to win the general election.
I asked them to focus, y'all, because at the end of the day, the issue is the economy, stupid, as I believe the last individual you just highlighted suggested. And right now, people can't afford the basic means of a dignified life. They're worried about whether or not they can see a doctor if they get sick, how they're going to afford a home or the next payment, whether or not they can stay in the job they've worked for years and years. And we're focused on exactly those issues, the issues that Democrats should have been focusing on for the vast majority of the last 20 years. And I think we've taken our eyes off the ball. And in part, it's because too often our politics get sieved through conversations like this about the future of the party. Most people don't care about the future of the party. They care about their future. And so long as we're answering questions about that, helping them to get money out of their politics so we can get money in their pockets and pass Medicare for all, you're going to see candidates who have those conversations like we are in Michigan winning.
The reality, though, is there's no way Medicare for all passes Congress if Democrats don't control the Senate. And if you don't win that Senate seat in Michigan, it's very hard to see how Democrats win the Senate at all.
You're right. And the reason we don't win seats too often is because we offer milquetoast corporate talking points about what we can't have and shouldn't fight for. I believe we can have Medicare for all. I wrote a whole book on how to do it. I know we can do it if we're willing to build the kind of politics and the kind of coalition that gets us there. But we're not going to get there not talking about what we need to actually deliver for folks. I think campaigns are winning across the country because we have bold views on what can actually happen when we're willing to fight for them. And I think Democrats could learn a broader lesson about what we're learning here. I'm a proud Democrat. I love my party. I just want my party to actually focus on the things that real voters actually need in their lives.
So you obviously are very critical of President Donald Trump. You identify him as a problem, as a way that, a place that the country needs to move away from. However, if you're going to win in Michigan, you're going to have to win over at least some Trump voters. The state went for Trump in the most recent election.
How do you think you can do that with America Deserve 9/11 guy?
Is there anything that he's done in this second term in office that you can identify as being good for the country?
Never mind. Thank God they're actually asking serious shit.
And as you squint, I think if he lets this housing bill actually pass, despite the fact that he canned his signing ceremony because he wants to pass the SAVE Act, this housing bill will do really, really important work. So I think that's one important thing, bipartisan legislation that actually solves a real problem that people have. But I'll tell you this, I've been to 110 different cities now, 400 in some public events.
That's my goat.
And everywhere I go, I have 3-time Trump voters come up to me and say, I'm voting for you because you really want to keep my tax dollars here and you really want me to have health care. The idea that voters pick on this left-right spectrum, that's a model that we created in our minds, and we keep imposing it on elections, even though it doesn't really explain what's actually happening. Most voters are out there trying to just make sure that they can make ends meet. They don't care as much about our left-right spectrum and blue and red and purple.
I don't know why they
care
keep
about whether or
this
not
shit.
you actually want to solve their problems. And when you go to their community, you have conversations, you've done the listening and the learning, and you're willing to actually tell people where you stand, you'd be surprised how many people who voted for Donald Trump might be voting for somebody named Abdul El-Sayed.
I want to play for you a new attack ad that is out against you. You recently did an interview where you talked about your competitor, Haley Stevens. She's, of course, a member of the House, who's running also in your primary. You said that you hoped AIPAC could, quote, teach her how to string together two coherent sentences. There's now this ad attacking you in the way that you talk about women. Let's watch it and we'll talk about it on the other side. Take a look.
Abdul El Sayed has a long history of disrespecting women. He called Michelle Obama's work with children uninspired and ineffectual, claimed Gretchen Whitmer was bought and sold. In a discrimination lawsuit, El Sayed was accused of telling a woman he didn't want to work with anyone over 40. And an employee said he was offered payment to keep silent after witnessing El Sayed disparaging women. A history of disrespecting women.
What do you say to the people that put that ad together about what they say about your record?
Let's talk about the people who put that ad together. You didn't play the part where they said UDP is responsible for the content of this advertising. UDP is AIPAC's super PAC. They've already spent $30 million to boost my opponent, and they've realized that they're still not getting where they want to go. So they've decided to take a really disparaging, below-the-belt character attack on me. I've spent my whole career fighting with and alongside women for women's health. That's been my work at the Detroit Health Department and leading Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services. But the reason that they're playing this ad, the reason that they're going to blanket the airwaves with this, is because they want to trick us into thinking that the best possible outcome for our tax dollars is to continue to send them abroad to kill women and children in Gaza and Iran and Lebanon, instead of spending that money like we did when I was in Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services, actually providing women's health care, providing for children, and building a kind of America that we need and deserve. That has been the work that AIPAC has done for a very long time. Michiganders know who I am. They know my record. They know how I show up. And I'm confident that come Election Day, they're going to swipe aside a lot of these terrible attack ads and choose with their hearts where they want their tax dollars to be spent, on them and their kids.
When you said that you hope that AIPAC could teach Stevens how to string two coherent sentences together, do you regret how you phrased that at all? Is that the right way to put it?
Obviously, Congresswoman Stevens is really smart, which is why it's so surprising that whenever you ask her why, for example, she took a trip to Portugal paid for by Center Forward, one of the super PACs that is playing in this election, to Portugal with her mom, why she took that trip, why she's taking $30 million from AIPAC, where her money comes from, she struggles to explain what that is. And so I just think it's really important for us to get a clear explanation of where that money's coming from and what she's promised to these corporations and super PACs, including AIPAC, about what she plans to do for them when she's in office.
Do you want to see the super PAC supporting you air negative ads like they've now said they were planning to do?
Obviously, I don't coordinate with them, but you're talking about the National Nurses United, the UAW, Working Families Party. These are folks who are trying to push back against the mis and disinformation that you just saw from AIPAC. So at the end of the day, I would rather not engage in negative campaigning at all. I don't do it on my campaign. We're focused on talking about getting money out of politics, putting money in your pocket, passing Medicare for all, standing up with and for women, doing the work that builds in America, where everybody knows that they get the health care they need when they need it, that they can get child care when they need it, and that their healthcare and their economy is not dominated by a large corporation telling us what we can't have, shouldn't fight for, and have to put up with.
Obviously, AIPAC is a big part of this conversation because Israel has become a very central topic, especially inside the Democratic Party, but nationally as well. Do you believe Israel has a right to exist?
So, Casey, AIPAC's become a big issue in this election because AIPAC's already spent $30 million in this election. They're by far the biggest spender in the race. Now, the question about a right to exist is interesting because nobody's ever asked me whether or not I believe Palestine has a right to exist. Every single president who served has said that they believe in a two-state solution. Israel exists. The question is whether or not we want a politics where our money is sent over to Israel to do genocide and apartheid instead of investing in our own kids.
You say it exists, but does it have a right to?
No, I didn't say that. I just said the question of Israel's existence is not a question. I'm not going to play this gotcha game about whether or not it has a right to exist. The question ultimately is about whether or not we want a politics that dignifies.
You're not going to play the gotcha game, but you're not going to say you think Israel has a right to exist.
Well, my question, Casey, I think the question we all ought to ask is, does everybody have equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination? That's Jewish Israelis and Palestinians. And to me, the folks who should answer what the ultimate peace there looks like should be Jewish Israelis and Palestinians. I want my tax dollars spent here in Michigan to provide schools in Michigan, to build healthcare in Michigan, to invest in Michigan, rather than to be sent abroad to kill Palestinian people, do genocides and apartheid. The question about whether or not Israel has a right to exist is actually quite secondary to whether or not they have a right to our tax dollars. And people don't ask that question in good faith. So if you want to ask me about Palestinian right to exist, you want to ask me about what I want to do for kids in Michigan, I'm happy to answer that question. But the AIPAC and Israel have become secondary questions that too many people have to talk about because our tax dollars keep getting spent over there rather than being spent over here.
All right. And finally, I also wanted to ask you about some of the tweets that you deleted as you were, in the course of this race just before, around this question of defunding the police. This is also something likely to come up in a general election should you win this primary. Do you stand by what you had previously said, that police, in support of defunding the police, or do you believe police should be funded?
So Casey, in my time leading Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services, I had the responsibility of rebuilding a juvenile detention facility. I raised salaries 35% for workers there to make sure that the public health emergency that we had to call no longer existed. So judge me by my work rather than some deleted tweets, because nobody ever asks me across the 100 and I deleted all the tweets because I didn't want them to be taken out of context like this so that you could distract from the actual conversation that Michiganders really want to have about what they want their leadership to actually fight for them to do.
Well, I think the question is just, if you're leading, would you fight to defund the police, or would you not?
I've already told you what I did. Judge me by my work. Judge me by my work. I funded the system because it needed to be funded. Too often, the conversation we have is fund or defund. The question that we don't ask is, what kind of system do we really want? I want us to be investing in the kinds of interventions that actually protect people, whether you're talking about people on the streets or people in law enforcement. That means investing in recruitment and retirement for law enforcement. It also means investing in community violence intervention, investing in behavioral health response, investing in public health and anti-poverty measures. Those are things that are not mutually exclusive. And I think this debate about 2020 and the ways that tweets are going to play are really nice on CNN if you want to get clicks. They're not that effective, and nobody really asks me about them on the streets or in communities in Michigan. So if you want to talk about housing or healthcare or corporate dominance or politics, I think those are a lot more legitimate questions that people are actually asking me about what they want their next senator to do in the state of Michigan rather than
for this guy, bro.
So voters shouldn't look at the fact that you deleted the tweets as evidence that you no longer support the things that you said, then?
Casey, you might. I mean,
listen,
find that to be a
I understand what you're saying about.
I'm just talking about what I hear about from people in Michigan.
I understand, but you deleted the tweets, right? That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you about an action. Okay.
Look, I'm talking about the action that I took to actually fund the juvenile detention facility to make sure that youth in that facility were safe. Now, tweets are not quite as much of an action as the work that I did when I was in public service. But I appreciate the line of questioning, and if you want to keep doing it, that's fine. But I'm just telling you that I think most people are more interested in whether or not you're fighting for their housing, whether or not you're fighting for their schools, whether or not you want to keep their tax dollars here at home.
All right. And before I let you go, of course, AOC did endorse you in your race. Should we expect to see her on the campaign trail with you soon?
We're absolutely looking forward to having her. I mean, this is somebody who has redefine the way it means to fight for values about keeping money out of politics so that we can get money in pockets, passing Medicare for all. We can't wait to have her in the state. And I know that there are a lot of folks here in Michigan looking forward to meeting her.
You also, of course, have campaigned alongside Hasan Piker. Do you believe that the statements that he has made about September 11th are accurate?
So, Casey, no, I don't. But I'm also, again, you can hold me accountable for what I say and do, but I do not agree with everything anybody I've campaigned with has said. And that's just the nature of public discourse. I campaign with folks because I want to reach the massive audience that they have to have a conversation about bringing them back to our politics. So politics that gets money out of politics, puts money in your pocket, passes Medicare for all. So I'm grateful for a lot of the things Hasan and I agree with, but he's condemned those comments himself. I clearly don't agree with them. But the question now is a lot more about what kind of politics do we want? Do we want a politics where folks like APAC
Not many people are asking, does Hasan Piker have a right to exist?
Glossy ads by dumping $30 million into these elections?
People always ask, does Israel have a right to exist? Israel exists.
Because I believe in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And right now, I feel like we've gotten way too far away from that.
All right, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, thank you very much for spending some time in the arena. I really appreciate it. Hope to see you soon. All right, coming up, my panel is here in the arena now. CNN correspondent Arlette Saenz, CNN contributor, host of the New York Times interview.
That was so good.
Democratic strategist and former White House director of message planning, Megan Hayes, is here. Republican strategist, former Mitt Romney campaign advisor, Kevin Madden is here as well. I took up most of our panel time here with the interview, but Arlette, I wanted to get you to weigh in there because this race, of course, is one. It's a three-way race. There are two Democratic women running. And there's a lot of concern among Democrats that if Dr. El-Sayed wins, they might lose the general election. Now, that said, I don't know if their track record is great necessarily. There are a lot of things that are changing really fast in terms of what voters are looking for and willing to do. What is your analysis in the big picture as you look at all these races?
Well, this Democratic primary is certainly the most bruising of these inter-party battles this cycle. And it's really going to offer a major test of where the Democratic Party stands, whether they want to go with this progressive who they feel has a lot of the energy in the race, or if they feel running a more moderate establishment type of candidate like Haley Stevens is the way to success in a place like Michigan. The progressive and democratic socialist success that we've seen in other states, I think this is how you teed up your...
Y'all talk shit about not watching MasterChef on stream. That was MasterChef. He was chefing. He was fucking chefing it up. To answer this question, the money is close to infinite relative to the scale needed, but super wealthy people do not like to spend money for nothing, so it'll become incredibly challenging to convince them to keep doing so. They're dumping $34 million into this race. Serious question: is the money well just infinite, or will they run out on some point? This shift is so gross. This shit is so gross. I don't get how anyone thinks we live in a democracy, even by liberal standards. Yeah, there's only so many of these fucking polls that these guys will see until they go, all right, dude, what are we doing here? It's just not fucking working. Here's a pro Abdul El-Sayed super PAC, first in semaphore, came out with a new poll. Abdul El-Sayed 46%, Haley Stevens 27%, Mallory McGuire 17%. At some point, they got to go, all right, we're done. Either they're going to try to consolidate the votes between Haley Stevens and Mallory McMorrow, okay? Or they're going to fucking give up and just go, all right, fuck it, he won. Nothing we can do about it. Because here's the thing. Okay? They can try to rat fuck this every day till Sunday. But at the end of the day, if he just keeps going on media, if he keeps going on mainstream platforms and cooks in the way that he just did, because that CNN interview was a goddamn clinic, okay? Perfectly reasonable, perfectly moderate, like moderate in the sense that like the average voter will respond positively to. There's no place where he comes across like a radical, right? Like those answers are all perfectly designed to reach the homes of red voters, blue voters, independents, non-voters, right? Because the reality of the matter is the things that we talk about, right? The things that we talk about on this broadcast, these are not radical things. These are things that actually many people in the working class also identify with, understand. Abdul El-Sayed will just go on those fucking interviews and just whip it up. Boom, 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 boom. It's incredible. That was a clinic, dude. That was a goddamn clinic. And here's the other thing. Okay? Here's the other thing. Part of the reason why he's so good at this is also because there's not a lot that they can use the rat fuck him with, right? With Graham Plattner, there is a laundry list of red flags and shit that they can just constantly hammer on over and over again. The only thing that they can hit him on is his campaigning with me. And that already didn't work. It literally backfired, because why the fuck would anyone be like, I can't believe this guy is talking to this dangerous radical. Yeah, this dangerous radical that your fucking children are listening to, and is a far better person that your children are listening to if you're like 65 plus years old, right? Than fucking Andrew Tate or Nick Fuentes or Fox News or any number of different media outlets. That's it. It's just like, you have nothing. You have nothing. Oh, I can't believe you're like campaigning with Hasan Piker. Yeah, keep doing that, man. Keep doing that. Keep hitting that line over and over again. Keep talking about how fucking self-glaze. No, it's stupid. And I've been saying it's stupid. It's not because I'm like a unbelievably powerful or popular figure in American politics. It's actually the exact opposite. It's a cheap gotcha that most people understand. It's a cheap gotcha to be like, you've campaigned with this random fucking person that most people have never heard of. Or it's a cheap gotcha to be like, you tweeted this. You tweeted this 4 years ago. Who gives a fuck? Do you understand? It's stupid. It's a stupid thing. It doesn't work that way. if you have a platform that you can lean into over and over again, if you're running for something, okay? If you're running for something and you want to talk about that, and the mainstream outlets that have you on only want to talk about your old tweets or who you have campaigned with, you're fucked. I mean, you could just always go back to the issues, which is what I said with Zoran as well. And Zoran did that so perfectly. And Abdul is doing that so perfectly. Okay? It's that simple. You automatically make your opposition look silly. And this is why left economic populism is so successful and will be successful in dethroning Republicans all across the country. Okay? That's it. That's it. All across the country, if the Republicans only have, oh, what about transgender, while you're like, I want healthcare. Like, I want to give people healthcare. That's why I'm running. I want to give people adequate housing. That's why I'm running. I want to end these wars. That's why I'm running. When you say that, I want to fight back against entrenched power. I want to drain the swamp. That's why I'm running. When you say stuff like that, and your opposition only has, well, what about your old tweets? You like transgender people too much. It's like, yeah, okay. What are we talking about? That's like 1,000 total people in the state of Michigan that you want to fucking dominate for no reason. Like, shut the fuck up. Yeah. Remember, they did this in Denver, okay? We, at this point, have a fucking graveyard of local media outlets that hammer this point on over and over again. After Denver area venues Nick's rally with Hasan Piker, Democrats weigh whether online figures help or hurt campaigns. Well, it turns out it doesn't fucking hurt. W after W after W. Abdul is the only person I've seen successfully recreate the Mamdani method of a policy list. It's not just priorities, it's a slogan you can use in this case. Money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all. Yeah. This interview was so scathing that Wolf Blitzer was basically having sex with Jonathan Concuncrius live on air during the genocide. I don't know. What the fuck? Oh. Yeah, you might think to yourself, why would AIPAC waste this money when they know Abdul will win the primary? Answer, so they can soften him up for the general and beat him with the Republican, but make the attacks look like they're coming from a fellow Dem. By not banning AIPAC, a GOP-leaning group, from spending in Dem primaries, Dem leadership paved the pathway for this. Now, it doesn't matter because it's not going to fucking work because their candidate is dog shit. Their policies are dog shit. The party is dog shit. So obviously, there's a reason for why there's a blue wave that is most likely going to happen this year. Okay? So it's already set. Democrats can either take advantage of that and build a reliable blue wall by running good candidates everywhere, candidates that do not shy away from left economic populism as their agenda, as their message, or they can take advantage of this to reassert their dominance over the party by fucking running establishment Democrats as they're trying to fucking do. But that's why the primary system is where it matters the most. Your voice matters the most. That's why I keep stressing this over and over again, because they're dumping $30 million in the fucking primaries. It's not going to work. Abdul's still going to fucking win, inshallah. Okay. What is this? Have you seen this incredible tweet? Yeah, oh, now replace DSA members with Jews. Not so funny now, is it? I love that's my favorite idiotic thing that people who want to defend Israel do. Yeah. I like to pet puppies. Replace puppies with little babies. Not so funny now, is it? All of a sudden, boom, you're a pedophile. Not so funny now, is it? That's right. Got him. Checkmate. You just got destroyed. Anyway. But yeah, the point is, if you have solid fundamentals, which Abdul does, right? Left populist candidates have those solid fundamentals. They can always go back to the policy because that's what fucking matters. That's what voting is about. Sure, there is an element of popularity contest. So you have to have riz, you have to have swag, you have to be charismatic, you have to be confident. Certainly. I'm not discounting that, right? But ultimately, you vote for someone. You vote for someone for what they're going to do for you, right? You vote for someone not because you want to have a beer with them. You technically are supposed to vote for someone, theoretically, in theory, under a theoretical democratic process. You vote for someone because they're going to be your public servant. They're going to be your elected representative. They're going to represent your interests. They're going to fight for you. In America, we've lost that notion a long time ago. We've lost that notion a long time ago. So we've just decided, oh, we're just fucking voting for people. We're just voting for people off of vibes alone. Or how much they want to dominate transgenders or whatever, right? It's fucking ridiculous.
To get outspent 30-1 by AIPAC's money. Detroit, 12-1. Grand Rapids, 28-1. Flint, 46-1.
Lansing, 60-1. Traverse City, 230-1.
Look, I knew I was going to get outspent by AIPAC, by the corporate PACs, and it's happening. But I've got something better than their money, and that's you. So if you can, rush us a donation. $5, $10 go a long way. Sign up to volunteer, knock doors, make phone calls, send text messages. We need you out there. Because if it comes between the money and the many, we're going to take the money every time.
Great stuff. Donnie Douche is on MS now. I think this chatter needs a vacation to chat jail. Don't vote for Abdul. He's going to run it like a hospital. Okay, good one, man. Okay. I think that I would rather have a beer with that guy was actually just a proto-authenticity movement before we really articulated that. It's not actually a question of vibes, but about whether this politician is actually honest and will actually fight for you. No, it's vibes too. But you focus on vibes when there's no policy. And in American politics, we've completely lost track of what fucking matters. After decades and decades and decades of this duopoly, we've forgotten that you're supposed to vote for something. You're supposed to vote so that your elected representatives serve your interests. They're supposed to sell you on why you must go out and fucking vote. We've forgotten about that reality, okay? That's the issue. That's the issue of decades and decades of neoliberalism and this duopoly control that we have, this that has yielded this oligarchy that gave tremendous bounties and tremendous consolidation of wealth and power to the tippy top of society. That's it. There is a hunger, a W hunger, for good policies. Good policies is good politics, okay? If you have nothing, then yeah, you make that decision on vibes alone. Wish your Mike's base was short out so we could have the old school frat dude bro gamer vibes back. Why you got to grow a beard and put on a big boy show? Do you think you will clean up as good as Carmelo did in the can? Wait, what? What does this even mean? Jorgen Peterson. Old school frat dude bro gamer vibes back. Why you got to grow a beard and put on a big boy show? Do you think you will clean up as good as Carmelo did in the can? Are you all right, dude? If you're a racist Euroid, why do you care about like American domestic incidents like a stabbing that took place and the dude who did the stabbing actually went to prison. Like what? Like why would you ever? If you're living in like fucking the Netherlands or whatever, like you should not know who Carmelo Anthony is. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not talking about Melo, like Melo from the Knicks. This is a person who's talking about that one specific case in Texas. It's just so strange to use that, like to be so invested in American politics to that degree where you're like literally using like American racial animus in the chat. News. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tells me she's endorsing Abdul El-Sayed, her first Senate primary endorsement in 2026 in critical Michigan. Her thinking, the Schumer collision, the state of the race, the left's emboldened moment, and more. All right, we'll read that. We'll go through it. Asmold chatter, 100%. Dan Goldman says support for Israel cost them New York Democratic primary.
So long, idiot. Oh, what took you so long, idiot?
Oh, they're going to say this is, they're going to say you're depicting a Jewish man as a bug. This is racism, or this is anti-Semitism. That's what they're going to say. Hassan's travel advisor to Cuba got arrested and you're laughing. Yes, rat fucking people over the most money possible makes logical sense. Great post. Fuck yeah, nepotism. Dude, I swear to God, this is a genuine mental illness. Will Hassan clean up as well as Carmelo? Like, your only understanding of American politics literally revolves around what I'm doing. That's so strange, buddy. This is not politics. Like, you have duped yourself. You have literally limited yourself. You rate limited your brain, okay? If you think American politics or politics in general ends and begins with what you perceive is going to happen to an American political commentator that you don't like, you have rate limited yourself so aggressively. How's your sleep lately? You seem upset, friend. How's your sleep lately? Pretty good. I mean, I've been kind of tired because I've been traveling all around the country, obviously, getting Democratic Socialists elected. I don't know if you've been paying attention. It seems like you've been paying attention to quite a bit to everything I'm doing. But like, seriously, do you not understand? Like, you're not, like, this is not real news, right? This is just your own personal fascination that you've designed in your mind. Like, I occupy way too much time in your head. Don't scroll your mouse and read the first message. I could fix her, but she won't let me. She's my type, dude. Why did they all have to become libtarded? Foids are obsolete. The three endorsement threshold has been reached for Abdul El-Sayed, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you rest and relax when time allows. You're good when you aren't being a dick and overly white. It's just, I don't know. I just don't get it. I don't get why you would personally limit your life to this degree. You know what I mean? There is no way it gives you that much satisfaction. You know? There is no shot that this can be as satisfying as you think it is or as healthy as you think it is for your mind, right? For your soul. I want you to do better for yourself. Self-improvement. Go on a journey of self-improvement, okay? Not enough Valium in the world to help Hassan sleep in his brain. Like, this is what I mean. Look at this. Look. He's losing sleep over this, I promise. There are many Vlads. We just need license and security clearance. Just wait, Hassan. Oh, yeah, things are going to heat up. Like, think about it this way. Even if I went to prison, right? Even if the Trump administration, like, threw me in prison. Okay, you get, like, one day of celebration. You're like, oh, hell yeah, I hate this fucking guy, right? And now the fascist Trump administration threw his ass in jail. Okay? Throw me some cash and I'll be your biggest friend, buddy. I'll do ops 24/7. See, this is what I mean. Dog, that's not going to help you either, okay? Maybe in the interim, but like, you gotta fucking, I'm trying to give you the keys to self-improvement. You got to work on yourself, man. Set some fucking goals for yourself. Some long-term goals, some short-term goals that revolve around self-improvement, whether it be your body, your mind, your soul, okay? Lock in. This kind of shit is so deeply parasocial and so unbelievably unhealthy, okay? You can do it. I believe in you, okay? You can do it. It's also especially funny that you're apparently broke and you're fucking championing Asmongold's cause when you just keep saying broke boys ain't shit. The bottom 2% is destroying society, not the top 2%. You know? New Politico. AOC and Zoran are closely coordinating. Mayor Mamdani and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez were in closer touch than previously known before they issued the... Oh, wow. Shocking. Guys, I told you this over and over again, leading up to the fucking endorsements. Yeah, it's the most obvious news story of all time, okay? Low-key, racism is the most low IQ thing, low IQ bait that you can fucking dive into head first, okay? Same with transphobia. Straight up. They're duping you. They're duping you into thinking that these concepts that they are advancing are somehow ruining your life. Okay? And it's so easy. And I promise you, there are people in positions of power that sit around and laugh about it. Okay? They're like, oh, they fell for it again. How stupid. How stupid are these fucking idiots? Oh my God. It's the easiest thing of all time. All we got to do is we endlessly defend corporations and billionaires and their interests. All we got to do is just cut an ad where we say, look at these black people. Look at these scary brown people. Look at these scary trans people. Democrats want to transgender you. Okay. And people look at that and go, oh, that's right. They want to chop my dick off. That's what they want to do. They want to chop my dick off. They're not even subtle about it. Stop falling for it, man. Look at Trump. He did it. He promises made, promises kept. He followed through on 0 of his promises to improve your life on the economic side. And he followed through on all of his promises about, like, you know, closing the borders and erasing transgender people from existence, right? Like, no more trans athletes. Did that improve your life at all? At a certain point, you have to realize, like, oh, this was just a lie, okay? This was just a lie that they were telling. Like, oh, if we just ban all the trans athletes, all of a sudden, my life is going to improve. Did it improve? Is shit better for you? No, it's not. It's not better for you, right? Is it getting better for you? Do you feel like there's hope for a better future, for a better tomorrow? No. At some point, you got to realize maybe you were duped. And it's okay. It's not easy to recognize. Okay? It's not healthy. It's not easy to recognize when you're being duped, right? It's tough. I get it. No one wants to feel stupid. No one wants to feel small. No one wants to feel silly. But at some point, you have to realize it. And it's liberating when you do. When you realize that these guys are simply lying to you and they're shifting your attention, the real angst, the animosity, the anger that you feel because shit's not getting better. They take that anger and they redirect it to vulnerable populations to make you think they have a different interest than you. Okay? They design enemies for you to get mad at. That's why nothing ever changes. But there are thousands of people in this community that also felt the same resentment that you did, and they worked through it. They worked through that cognitive dissonance. They worked through that anger and frustration. They were, at some point, a little charitable to the argument that I was making. It clicked at some point. If you stick around and you're charitable, it'll click for you all the same. Okay? And when it does, I promise you, you will be in a much healthier circumstance. If you want to, continue leaning into this nonsense, you can just keep going. Yeah, why don't we just fucking arrest Hasan Piker? He's a bad person. When will it work? When will we finally get rid of this fucking piece of shit? Most likely it won't be successful. But even if it is, your life is not going to get better. Okay? People are duping you into believing. People are duping you into believing that, like, I'm your fucking enemy. Let's get back to this now.
It's nothing compared to their rhetoric, their words, their honesty about wanting to tear down America.
We will work to transfer ownership to responsible stewards.
This nation was founded on genocide and the mass displacement of people.
We have to use every tool in the toolbox to make sure that we abolish ICE and keep our immigrant neighbors safe.
Was 9/11 an inevitable consequence for America based on U.S. foreign policy?
Inevitable in the sense that we destabilized a lot of the Middle East, that forced people to believe that another act of violence was the only response.
If you really want to talk about destabilization, let's see what would happen in a world without borders or prisons or police. That's a position that New York's Daria-Liza Chevalier seemingly endorsed at one time by retweeting a post claiming all of that was possible, necessary, and the only moral way forward. She also seemed pretty intrigued by communism, writing in a now deleted post in 2020. Most of the theory I've read is communism, but the pyromania associated with anarchism is very intriguing to me.
I can't believe you are, dude. How are you taking any of this seriously? Okay, really? You think Daria-Liza Avila Chevalier is going to what? Like make arson legal? Is that what you think? This is a sincerely held policy position? That's what's going on here? Like, this is why I get so annoyed when people will be like, Hasan, you really believe that Crimea belongs to the Ottomans? No, I don't, you fucking idiot. Like, that's a joke. I've made a joke. Okay? Or when people will be like they'll bring up shit that I've like very clearly joked about, where they're like, this seems very serious. Hasan, we've seen a clip of you talking about landlords, okay? Letting the streets soak red in capitalist blood. Is this a sincere policy that you're advancing? No, you fucking idiot. No, obviously not. What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay? Yeah, it's like thinking I'm pro-drunk driving because I make fucking jokes about drunk driving.
Let's read further. Years ago, when people start throwing the word comrade, you want to dust off Ayn Rand. And years ago, she made an observation that's worth remembering. She argued that communism and socialism seek the same destination. The difference is that communism seeks to get there by force, while socialism tries to get there through the ballot box. But it's still the same destination.
It's not
true,
She says
the difference between murder and suicide. We have a choice. They're telling the truth. And it's a choice that dictates a future for America. Joining me now is the Democratic Socialists of America co-chair, Ashik Siddiq. Ashik, thanks for being with us here today.
Thanks so much for having me.
I hope through the course of our conversation, I understand more about what it is the DSA seeks to accomplish in America. So let's start with a couple. Several of the candidates that the DSA has endorsed, like Daria-Liza Chevalier, have talked about the destruction of America. Is that part of the goals of the DSA, to tear down the project that we know of as America?
Our goal is to expand possibility in America and expand the promise of America. So many people have come to the United States for centuries in search of a better life, in search of opportunity. And today, the United States is the wealthiest country in the history of the world, and yet more people than ever are struggling to get by. So we believe that workers deserve more in the United States. Everybody deserves a basic floor for a good life.
understand, Ashik, what's the path? Is it in fact communism? Do you seek communism?
Our goal is democratic socialism, which we think is distinct from, the Soviet Union, which ended decades ago. So we point to examples in America's own history, like the most famous democratic socialist that many people know is Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who was a religious as well as civil rights leader, and he pushed for economic rights for all people.
I'm not sure that all your members.
True. That's good. Good line. Shout out good Reverend MLK. Most well-known and beloved democratic socialist, historical figure. The problem with, or these guys will never understand it, but like the Democratic Socialists of America is a big tent party, okay? It's a big tent left party. It's anti-capitalist, okay? Although even within the DSA, I think, let's be real, there are some social democrats, right? If you look at the caucus structure, you go all the way to the right. DSA right is comprised of people who hyper-focus on electoralism, and then you have the DSA left, people who think electoralism is ridiculous and counter-revolutionary. It's just a democratic process. It's a real party with a diversity of opinion. But ultimately, through the democratic process, they figure out an agenda, okay? I, on the other hand, not a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, like all the caucuses across the board. Yes, including the Maoists as well. What is it? Liberation Caucus is the Maoist one, right? I might be getting it wrong. I like all.
See that distinction though between democratic socialism and communism. Look, let me show you an example. This is National DSA Political Committee member David Jenkins. Watch this.
I mean, our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism. We're a diverse body of libertarian socialists, libertarian Marxists, anarchists, left communists, and other schools of thought within the sort of left wing of the socialist movement.
He says our goal is communism.
We have a big tent of all sorts of ordinary people who have many different ideas about what the pathway is or what the horizon is. I would point to what Dr. Martin Luther King said over 50 years ago. He said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism, but there has to be a better distribution of wealth within this country for all God's children.
So you use those two terms interchangeably, democracy and democratic socialism, you use that interchangeably?
We want to expand democracy. That's what it's all about.
Yep. Democracy everywhere, including in the workplace. That's it.
For us, we want to expand democracy in our government, like some of the things you talked about, like doing away with the Electoral College. That's a pretty undemocratic institution. We want to expand democracy.
He's busting out the notes. I love that. Yeah. The goal is liberation. The goal is the improvement of people's material conditions. The goal is expanding democracy. Democracy is a good thing. We just have not been able to actually achieve democracy in the United States of America. The goal is to move in that direction.
Let's get specific, okay? I am curious. So I wrote a few of them down.
The DSA needs functional microphones and media training? No, these guys are great, okay? Ashik's doing a great job. Everyone that's been on... Dude, first of all, DSA has come a long fucking way since 2016, okay? It was virtually non-existent in a fundamentally different organization, I would say, pre-2016 versus post-2016. It's been a fucking decade. And there is great messaging discipline. There's no, like, caucus drama that's being blasted on the fucking timelines when there's more mainstream attention. They're great. They've been doing a great job. They do need he needs a better microphone. That's true. Yeah. His audio is ass, but he's got media training. You can tell. Look at dude, come on, man. He's talking about, DSA, just like MLK. That's what do you mean? That is simple. It's piffy. It's straight to the fucking point.
This is based upon candidates you've endorsed, like, well, basically all of them. Do you believe in the concept of borders, nation states having a border?
We believe that right now what we have is open borders for capitalists, for CEOs. We have people who've run major companies that have hollowed out cities all over the country, taking jobs out of communities, outsourcing jobs, pushing trade deals that are bad for workers. So we would not have open borders tomorrow, but we want a world in which all working people are taken care of, every basic necessity, so that we don't need a militarized border. ICE was only created in 2003. The border.
I hear you clearly.
Dude, Will Kane is so awesome. I love Will Kane, dude. He's so goated because he's just really bad at his job. It's so dope. It's so fucking dope. Anytime someone goes on Will Kane, they just look good. What? So you aren't moving in that direction? So you think U.S. won't stay a democracy? Pull me up, Hasan. Pull me up. Man, shut the I hate when a fucking privileged ass chatter's like, pull me up right now. I have an issue with what you're saying. You better fucking listen to what I have to say. It's like, dial it back, buddy. Okay?
This is the goal of my conversation with you.
Where is Kaya? Literally right there. There you go. Pull me up. Pull me up right now. Oh, what the fuck? There. That's not the right one. Different angles upon angles, dude. Look at that. Here's all of them. She's going to roll off the side of the bed. Her booty, her fat rolls are already rolling off the side of the bed. Keep it on the multi-view? No, we're not doing that. All right, let's get back.
I want to understand. So ultimately, yes, I do hear a nation without borders. I don't think I'm mischaracterizing what you said. What about property transfer?
These guys don't understand a vision for a better future, by the way. If you slapped them in the face with it, they wouldn't comprehend it. This is like the problem with the abolitionist rhetoric as well. Like, not tomorrow, big dog. The whole point is, this is why whenever someone says like, oh, are you a communist? I'm like, look, I don't self-identify as a communist, but I have no issue with that as a final stage of our evolution. Like, it's great. It sounds fucking awesome. What do you got an issue with living moving in the direction of building a society that is classless, moneyless, borderless? Like, why would you have a problem with that? That's awesome. Like, shouldn't we try to evolve in that direction? But these guys don't understand it. When someone says like, I want to do away, like I want to build society to such a degree where there is no more issue, where like state by state travel is not dissimilar to nation by nation travel, where, right now there's no distinction between traveling in North Dakota and traveling to California, right? Like, wouldn't you love to get to a point where there is no distinction between being born in Guatemala and being born in Los Angeles, California? Like, that's the whole point. Don't you feel like that's a good goal to advance towards? Nobody's saying abolish borders tomorrow. That's not how this works. Or, well, some people might, but their answer is no. No, I know their answer is no. How do you reply to someone who says it's unrealistic? You tell them, in the 17th century, a skyscraper was fucking unrealistic, and yet you see them all around. The entire human existence is about achieving unrealistic things. It's just about a matter of, do you believe in this or not? Do you want to fight for it or not? How do you explain to someone in 1413 that one day people will go to space? They'd be like, what the fuck is that? What are you talking about? tell Europeans in 1919 that one day that entire continent would have unrestricted free travel where none of these nation states that were forming at the time would be warring with one another, and they would look at you and go, what the fuck are you talking about? I will kill the Austro-Hungarians if I ever see them. Tell the French and the English that they would actually never war again. They would be living in circumstances where there would be a canal that they could go under the water and travel with ease, okay? In the aftermath of the 100-year war, tell them that the French and the English would live in harmony and never even entertain the idea of killing one another. And they would go, what the fuck? It seems unbelievable when you're living through it, but that shouldn't stop you from wishing for a better future.
Transfers. We've heard that both from Mamdani. We've heard that from Claire Valdez in New York. And I'll just pair that with seizing the means of production. So forcible removable of private property rights and a transfer.
Somebody woke up.
I think what we want to do is have democratic decisions about how resources are distributed in our country. So the healthcare industry is the best example of that.
If a majority votes to take something away from an individual, then that would be a democratic transfer of property?
I think we would look at something like how taxes work today. Right now,
wait, I want to get back.
So forcible removable of private property rights and a transfer.
I think what we want to do is have democratic decisions about how resources are distributed in our country. So the healthcare industry is the best example of that.
If a majority votes to take something away from an individual, then that would be a democratic transfer of property?
I think we would look at something like how taxes work today. Right now, Elon Musk has just become the world's first trillionaire in America's own history. In the 1950s, when Dwight D. Eisenhower was president, there was a top marginal tax rate of 90%. So anybody making over, let's say, $1 million, 90% of that would go back to fund public services for everyone. And then over the years, that top marginal tax rate has been done away with, basically.
But Ashik, we're not just talking taxes. These candidates are talking about...
We're not just talking about taxes, dog, but that's how taxes work. Like, he's describing to you the concept that you are fearful of by pointing to the current existing version of it. Okay? That's literally it. Like, that's the reason why he's talking about taxes. He's saying, like, look, this is how what you are fearful of already exists to a certain degree. Will Kane's like, no, but I don't like that. I don't like that because it's making it harder for me to make a convincing argument.
Talking about taxes.
No, not just, I hear you, but not just taxes. Chevalier and Mamdani are talking about taking away real property, houses, apartments, landowners, taking it away from them. And you've said to me here today that if you have a democratic process for doing so, the way I think, if we're speaking honestly and not talking points, and I really am trying to hear you here, but if there's a room of 10 of us and 9 of us vote to take away a home from the single individual, that sounds like something you support.
Right now, we have a system where the richest people in the country are the ones making that decision. They're the ones making decisions about foreclosures where millions of people have lost their homes over the years.
Yeah, like the current system, the opposite of the tyranny of majority is the tyranny of minority. And that's what we have right now. It's not democracy. That's why it's so funny whenever people talk about like, oh, we can't have the tyranny of majority. It's like, oh, you mean democracy, the democratic process. Like, no wonder the decisions that are currently being made are not beneficial to the overwhelming majority of Americans because obviously we have a fucking oligarchy, okay? We have a goddamn oligarchy. It's the tyranny of the minority. Right now, the way it works is the one guy in a group of 10 people is making decisions for the 9 other people. Which system do you think is better? One guy making the decision for 9 other people, or 9 guys coming together and making a decision for all 10 people? Fundamentally, this is something you oppose because you oppose democracy. You just want democracy in name only, okay? Dino. And many Democrats are Pinos, progressive in name only. I just wanted to say Pino again. I really think it's funny to say it. You're a Dino. Someone who believes in democracy in name only. You don't want actual democracy. You're literally opposing it. You're in opposition to it right now. You're like, whoa, what if 9 people get together and decide to take my money away? It's like, okay, dude. Well, right now, one person gets to take all of the fucking productive output of the 9 other people. Why is one person making decisions for 10 people? Wouldn't it be better if 9 people were to make a decision for all 10 people? My mom calls my dad Dino because he's dad in name only. That's kind of sad, but also very funny.
We want more Americans to be able to afford their own homes, to afford the cost of rent, to afford the ability to own their own home if they can afford it. But wages are not keeping up with inflation. So and the wealthiest people right now, in Manhattan, in the island of Manhattan right now, 1 out of 3 apartments are vacant right now. They're just owned by rich people. Nobody lives there. This is why
so take them away. So take them away from the property owner and give them to the people.
I think a more productive use of like readily available housing is something that most Americans would be on board with. I mean, why? Why would you have an issue with that? We already literally do that. We do that all the time. We do that for everything else. The government does it all the time. The government will, if they want to lay down roads, the government will be like, okay, we're going to have to demolish some of these houses. Here, we'll give you money. The appropriate measure to go about it in the democratic process would be to make sure that all of those people have a say in this process, right? We only do undemocratic shit all the time against the vulnerable people. We do the undemocratic stuff all the time against poor people. We never even hear from them, right? It is democracy that you oppose.
In New York City, they just passed a pied-à-terre tax, a tax on people who have multiple properties, multiple apartments, and they should pay that. They should help fund affordable housing for everybody. Mamdani just passed a rent freeze. That's very popular. That's going to help keep costs down for millions of New Yorkers. So
last one. Do you support
like this isn't about like punishing the wealthy, right? Here's the thing that most people refuse to understand, right? It's not about punishing the wealthy. I know like people will meme about it and stuff, but it's about using the democratic process to make wealthy people participate in society in more meaningful ways, because right now their only participation is take. Sometimes it's good to give, okay? So that we can all prosper, we can all thrive. That's it. That's it. There is tremendous potential out there that is currently not being harnessed as a direct consequence of where they were born, okay? They were born in the wrong zip code to a family that was too poor, and therefore we're not unlocking the potential of these people. There are cures out there, cures for cancer, cures for AIDS, that someone could be the inventor of, but they just never go to the right school. They never get the adequate schooling. They never get the actual opportunity to unlock their potential.
Do you support doing away with police and prisons?
We want safety for everybody. So safety from us doesn't come from just investing in more and more militarized police and prisons. We want the data shows that when you take care of people economically, crime goes down. So Zoran Mamdani just passed a budget that doesn't add any new police in the budget while investing way more in other public services like mental health. Like,
I mean, we saw this in 2020, did we not? We saw defund the police and we saw crime rates go up. You want to try that again here 6 years later?
We don't. We would not make these changes immediately. We want to make police and prisons less necessary. But, you know, in the meantime, we do think there are plenty of people who our justice system should go after. We think that, for example, Jeffrey Epstein deserves to be...
Yes! Yes. Oh, I love that. Thank you. Oh, my God. Like, look, my argument always is simple on policing and also on prisons. I always say this. Like, part of the reason why I'm not an abolitionist is because I want to throw motherfuckers in jail. I'm sorry. I want to throw some people in jail, okay? If you're a super wealthy pedophile, you got to go to jail for a little bit, at least, like maybe for a long bit. Okay? What are we talking about? I want to throw motherfuckers in jail. Okay? That's number one. Number two, when it comes to policing, okay, I understand the necessity of a democratically organized institution or a group that maintains the presence of law and order and also catches criminals. Okay? There's a necessity for it. That's not how abolitionism works. I know, I'm just talking about how fucking the average person understands prison abolition or police abolition. Please, I'm speaking to that, okay? I'm telling you how I communicate about these things. I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation over incarceration. You guys know this. I've spent decades fucking talking about it, okay? You know this already. Just listen. But when we talk about policing as an institution, the way I talk about it all the time is do your fucking job. Your job is to protect and serve the people. Right now, all you're doing is protecting and serving the interests of capital. Okay? Do your fucking job. I think that's an infinitely more convincing message for the average American who literally believes that cops are the greatest institution that has ever existed than anything else. Do your job. Do your job. Do your job, please. It's the most spoiled organization in the United States of America. It's like the only institution that has employees that literally get paid unbelievable amounts of money for failure, okay? It's the CEOs and cops, okay? CEOs and cops constantly, never penalized for doing a bad job, only given more money for doing a bad job. It's ridiculous, okay? Have accountability. Make sure that you're doing your fucking job. Well, Congress too. That's another one. Sounding like TYT Hasan? No, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Look, if someone steals your shit, okay? Let's say someone steals your fucking car. This is an experience that people in this chat might have had, right? Someone steals your bike, someone steals your car. Okay, you call the cops. Does anyone in here believe that cops are going to go and chase your car down? Someone steals your phone. Does anyone believe? I mean, this has happened to me many times, right? Back in the day. No. Well, what the fuck's your job then? What is your literal profession, dog? That's the job. The fuck do you mean? Oh, Grand Theft Auto? Sorry, we don't have the bandwidth. What is the bandwidth? Dicking around and playing fucking Candy Crush at metro stations? Like, what the fuck do you mean? What is your bandwidth? What is your job? That is literally your fucking job. Do your job, please. That's my argument. Sorry, best I can do is police violence to random unarmed teenagers. It's like, okay, well, that sucks. Okay, please do your job, please. My dad's work truck got stolen years ago. All cops did was take a report, and we only got it back because someone else knew my dad's truck and contacted us when he saw where it was left. I know. So many people themselves have done the retrieval. It's ironic. We know people have done it, that have done this. Myth has done this, right? Myth literally had to fucking retrieve his own dang car. Because cops don't do shit. I had this happen. Someone stole like 4 phones out of lockers. I tracked the phones to the guy's house. He was seen by the lockers and the cops did nothing. That also, you know what the other ironic part about this is? Stop a soundboard. That's a terrible name, by the way. Bruh. Okay, terrible name. The ironic part about this is like these guys will always talk about like tough on crime, tough on crime, tough on crime. Like, dog, you know what's actually not tough on crime? Just not tracking, not doing any detective work. Not actually trying to, in any way, shape, or form, solve theft, for example. Okay? And when you do solve the theft, obviously my solution to this is not to like fucking crack the whip, unbelievable style, and like, you know, throw these guys in the slammer permanently, right? The long-standing solution to this is to make sure that there's no reason for a dude to be stealing all this shit, right? Solve the underlying material inequities that have caused someone to engage in this kind of behavior. Finally, notice only took a few months. Yeah, well, I'm not stopping the soundboard, even though I have kind of. Oh, yeah, maybe he's saying, stop. Pause. Hasan's soundboard. Like, that's what he's saying. There's also a shit ton of crimes that go unsolved and unresolved. You know, the type of crimes that rich people do. And I'm not just talking about Epstein-style pedophilia either. I'm talking about wage theft, for example. I'm talking about like poisoning the fucking water supply so the company you're in charge of can make a quick buck instead of finding more costly alternatives for the toxic pollution. Do you see what I mean? Those guys are criminals. Put their asses in fucking prison, bitch. And then we sit around and wonder why there's no like social fabric that holds everything together. Because the social contract is getting violated all the time.
In prison for running a billionaire pedophile ring, and lots of people associated with him should probably be prosecuted. We think fossil fuel CEOs should be prosecuted for lying about climate change caused by fossil fuels.
So these arguments that you're making, I'm curious about your constituency.
Yeah.
I just want to talk about the constituency for the DSA for a moment, because you make this working class argument as though you're looking out for the poor and the downtrodden. But the membership of the DSA doesn't reflect that's actually who's supporting your policies and your platform. The New York Times just published a survey of your DSA membership. And it's interesting what it notes. It says 80% of your membership are college educated. Another 85% are white. So you're made up almost in the 80 to, we can put it up on the screen, 80 to 90% of well-educated, well-off white people. Is that who it is you're fighting for? Is that, if it's not, why are those that you suggest you're fighting for not supporting you, Ashik?
Well, we're winning candidates all over the country and uniting people across differences. The DSA is led by working class people across the country, and the people that I organize with every day are not all white, higher educated people. They're multi-generational, racially diverse in every part of the country. We have teachers.
Well, I hear you, but I'm looking at the stats of the survey of your membership. 80 to 85% fit the profile we just talked about.
I would compare that to who's in our government right now, who's running the corporations that fund our politics. All across the country, DSA members who are not just young white people, not just in New York, not just in Los Angeles, but we're winning candidates in politics in the South, in Midwest, in Georgia, in Kentucky, in Michigan. And these are diverse, average working class people.
I noticed. Yeah,
with loan
absolutely.
debt, working minimum wage jobs, just like any other person
supported
in this
by
country.
rich white kids who have a...
Dog, saying that at Fox News is so funny. Like, you don't openly channel the interests of like unbelievably super wealthy white people. You're on Fox News, Will. You're white and rich. As a matter of fact, the only reason why you're bringing this up as though it's a significant problem is because this institution that you claim is comprised entirely of rich white folk are not fighting for the interests of rich white folk. That's why you're mad.
Wish list of economic policies that resemble a college dorm room. I think you've been incrementalist in our conversation and therefore not completely honest, but I do think you've helped me I think you've enlightened me some degree about the extent of that wish list you have. And I appreciate your willingness to engage and share with us what you hope, what your vision is of America. Ashik Sadiq, thank you.
All right, thanks for taking the time.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox.
Thank you all for joining me. In the midst of these really crazy times in our country, I wanted to say a few words about the political situation as I see it. As I think all of you know, our political revolution, our grassroots movement, was never ever about electing one person to become president of the United States. Not Bernie Sanders, not anybody else. We are a movement to elect progressives at every level who will fight for a government that represents all of us and not just the 1%. That's what we are about. And last night, I'm happy to tell you that Melat Kiros, a candidate who we supported, many of you contributed to financially, won a huge upset victory in the Denver, Colorado area. She took on a 30-year incumbent member of the House of Representatives, and she won by a 10-point margin.
13, Bernard.
Her opponent,
speak on it though, King,
had millions and millions of dollars in super PAC funding.
Oh, I want to bring something up here. For all the ultras, it's not just Daria Liza. Melat is also in favor of an embargo on Israel. Now imagine if I had your perspective. Because I know there's a lot of people who have been like, oh, none of these candidates actually want to do an embargo or sanctions on Israel. That's not true. Almost all the candidates that I've interviewed and have won their races are in favor of an embargo. Okay? Now, what's interesting about this, however, they're interested in an embargo, interested in holding Israel accountable. Can you imagine? Yeah, including Adam Hamawi, for example. Wait, don't say that out loud. Wait, what do you mean? Why wouldn't I say that out loud? I have literally interviewed them on this position. What are you talking about? They have openly revealed that that is their position. It's a part of their campaigns. Now, imagine if Bernie Sanders was like, no, we can't have that. That's unacceptable. I love Israel. I'm not showing support for any of these candidates. Where would we be? Where would we fucking be? Uncle Bern understands that there are going to be significant disagreements in this movement. Okay? Same spot with one less old guy. See, you're foolish. Bernie Sanders is the most popular politician in the country. You're being a silly goose. So don't criticize Bernie? No. That's not the argument, dumbass. The argument is have an understanding, have a theory for change, or be a little bit more open-minded to others who have a different theory of change than you. We should criticize and push Bernie to do better. Bernie is 80 plus years old. You are not going to be able to change his mind on this, I don't think. And as long as he's not an impediment to further progress on this issue, it's just you feeling better about yourself because you're yelling at a guy who is, regardless of his perspective, doing more than you are in terms of moving the conversation in a direction that is honest and just for the Palestinians, in a direction where there is liberation for Palestinians. That's it. I have my criticisms of Bernie on the issue of Israel. I've made them known. Don't punch down on people with less power. Wait, what? No. You don't get to do that.
And greatly outspent her. But Melat did what progressives...
Although I agree with you, Loki, I think we are wrong. Okay.
Always do. She ran a strong grassroots campaign with many, many hundreds of volunteers, and she won. When I look at Melat's victory, when I look at the election results, in New York City that made Zohran Mamdani the mayor of that city?
Can you imagine if Bernie was like, yeah, Maylot wants to embargo Israel. That's unacceptable. I'm not going to lend her support. Sorry, it's not going to happen, you know?
Yesterday was a big night.
It would be ridiculous. Then I would have a very different take on Bernard. Okay? Stephen Miller tweeting about you. You must understand why communists in America consider unrestricted migration to be so critical to their monstrous ambitions. Oh boy. I can't tell if this is just like them being an extremely online movement and therefore talking about me, or if this is like sincerely something that they're trying to come after. It's crazy, bro. They really do. I've pissed off some fairly powerful people, I think.
For progressives, Colorado shows a new generation of progressives like Milad are building a new and bold Democratic Party. It's time for the old guard to step aside. A lot of people are asking me what I make of these progressive wins. I say the era of cliches that politicians deliver with charisma and charm is over. This is a time for courage. Voters want to know where you stand on the tough issues and whether you will fight for real change in our unfair and lopsided economic and political system. Are you for single-payer health care? For taxing the wealth of billionaires? For stopping these foreign wars? For recognizing the genocide in Gaza? For abolishing and replacing ICE?
It's so funny because Roe's wife is really rich. Okay? It's not a secret. Like unfathomably rich. And it's really funny because he's always been rich. Right? And yet, it was never an issue until he literally started backing these left flank candidates, these insurgent candidates all around the country. Okay? And now the New York Post is treating him as a hypocritical socialist too. Everyone, my dream is to get to a point where basically every single person that dares to dream of a better future gets hit with that same hypocritical socialist ray, okay? Until people go, all right, I guess you're just saying that about anyone that wants me to have a better future. Because it was kind of fucking lonely for the longest time, you know what I mean? It's funny because they're doing the 9/11 Andy shit to Maylot for saying the same thing, that like, you know, American destabilization in the region is what led to 9/11. And they're like, this is unfathomable. How dare you say this? So I do think it advances discourse a little bit in a productive manner. Especially when candidates that get hit with that attack still end up winning. It shows that these lines of attack don't work. Yeah. There's this one chatter keeps spamming. Use chopsticks all you want. You'll never be Japanese. Fuck you.
For workers over AI, for money out of politics. This is not an age for triangulation or obfuscation. We're in a moment of transformational change in this country, and I'm calling on our party to listen to voters demanding more from us.
The end of the Democratic Party as you once knew it. As we speak, anti-American extremists now are literally burning this party to the ground, and in its place, a new Democratic socialist cabal is now taking root, while Democratic, quote, leaders don't dare ever speak up or say a word to this radicalism. They cower in fear. The latest political victim, a far-left 15-term incumbent congresswoman from Colorado, just unseated by...
If you're Diane DeGette, I wonder how you feel about Sean Hannity defending your honor. Like, you're Diana DeGette, and Sean Hannity is defending your honor? That's got to be a strange experience, right? You're like a fucking Congressional Progressive Caucus, like senior ranking member. I don't know if it's just my algorithm. I don't even really use Facebook that much anymore, but every time I see a post from one of the usual suspects, New York Post, WAPO, JI, etc., the comments are all waking up to the fact that what's going on and calling this kind of stuff out. I think there's a quiet movement going on behind the scenes. Also, Zoran stuff goes giga hard on IG at levels I've never seen before. Yeah. No, for sure. It's 100% true. It does go giga hard. I do think people are, dude, this is why, while I'm not the most rabid electoralist, I keep telling you all the fucking time, like, the greatest, easiest pathway to fucking reaching normies is by running candidates that are openly democratic socialists and then having those candidates fucking win and having those candidates represent a broad base of ideologically diverse people. There is no greater megaphone for this fucking movement. That's my whole point. That's why I've been fucking working my goddamn ass off with this shit. One day, many of you will understand. I mean, many of you in this community already understand. That's why you're in this community. That's why you're day in, day out, doing this shit. Okay? But eventually, all of those naysayers, whether to my left or to my right, will get with the program. When the program is undeniable, when the message is unavoidable, when we are resilient, we are unbowed, unbossed, and unbought, and we deliver results, ultimately, people are going to act as though they were there all along. Okay? Trust. Just trust the fucking plan, dude. I feel like I've carved out enough goodwill from many. Trust the motherfucking process. QAnon, baby.
A communist named Malat Kiros. Take a look.
This shit don't hit. This shit don't hit no more. There's no Cold War. There's no USSR. It don't hit.
From coast to coast, from every level of office, we are taking back our party and our country.
Now, make no mistake, this is a coast-to-coast radical socialist communist movement filled with educated elitists, many that just hate America as it is. They want to fundamentally change it in ways that would make it unrecognizable. And like many of our comrades, well, Kiros wants the government to seize private property, abolish ICE, ban private insurance, enact the Green New Deal, install price controls, and so much more. Take a look.
We will not wait! We will not wait to take the fight to Donald Trump and the oligarchy. We will not wait! We will not wait to abolish ICE and pass Medicare for all!
Now, at the core of these radical beliefs is a great disdain for our country. In fact, she once suggested that America had it coming on 9/11. 2,977 Americans slaughtered that day. But she's not the only insane candidate nominated by Democrats in last night's Colorado primaries. In the 8th Congressional District, Democrats nominated a guy who called on America to phase out meat and dairy consumption because of climate change. He apparently wants Americans to rely on beans and nuts. No, thank you. Take a look.
I'm here testifying to ask that you amend SB 884 to include climate-friendly food procurement language. Inefficient foods create an enormous strain on our environment. Reducing the impacts of our food system is absolutely necessary to reach international goals of maintaining temperature increases below 2 degrees Celsius.
Oh, God. Austinox. Austinox! Oh, you did this!
With a growing population, this issue requires our urgent attention. The report concludes that the globe must dramatically shift away from animal products and towards fruits, vegetables, legumes, whole grains, and nuts.
Now, according to a report tonight from Axios, many elected Democrats, they are now panicking behind closed doors. Now, of course, no one in the Democratic Party, with the exception of John Fetterman, has the courage to stand up and confront these, well, insufferable radical extremists. For example, one socialist who just unseated a longtime serving member of Congress in New York's primary wants to
my queen,
abolish private property. Also wants to abolish the police completely.
Beast mode.
America's prisons completely. America's borders completely. She doesn't want anybody to.
Again, these guys obviously make a living not understanding that you can have ideals. You can have an ideal design, a future that we can move in the direction of. It doesn't mean like, empty out the prisons tomorrow. Speaking of Astronauts, will we ever get the Belfast video? Oh, brother, don't even ask me. I forgot numerous trips that I've been on. Hassan, are you comfortable in suits? Yes. Let me keep it $150 with y'all. The suits have been incredible, and they're so cozy and so comfy because they're fucking bespoke. Dude, I never thought that I would be a firm and committed believer in the whole, because like people always say like a tailored suit fits better than anything else you've ever worn. And I was like, yeah. People just say that. But it's true. 100p. It's so cozy. You could sleep in these bitches, dude. Straight up. It's incredible. Are you still going to get a zoot suit? Yes, I am. Did the tailor cup your balls when he measured you? Yes. No, but fuck it. Why not? I only sleep fully nude, non-negotiable. Okay. That's for you. I do that too sometimes. Bro, you like the suit because it hugs your body like a weighted blanket? It's a tism? No, I like it because my whole life I've had a hard time finding shit that actually fits me. Finding clothes that fit my body, right? Being like weirdly proportioned. All jokes aside. Now that I've like worn shit that is specifically made for my body, it's a dream. It's a totally different experience. And no, not my head size.
Reported, not even criminal illegals convicted of rape and of murder. And a day after October the 7th and the massacre in Israel, she attended a pro-Hamas rally in Times Square. She also once bragged about using the American flag to wipe her hands and was a key member of a group dedicated to, quote, eradicating America. She also previously referred to white women as ugly colonizers during an online tirade about interracial dating. And now Democrats in New York, they are ready to send this pretty despicable communist to the halls of Congress. So our question tonight, is there any Democrat in New York, around the country, willing to stand against this horrible, bigoted, anti-American extremism? Well, apparently not Kamala Harris. In yet another sign that she's running for president in 2028, Kamala now reportedly reaching out to anti-Israel activists, along with New York City Marxist Mayor Zoran Marxist Kami Mamdani. All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new podcast, Hanging Out with Me, Sean.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about Kamala. But before we do that, Bill de Blasio was invited to Hannity to defend Marxist Mamdani and the future of the Democratic Party. And it's fantastic. Let's take a look.
Zoran Marxist Kami Mamdani. He's friends with, by the way, our next guest. And that's former New York City Mayor, Comrade Bill de Blasio. You know, I used to say that affectionately. They almost make you look moderate. And you were not a moderate, just for the record.
I'm going to take that as a compliment, Sean. Thank you.
All right. Let me go through.
Look.
Yep.
Wait. You were such a crucial figure in the growth of the MAGA movement, which to a lot of mainstream Republicans was considered absolutely radical. Outrageous things were said by Donald Trump and a lot of other folks in MAGA that never would have been said by Republicans before. And yet it tapped into something that a lot of Americans were concerned about and were feeling. I don't know why there's a double standard here. So on the left of the Democratic Party, you're hearing some really blunt, I don't agree with all of it, obviously, but some really blunt sense that the status quo is not working in America. I think that's part of what Donald Trump was saying in his own way. So I don't think it's surprising that given everything that's wrong in our economy, given how much people are struggling to make ends meet, that candidates who are saying this status quo is broken are actually going to get this kind of energy.
I can't believe Michael from PA went to the beach that makes you old, but I'm also happy that he finally got a haircut, a beard cut, and also started wearing suits. You know, he didn't have to go to the beach that makes you old to be able to get there. I think he could have just done it without going to the beach that makes you old, but hey, it's fine. I was fucked up. So, Bill de Blasio is kind of chill. I know people will fucking yell at me for it, but you're an asshole. Wait, why? Infighting? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Infighting? Buddy, you're getting clipped. It's over. You're getting clipped. They got you on the timeline, constantly fucking playing the hits, playing the notes. That's only going to get worse. Put a fucking suit on, get a haircut. It's time for, it's time for respectability politics. That's it. Record behavior? I don't think it's record behavior. Look, Malcolm X dropped the zoot suits after wearing it for decades. If he can play respectability politics to a certain degree, we can too. That's all I'm saying. It works. It literally works better than you would think.
And enthusiasm behind him.
Okay, let's take a look at the three candidates that your friend Zoran Marxist Kami Mamdani supported.
I like that you give him two middle names there. Two middle names.
Well, I only gave you one. Maybe that means I like him more. I don't know. I kind of like you more because you're more willing to come on the program. Let me go through the record, for example, of one of the people that he helped elect. And this woman, Darlazia, whatever her name, Chevalier, here are her positions. Because I think people need to really understand fundamentally where they stay. She, again, they call themselves Democratic Socialists, but she wants to abolish the police completely. Let's go through it all. She wants to abolish America's prisons completely. She wants no American borders completely. She doesn't want anybody deported, even people, illegals, convicted of murder and rape. A day after October the 7th, she showed up at a pro-Hamas rally in Times Square. That would be the equivalent of losing 40,000 Americans in a day if you extrapolate out the population. Brags about using the American flag to wipe her hands. Now, is that your party? Is that who you are? Would you vote for her?
Sean, the question is, why did the people of that district vote for her?
No. That's your question. I asked you a different question. My question is,
look, she's the Democratic
simple.
nominee.
Hang on. Would you vote for her?
She is the Democratic nominee. I would vote for her, yes. But let me tell you what's going on here. Because you can do your list. Sean, you can do your list.
Come on, Bill. Just be like, I would have voted for her in the primary. Beast mode, bro. Come on. Bill. You went to the beach that makes you old. You got a haircut. You got a beard cut. You're looking good. Okay? Michael from Pennsylvania, now Michael from the beach that makes you old. B. Bill the Bastio. Not Bill the Bear. Lean into it. Fuck it.
But what's really happening is she spoke out against what America's been doing in the Middle East, and a lot.
When Mike from Pierre saw you suggested he wear a suit, he called you bald. Respectability politics. All I'm saying. Look, Mike can do whatever he wants. Of course, he's an adult. He does a great job. He's been nailing down the fucking the elections with his poll position predictions down to the fucking wire. I'm just saying, as someone who's gone through this process already, respectability politics suck me from the back. No, dude. That's not, look, am I a respectable person? No. There are certain places where you don't have to compromise. But then there are others where a little bit of compromise can go a long way. It's that simple. Okay? I don't moderate my positions, although I don't moderate my positions, or I don't lie about my positions, but I will speak in a language that people understand. Sometimes I use mean words. I don't shy away from that. But a little bit of respectability politics on the optics front goes a long way. Bespoke, anything including arguments in bourgeois decadence? Yeah. You're right. Giving craftsmen and artisans the time and money for them to give you something that you use for the rest of your life is actually wrong and immoral, as opposed to fast fashion, which is smart and good. How do you feel about the DNC redesign? When you don't know what socialism is, so you call it communism because you don't know what that is either? That's so dumb. Do you think you'll interview with Omar Fateh? Brother, I love Omar. That's my goat. Are you kidding me? I've been to that man's home. The only man I will interview is Turby Derby. All right,
A lot of Americans, Sean, a clear majority of Americans do not think we should be in a war with Iran, including a lot of people who supported Donald Trump. A clear majority of Americans think that what the Netanyahu government has done in Israel to the Palestinian people is wrong, and America should not be supporting it. So listen, wait, let me finish.
We're not talking about Israel. No. We're not talking about Israel.
Wait. The question
we are
is,
talking
Sean,
about,
just give me a second.
She wants to abolish the police. She wants no borders. She wants illegals that commit murder and rape to not go to prison. And I'm asking you, you are the mayor of New York City. I'm asking you if you would vote for this lady, and you're telling me yes? You'd vote for this lunatic?
And I'll tell you what. I'll tell you why. No, I don't think she's a lunatic. I disagree with her. Sean, I can't believe you've never voted for someone you had some disagreements with. I disagree with her on some things, but I want you, Sean, for you and your many, many viewers, this is what's going on in the Democratic Party. A lot of people who vote Democrat are saying we want to see Democrats take on Trump, not wimp.
It's interesting because I spent a good deal of time with Bill on Zoran's Victory Night party. And I told you guys, he's like a very interesting dude. He was definitely much more open-minded than I thought he would be. You guys talk? We spent like a good chunk of the time together. Him and his kid. New York City is weird.
Cower before him. They think ICE is totally broken. I believe in secure borders. I don't believe in ICE. They think what we're doing in the Middle East is wrong. They think that nothing's being done to address the cost of living. You go down this list. When these candidates talk about Medicare for all, there's a whole lot of Americans who would like to have better health insurance, who can't make ends meet. So I think you should realize why people are voting for these progressive candidates, because they represent change.
You would never abolish the police. You would secure the border. She wants to seize public property.
Dude, I love this. Here's why I love this. Because when a real, you know what this is? A Chrysler 300 looks like a Bentley until a Rolls Royce rolls around, like a Phantom rolls around in town. That's what this is, okay? Sean Hannity is currently saying to Bill fucking de Blasio, sir, you love protecting the borders. Sean Hannity has never said that about Bill de Blasio. As a matter of fact, Sean Hannity has probably consistently said that Bill de Blasio wanted to abolish the police. What happened? What fucking happened, Sean? Why are you acting brand new, Sean? I thought Bill was a Marxist commie. Now you're treating my mans like a moderate centrist. Huh.
She doesn't want she doesn't want private ownership of property. Now,
Sean,
you're telling me
a single member of Congress doesn't make those decisions.
You were the mayor of New York City. You're telling me that this does not seem so over the top that it's going to destroy your party. I think she, Mamdani, AOC, Bernie, Pocahontas, Mamdani, I think you guys are destroying your party. So I guess I'm okay with it.
Sean, first of all, Bernie Sanders is at this moment the most popular political figure in America. A lot of people who voted for Donald Trump would very comfortably vote for Bernie Sanders too, because they want to see someone who's going to address the fact that their families are not doing well enough economically and their kids don't have enough future economically. And Donald Trump has not given an answer. The war in Iran made things worse for our economy, made things worse for people trying to pay the bills at the kitchen table. So now you have a group of Democrats that say, we don't accept the status quo. We don't accept the big corporate donations. We don't want to go to the fancy cocktail parties.
But you don't
we want to be a different Democratic Party. And wait. That's a Democratic Party that can actually win. I said last year...
It's just strange. I thought Sean would be excited that the party's being destroyed, right? What the hell's going on?
So you're saying to me, I want to be clear,
affordability, and that's actually how Democrats will win, because that's what Democrats have always supposed to have been about.
A Democratic Party that wants to completely abolish the police, that wants to abolish American borders. Hold on. That's what she stands for, and you said you'd vote for her. She doesn't want anybody deported. She doesn't want anybody deported.
Elizabeth
she wants
Warren,
to seize the means of production and private property and private homes.
You can do this thing, my friend. You can do your list, but I want to bring you back to reality.
If I did
a list on Donald Trump, in 2016 or 2024 of every outrageous thing he called for, every outrageous thing he'd ever said, you'd say, this guy could never be president. But what he managed to do, to his credit, what he managed to do was say to people he was going to make fundamental change. The tables have turned, Sean. Now the American people want fundamental change from Donald Trump. That's why he's at 30% approval. And they're looking at Democrats who are not the standard issue, go along, get along, moderate Democrats. They're looking at people who actually might change things. So I don't think it's so surprising. It's a time where insurgency is happening on left and right, Sean.
You have yet to give me one item on Donald Trump's list. I keep telling you she wants to abolish the borders. She wants to abolish prisons. She would allow convicted murderers and rapists to stay in the country that are here illegally, and you'd vote for her. That is madness.
Listen,
that is insanity.
When I say Donald Trump's list, in 2016, when he ran for president, he said things that were overtly derogatory and divisive about different communities in this country.
Give me something on the list. You haven't named one thing. Give me one thing on the list.
Hold on. He has denigrated our democratic institutions. He's taken us into a
Give me
war
one
that the American people
specific.
don't want. You go down. No, but wait a
Abolish
second.
police?
I'm only saying to you, if you went through the list of every outrageous thing Donald Trump's ever said or done, all the corruption he's now personally benefiting from in his family, you'd say, how on earth could this guy get elected anything? But the reality is people are not looking at those things. They're looking at who do they think will actually change a status quo that doesn't work for middle class and working class Americans.
I'm going to make a prediction.
That's where these new Democrats are actually onto something.
Okay, let me make a prediction. It might work in New York City, and New York City may go hard left, and places like Colorado may go hard left, and Washington State and California and New Jersey and Illinois. But I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. If you're looking for independents to vote for a platform that says the borders are open, we'll have no police, defund, dismantle, we'll take away private property, if you think that's a winning formula,
no.
Good luck.
That's not the
'Cause
platform.
I don't think it is.
That's not the platform. Look at Mamdani. Look
Here's
at
my
Mamdani. This
list.
is why Trump.
I
This
got
is
the
why.
list.
Wait a minute. This is why Trump. This is why Trump gets along with Mamdani, because he saw that Mamdani talked
They don't
about
get along.
the rent.
That's all an
he
act.
talked about the.
I don't believe it.
Wait. I believe Trump saw that Mamdani was onto something. And what Mamdani has talked about is not all those other things you say. He's talked about people being able to pay the rent, being able to afford to get on a bus, being able to afford childcare. He's done some real things on those things already. The point is that's what Democrats are going to run on. If they have any sense, and I think we are getting finally some sense as a party, we're not going to be the party of the status quo. We're going to be the party that talks about real economic change and what people need at the kitchen table.
Are you going to be the party that's anti-Semitic? Are you going to be the party that doesn't like Israel?
Look, let me tell you, Sean, I've worked very closely with the Jewish community in the most Jewish city on earth for years.
I agree with you.
I believe I abhor
You're not Mamdani, I'll tell you that.
I abhor anti-Semitism. I also abhor what Netanyahu has done to the Palestinian people. And by the way, there's a huge percentage of Jewish people in New York City who feel the same way. So it's not, I mean, the American people believe what the Israeli government has done is wrong, and they don't believe we should be supporting it. So you don't have to, you could be someone who believes in respecting all religions and faiths and ethnicities, but still say what that Israeli government has done is wrong.
Here's something that's even more dangerous for your party, and you could take this for what it's worth. It's coming from me. You probably won't believe me. The fact that people like Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries are supposed to be, quote, leaders in your party won't stand up to this radicalism is going to destroy your party. And I'll say this midterm election, all bets are off because these are uncharted waters, and it's because of Graham Plattner, Tallarico, El Sayed, who's out campaigning with Hasan Piker that said America deserved 9/11. That is going to hurt your party. No police will hurt your party. No borders will hurt your party. All of this, take private property, will hurt your party. I may be wrong. If I'm wrong, come back the day after Election Day and tell me I was wrong.
Sean, you are a student of history. The times we're living in now bear a striking resemblance to what our country was going through in the 1930s. It's not as dramatic as the Great Depression, but what is true is American families are hurting. You know it. They're hurting financially, economically, across the board. There's very few people that feel secure. In that environment, people are looking for stronger voices. The things you just said were said about Franklin Roosevelt,
and you know
honestly.
what?
He was some godless communist. Franklin Roosevelt gave us a country that worked, and you have to understand the voters are listening for who is going to deliver them some actual change.
Why would Mamdani dox a guy like Ken Griffin, who is going to spend $6 billion in New York on business and chase him out of the city of New York?
Sean,
How stupid is that?
I missed it.
The average.
Fuck. Sorry. Shawnee boy, once again, talking about me, but not to me. Shawnee baby. Shawnee baby. I felt a disturbance in the force. Felt a disturbance of the force. You pee in that suit, girl? Yeah, I do. Sometimes I poop in it too. Where did he say it? Where did he say it?
form that says the prop.
This is why the rent.
That's all. I agree with you.
I believe I abhor.
You're not.
1108.
And they don't believe we should be supporting people in New York City, Palestinian people. Government.
This your part wrong. If all of this, that is going to hurt your party. No police will hurt your party. Who's of Graham Plattner, Tallarico, El Sayed, who's out campaigning with Hasan Piker that said America deserved 9/11. That is going to hurt your party. No police will hurt your party. No borders will hurt your party. All of this take.
Yeah. Guy who fucking has made a career opposing your cause, giving you advice on how to save your cause.
Private property will hurt your party. I may be wrong. If I'm wrong,
I'll tell you
come
something.
back the day after Election Day and tell me I was wrong.
Sean, you are a student of history. The times we're living in now bear a striking resemblance to what our country was going through in the 1930s. It's not as dramatic as the Great Depression, but what is true is American families are hurting. You know it. They're hurting.
It's pretty funny that he's like saying Abdul El Sayed, myself, Zahra Mamdani, and he doesn't have anything on Abdul, so he has to be like, he's campaigning with Hasan Piker, like as though that's a fucking, big deal or whatever, when it's not. And then he brings up Zahra Mamdani, he brings up Graham Plattner, but my favorite is when they talk about Tallarico. Okay? When you bring forward James motherfucking Tallarico in this group of individuals, it's so funny. Because, it's like having fucking 3 pit bulls and then a poodle on the side and being like, he's a part of the team. Like, do you see how vicious this fucking poodle is? Like, what are you talking about? Have you heard Tofu Tallarico speak on shit? He's literally like, love thy neighbor. I am literally gay as hell for every one of God's children all the time. My enemies are at the end of the day, people I pray for. What do you mean? Yeah, friggin' live action moral oral over here, and they're talking about him like he's about to join Hamas or something.
Financially, economically, across the board. There's very few people that feel secure. In that environment, people are looking for stronger voices. The things you just said were said about Franklin Roosevelt,
And you know
honestly.
what?
That he was some godless communist. Franklin Roosevelt gave us a country that worked, and you have to understand the voters are listening for who is going to deliver them some actual
why
change.
would Mamdani dox a guy like Ken?
I know why de Blasio's in Tucson, Lemafeo. He's banging a local politician. Bill de Blasio is a dog. No other way to go about it. He's a straight fucking dog, okay? He really is. He really is. You think, dude, I mean, he's swagged the fuck out. He's swagged out, bro. Look at him. Michael from Pennsylvania. Going to the beach that makes you old. He tall as fuck. Yeah, he's like my height. Or he might be taller than me. Why the fuck is his 6'7" ass in motherfucking Tucson when it's 120 degrees right now? Because he's a dog.
Griffin, who was going to spend $6 billion in New York on business and chase him out of the city of New York.
I'm going to drop a link, bro. You can't.
Wait, this is another great example. The average, listen, a lot of your viewers, the average American, the average Republican, the average independent voter believes the rich are not paying their fair share of taxes. What Mamdani was saying is, how can a guy have a condo worth over $100 million? How can one individual have that and then not pay their fair share of taxes? Most Americans across the board ideologically agree with that.
Taxes. He pays taxes in New York,
but he does not pay his fair share of taxes overall.
Now he's going to spend the $6 billion in Florida, my free state.
And then he got a huge tax. He got a huge tax break from Donald Trump on top of everything else.
All right, Bill de Blasio, appreciate you being with us. All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new podcast, Hanging Out with me, Sean Hannity.
Relevant. Talked to a Texas pastor last weekend. He now hates Trump and his congregation is starting to as well. But he also hates Tallarico for twisting the scriptures. In the same breath, he said he liked Mamdani and Plattner, knew of him because of the tattoo, because they were for the working man. Texas is weird. No, that's not weird at all. That actually makes perfect sense. This is something that I've talked about with respect to James Tallarico, who could win without heeding my advice, of course. I mean, there are millions, tens of millions of dollars at play here. And he is a very talented orator. But I will say this. That is the biggest problem with Tallarico. Texas is ready for left populism. It's not weird at all. What's the biggest difference between James Tallarico and Graham Plattner and Zohran Mamdani? James Tallarico is playing by woke 1.0 standards. Woke 2.0 means full-blown left economic populism. You're not compromising on like racism or transphobia or whatever, but you're also not doing the whole land acknowledgement style empty gestures for the hyper woke crowd, right? Unfortunately, Tallarico plays to that a little bit because that's his whole fucking team. It sucks, but it's true. I think he was better off beforehand, and he still has that dog in him. I'm almost certain of it. Like his Joe Rogan interview, the whole it's not left, it's not right, it's up versus down. That mentality was really good. That's Swaggerico. Okay? That's Swaggerico. Tallarico, on the other hand, is like the Liz Smith adjacent, Mallory McMorrow style attitude. Did you say a land acknowledgement is empty? Yes. Hello? Land back is not empty. Land acknowledgement is. Just the whole point. A whole point of the land acknowledgement is literally just be like, yeah, all right, we genocided you guys. Here you go. What do you want? Think about it with Gaza. Do you think if Israel did a fucking land acknowledgement that would be their crimes would be held accountable for? Like, do you think that we'd be fine with those crimes? Anyway, I wish Tallarico was Swaggerico. Okay. I wish you went more beast mode on left economic populism, because I think that shit would go crazy in Texas. Here's the thing. Swaggerico exists. And the Texas Latinos like him quite a bit. He's gonna go crazy mode on the turnout, especially the young Texas Latino population. But in order to boost turnout, I think he needs to go harder on left populism. Yeah, but it's still good to do at a local level. When can a small local meeting do for a land back other than acknowledge the genocide? What? I just gave you an example. Israel has committed a genocide in Gaza. Do you think that, like, if they started doing land acknowledgements, that would be atoning for what they have done thus far? It's an empty gesture.
With reaction, Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John.
Oh,
Fetterman.
he's going after all the hits.
I think I know you pretty well. I don't think you want to abolish the police. I don't think you want to abolish prisons. I don't think you want to take away people's homes. I don't think you want Democrats...
Literally started the stream with the land acknowledgement. Yeah, it's a fucking meme. Like, what are you talking about?
...using the means of production. I don't think you want criminals that commit rape and murder that are here illegally not deported. Am I wrong?
Oh, well, of course, Sean. And now the ones that difference between me and other Democrats, you know, we're a Democrat that's willing to call out these individuals and some of the absurd things that they have said and the kinds of beliefs they are. You know, the one thing that absolutely is in common, just contempt for Israel, that essentially is becoming just rank anti-Semitism. The individual that just won in Colorado, she refused to describe the situation where someone firebombed a group of Jews that was just rallying for the Israeli hostages at that time and killed a woman. She refused to even address that.
I don't think we need to listen to John Fetterman. I'll be honest.
Tommy Lahrens, the co-host of the Big Weekend Show. Tommy, I mean, Teddy Roosevelt saw it coming.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done with Fox News molding. Okay, so DSA Watch has been doing this shit. It's really funny. Matt Bennett's been doing this shit as well. Abdullah said tries to dodge questions when asked about his relationship with Hasan Piker. I'm sitting on a panel with a very diverse group of people. Did I vet all of you before I came and sat here? You're running for office. This is why you're being vetted. He's not trying to dodge, man. He's trying to respond to how stupid this fucking question is. And I think he's doing a great job. Also, DSA Watch. Very interesting. DSA Watch is very interesting. Abdullah say it's not DSA, so what are they watching? Kind of gives the game away, don't it? Interestingly enough, it's not about watching DSA at all. It's just anti-Zionist. Clearly botted account. Clearly Israeli bot account, for the record. Speaking of the demographics, the lack of DSA support for Gonzalez badly hurt her in Denver, where late shifts were far less pronounced than they were for Quiroz. Earliest mail, Quiroz was plus 2.3. Hickenlooper was 0.6. Later mail, Quiroz was plus 33. Gonzalez was plus 24. Why do you think actually existing socialism isn't DSA? He's just not, man. What do you mean? I love calling Abdul, AES, also known as actual existing socialism. I'm going to continue doing that, but sometimes, not all the time. Anyway, here's the Abdul al-Sayed attack ad. We briefly watched it on CNN. They're calling him a misogynist now. They're like, oh, look at this fucking scary Arab.
Abdul al-Sayed has a long history of disrespecting women. He called Michelle Obama's work with children uninspired and ineffectual. Claimed Gretchen...
I kind of want to know why he said that. I mean, it's not wrong, but it's just like, I wonder what caused them to say that. Like, what particular thing? Was it the food? Was it like the bad food? Because she's a woman? Yeah. Sorry. My mistake. Of course. He said that because she's a woman and he hates them. Claim Gretchen Whitmer was bought and sold. Literally true. Beast mode. Yeah. I do love this because this attack ad quite literally is Abdullah Sayed claims he's not a misogynist, has only run against women so far. Like, literally, that's what this is. Abdul al-Sayed claims he loves women, and yet he tried to unseat one for the gubernatorial race, and now is actively trying to unseat two in the Senate. Like, that's what this is. And he's right about Gretchen Whitmer.
Whitmer was bought and sold.
Of course, you can't really say that when you're running for, Michigan Senate. Especially when, Whitmer is a fairly well-liked governor. fairly positive figure in Michigan politics. And even if she wasn't super popular, it still doesn't matter. You can't, dude, you're in the Democratic Party primary. You can't be shitting on the fucking governor. Not that it matters, though. He was right. He was right when he was running against the governor. What a coincidence. Shannon and others were yapping about this when this ad came out. Yeah, Abdul al-Sayed, looking to become the first Muslim senator, is facing what appears to be a coordinated campaign of sexism accusations by AIPAC. Lots of sexist attacks in this race on Stevens and McMorrow. Jessica Mackler, when an accomplished woman runs for office, she's too ambitious, too loud, too quiet, and suddenly an empty suit. Wow, Magdi Jacobs. How shocking that all of these Israeli agents that constantly spend every waking moment shitting on people who are critical of Israel all got together and right at the point of release on this AIPAC-backed attack ad calling Abdul al-Sayed a misogynist, they all just happen to be upset at the same time. Wow. Wow. I wonder where this came from, guys. Huh. Yeah. Meanwhile, Shannon Watts, the great defender of women, that Shannon Watts, has been busy reposting Epstein over and over again, who is currently he's currently in legal battle in a court for distribution of revenge porn. In the process, the court also outed that he procured CSAM. And Shannon Watts is fucking reposting that guy. It's strange. I called her out on it. I wonder how Shannon feels now, though, because al-Sayed isn't just associated with Hasan Piker. He's inviting him to his rally. He's also campaigning with anti-abortion establishment lawmakers like David Benoit. I don't know who that is. If you don't want to be tied to these people, don't make them a part of your campaign. AOC for president. We are proud to endorse Abdul al-Sayed to be Michigan's next senator. How you feeling, Shannon? It's also super funny to see Watts trying to revive Hassan phobia when McMorrow joining that bandwagon in late March was precisely when her campaign fell in the gutter. She's in complete denial about the primary wins. Yeah. Abdul needs to take notes from Israel, who actually loves women despite allegations of bombing them. In parentheses, it was Hamas. Yeah. Shannon Watts hates Arabs and Muslims so much she continues to repost someone that's on an active case for revenge porn and CSAM. Just remember, she doesn't actually give a fuck about children. Straight up. Straight up. Remember that time you accused me, a full-time volunteer of 11 years who worked to stop gun violence, the leading cause of death among U.S. kids, of rooting for the mass shootings of children? You're the deranged one of this equation. I said this person went from trying to stop school shootings in the U.S. to demanding more school shootings in Gaza and Lebanon and Iran. It's actually unbelievable. Which, by the way, I fucking cooked. I fucking cooked on that shit. I am weak. 35 replies on her post, and only ones you can see are 2 people in Destiny's community because she hit all the other ones. Yeah. Yeah, I was right on that because I also hold on. Where is it? I need to see her fucking account because she's been on a tear, dude. She's been like losing her mind against Abdul and also against myself as well. It's very, very strange. Oh, yeah, I said, I cooked her ass. When she said that, I said, you have spent the last couple of years of Israel's genocide putting the crosshairs on prominent critics of said genocide. Israel shot up more schools in Lebanon, Gaza, and even Iran in the process. Shift your focus to yelling at those culpable, not its critics. And again, she has no answer to this, so goes, you're a lying propagandist who makes millions by creating chaos. Get fucked. Queen shit. Don't back down from this tanky fuck. And then her entire replies are all like fucking Epstein's bots. This was the Michelle Obama quote. Obesity, America's big problem. Abdul Rahman El Sayed. That's a different guy, bro. That's not Abdul. That's Abdul Rahman. Abdul Rahman. That's a different guy. Sarah Palin's recent job at Michelle Obama's healthy eating campaign highlights what public policy on obesity fails to satisfy. What's so bad about some chubby kids? Answer, obese kids are much more likely to be obese adults. Okay, wait. Did Abdul do beast mode on childhood obesity here? That's typical doctor behavior, by the way. Is that what this is? So 16 years ago, he correctly, to her credit, Obama's attempt to tackle the issue in a nonpartisan manner. In fact, the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act 2010 legislation endorsed by the First Lady passed in the Senate by unanimous assent. However, a major flaw of the Let's Move agenda is that it primarily addresses individual behaviors, largely neglecting the structural factors that are so important in shaping them. Obesity is expanding in the U.S. Childhood obesity is exploding. Oh my God. Yeah, so he was just right. A lot of us have been saying this since 2016. These people will rather lose than win, even a mild social democrat. With even a mild social democrat, and they're finally admitting it. Thanks again. Elsai is such a bad candidate. There's even a consequentialist argument for hoping he fails in general. Some of these folks who hurt us in 2028. Bro, they're just like, I need you guys to understand something. Like Magdi Jacobs, like, I think we can just, openly say is just like a person who's hurting, right? Like, she's hurting. She's not all there.
Fight for.
She's not exactly a well put together in the brain. I don't know how else to say it. Okay? And she also doesn't represent like a significant constituency. And she certainly doesn't represent a big constituency in Michigan. Okay? Your chat of 28,000 is reminding me of my abusive ex-husband. Yeah, I mean, she says stuff like that all the time. Like, I feel bad about her. I feel bad. Like, I don't, I mean, it's funny. I think she's just very unhinged. Shannon Was, on the other hand, is just as unhinged, but at least like is clever enough to shelter her her racialized animus under the framework of serious disagreements, like reasonable disagreements. Like, you can tell. I mean, she fucking I think she's in the pocket of like AIPAC or some kind of Zionist advocacy organization, certainly, right? Because no one chirps this much about Israel's critics unless they're being paid to do so. You know? But it's clear this shit looks coordinated. Like, certainly coordinated. As a coordinated rollout. Coordinated Hasbara rollout on the Abdullah attacks, falsely smearing him as a misogynist. using our tax dollars to subvert our democracy once again. Yeah. It's no coincidence that Shannon Watts, Niratan, and Magdi Jacobs and others were pushing the Abdul's misogynistic line the day before AIPAC launched this ad. These people aren't just nutbags obsessed with punching left. They seem to be part of a larger propaganda network. No, for sure. For sure. I think that they're straight up being paid, or at least they're in the same like messaging networks, right? It could be diehard Fedayeen who are, yeah, look, see? Straight up. Really surprised you're dismissing obvious sexism to Adam Green, co-founder of the Progressive Change Campaign Committee. Like, I'm telling you right now. They're either in the same group chats where they just like sit around and talk about how much they hate the left, or they're just straight up getting paid. Yeah, I mean, here's Shannon Watts with fucking Deborah Messing. Could be both. Could be both. Could be group chats. Could be paid. Might as well get paid if you're going to do this, to be honest, because Israel certainly is dumping boatloads of money. Right? Adam Green and his org were big in the tank for Warren in 2020. I know they've grown from that position since then. Yeah, and it's really funny because like all of these people are highlighting attack ads coming directly from Hasbara outlets like the Washington Free Beacon, owned by Miriam Adelson's friend and Trump mega donor, whatever his face is. I forget his name now. Like, these guys are they're all highlighting the same attack ads and highlighting right-wing outlets, right-wing dish rags that they are supposed to hate. Do you see what I mean? They're going insane over Daria Lisa. Yeah, this was really funny. And Josh Pillis says, you did what? I saw this. New for me. I called upon David Duke to ask about Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier's criticism of interracial relationships. He was a fan. I think that people have the right to preserve their particular heritage, Duke tells me, for the Washington Free Beacon. Again, another Zionist dish rag. And just, you know, John Levine has David Duke's phone number so we can call him up to be like, hey, do you think this Afro-Latina woman is agreeing with your worldview as a prominent white supremacist? You know, fun stuff. Very cool story. Thank you. Michigan resident here. Thanks for that. Abdul El Sayed coverage. The man has my vote. I might be a socialist. Abdul El Sayed is the man, dude. You are so lucky. Oh, it's Paul Singer. Of course, it's Paul Singer. Yeah, Washington Free Beacon, owned by Paul Singer. Massive Trump mega donor, by the way. Shannon Watts, she loves AIPAC. We know she does, bro. Everyone likes bagels. Everyone should condemn genocidal monsters leading parades. I thought this was a universal concept. Does Tish James' attendance at this parade make her unworthy of holding office? Track AIPAC now focus on parade attendance as a metric of whether a candidate is fit for office. Investigators say the suspect armed himself with the AR-15 silencer, stalked the AIPAC office. Track AIPAC is an anti-Semitic disinformation campaign. All she does is fucking chirp. All she does is chirp at critics of Israel, okay? She wants all critics of Israel to shut the fuck up. Perhaps because she's best friends with Deborah Bessing, who has called for my arrest for daring to entertain primarying Richie Torres, another fucking attack dog for the nation state of Israel. Important to note that in the American context, socialism just means social democracy / New Deal liberalism, says River Page. By the way, I will admit this. Maybe this is shameful of me to admit, but I think River Page is the only person worth a damn at the Free Press. I obviously don't agree with his worldview, but every now and then he does have some decent bangers. I will admit that because I call balls and strikes. Anyway, Sammy Gold says the problem with 2020's anti-communism is that it tries to teach an old dog new tricks. America's gone through 70 plus years of communism, leads to godless Stalinist gulags and everyone being poor. When the world's most prominent socialist country is China, the dog doesn't bite. Yeah. And especially with the downward trajectory of America and the upward trajectory of China, that disparity becomes increasingly clear. And it's a much more difficult argument to craft. What is this? Including this? What? Meet the internet's new Iran expert who thinks the Illuminati run the world. Yeah, what do you mean? You think I disagree with River Page's assessment that Professor Zhang is crazy? You just showed me another actual quite reasonable position from River Page. Yeah, I agree with him. What the fuck? Not to say that I agree with everything he says. Obviously, he still writes for a fucking pro-genocide dish rag called the Free Press. I just think he's I just think he's interesting as opposed to the rest of the writers on there. Julius Hernandez, sure. Nominate El Sayed. Watch him get buried in November by a guy who just moved back from Florida to run for Senate. Watch the majority disappear with him. And maybe, just maybe, we finally stop letting these clowns tell us they can win outside of cobalt blue districts. She's not nominating him by herself. If Abdul's the nominee, it will be because Michigan voters in Michigan voted for him. It's so funny that these guys openly give the game away, by the way. They have so much disdain for democracy. Okay? They have so much unbelievable disdain for democracy. What is this, Mark Wayne Mullen?
Go to Congress. It says that they don't want to enforce our nation's laws, especially when it comes to immigration and understanding the amount of people we're getting out of this country that are gangbangers, are complete thugs, murderers and rapists. They're poisoning our streets. We've had more deaths per year because of fentanyl poisoning than we had in the entire time we were in Vietnam. And they're saying they don't want to get those individuals out of this country. I'm sorry, you absolutely have no place to be serving in Congress. When I first got...
Mark Wayne Mullen, you're too short to be in Congress, okay? Stop chirping. Shut up, bitch.
Got there 13 years ago, I would never have thought we're in the position we're in today. I mean, unfortunately, the Democrat Party is not the Democrat Party of JFK anymore. It's the Democrat Party of Bernie Sanders, who openly claims to be a socialist communist. That's not the foundation of this country. We can disagree on policy. We will not have an argument when it comes to the foundation of this country. We won't let that happen. We won't let them tear it apart. And that's where this party is going right now. All right. Thank you, guys.
He's going to challenge you to a cage match? Okay, dude. Ryan Grimm believes that the money is close to infinite relative to the scale needed, but super wealthy people do not like to spend money for nothing, so it'll become incredibly challenging to convince them to keep doing so. But Ryan is correct. I think they're buttering they're buttering up for Mike Rogers. Like they're trying to dump money against Abdul under the auspices of a Democratic Party based criticism through UDP, United Democracy Project. Okay. And so that like Mike Rogers can lean into those attacks in the general, because it's like pretty obvious that he's gonna win. The difference, of course, is it will be a waste at the end of the day, I think, because he's going to destroy Mike Rogers. For anyone wondering who's next after Maylot Kuros, Kai Newkirk in Arizona, Abdul Al-Sayed in Michigan, August 4th, Donovan McKinney in Michigan, August 4th, Kyle Blumquist in Michigan, also August 4th, William Lawrence in Michigan, also August 4th, Aisha Faruqi in Michigan, August 4th, Corey Bush in Missouri, August 4th, Hartzell Gray in Missouri, August 4th, Justin Pearson in Tennessee on August 6th, Francesca Hong in Wisconsin, August 11th, Oliver Larkin in Florida, August 18th, Elijah Manley in Florida, August 18th, Heath Howard, New Hampshire, September 8th. The DSA endorsed candidates are McKinney, Blumquist, Bush, Gray, Hong, Larkin, and Howard. Newkirk is in July? I know. What do you mean? It's right here. Kai Newkirk, Arizona, July 21st. Who you going to for August 4th? I'm going to be with Abdul. For sure. I mean, that's not even a question. Like, I love Corey, and I think Hartzell's great as well, but, Last thing, like this was the Tea Party, yeah? Does Justin have a shot? Very tough. How can you say River is the best at Free Press? What about your girl, Olivia? Olivia needs to work harder for me to actually sing her praises. I'll be honest. Like, Olivia Reingold, also, Olivia's Felix's fave. Everyone's got to have their fave. My fave is River. But also, low-key, I think River is just like kind of funny. Like he has like good takes every now and then, which is always shocking because he works for a Hasbro publication. She stalks you everywhere. What more do you want? We are canvassing for Corey Bush. What is this? We are canvassing for Corey Bush on the 7th and 10th and 11th. STL chatters better show up. Yes. You fucking better. Professor Fingers, I'm not going to read out loud what you said, but that is very mean. And I know why you said it, because she's talked about how much that hurts her. That is a fucking deep cut. Detroit News endorsed Haley Stevens today, and you'll never guess why. Detroit News endorsed her because they thought El Sayed would be a threat to the Jewish state. The papers are anti-Zionist and don't like that he calls out AIPAC. Yeah. El Sayed has made opposition to American Israel Political Action Committee a major talking point of his campaign. AIPAC, which supports Stevens, lobbies for the right of Israel to defend itself from those striving to destroy the Jewish state. That's awesome. That's fucking dope. I like when they're honest. Donovan McKinney. Yeah, I have Donovan coming on at some point. I forget when. But yes, I will have Donovan McKinney on as well. I emailed your management about doing a Detroit DSA Donovan meetup if you wanted to while in Michigan. Yeah, I might do something with Donovan. Old Donovan, old Donnie boy. He's the man. He's dope. He is really, really cool. The Free Press's Olivia Reingold. We see the nexus of Hasbro, woke, and journalism. My Jacobin essay is out today. The trouble with Free Press Olivia Reingold. The trouble is, wait, is that even her? Dude, you got to look at his opponent, Shri Tanadar. Guys, I know who his opponent is. I didn't realize that I knew who his opponent was until after the fact. When he was telling me who he was, I was like, oh, okay. I'm like listening. I'm like, oh, this is a fucking super rich guy. He's like strange, whatever. And then I looked him up. And I realized, oh my God, of course I know who he is. He's the most insane guy in Congress. Shri is formerly DSA endorsed, was DSA unendorsed him, and then he made it seem like he left DSA after October 7. He is crazy. Which, by the way, low-key, a little bit worrisome that Detroit DSA endorsed his ass back in the day to begin with. He's not an October 7 leaver. He claims he left because of October 7. The DSA actually unendorsed him before October 7 because he was just an insane guy. Yeah. Shri literally was condemned for torturing dogs. Yeah, Humane Society Legislative Fund condemns candidate Shri Tanadar's alleged neglect of animals. Are DSA backing Cory Bush? I think DSA never endorsed Shri. I think they did, didn't they? Here it comes. United Democracy Project Super PAC arm of AIPAC is going on air in Michigan, one to defend Rep. Wesley Bell from ex-Rep. Cory Bush. They made more than $400,000 in ad reservations per ad impact. Probably just the beginning. They spent $8.5 million to oust Bush in 2024. What's Cory Bush's donation link? No, he was an October 7 leaver. No. DSA pushed him out before October 7. He just used October 7 to claim that he left the DSA for that reason. Did you not hear what I said? What's their Act Blue donation list? Yeah, DSA expelled him. Here it is. Shri was expelled by the chapter in September 2023 prior to his quitting stunt. He was never endorsed by the chapter. I thought he was endorsed by the chapter. Shri's wiki page states that his former staffers have said that he's literally known for his malleable beliefs and will just change whichever way the wind is blowing. Yeah. Don't I have a dono link for Cory Bush? Oh, here it is. Just maxed out the Cory Bush. We have to defeat AIPAC, and that requires grassroots funds for a working class fighter. Contribute whatever you can. Send every chatter $10,000 to donate $7K to Bush. Buddy, that is what is known as a straw donation. And it is unbelievably illegal. As a matter of fact, it's so illegal that is precisely how, that's so illegal, that is literally how Dinesh D'Souza went to prison. That's exactly what he did to go to prison. It's one of the few ways that people can, in a system where you can basically give unlimited funds if you're super wealthy to whichever fucking candidate you want to give money to, that's the one way that you actually do go to prison. You think I would violate? I can hide it in a series of pack animals? Okay. You think I would violate fucking campaign contribution laws at a time when virtually every key government official has demanded my arrest, denaturalization, deportation. Are you fucking on crack? Yes. Okay. Can you just give me 3.5K? I'll just keep it to myself. Are you running for Congress as a Democratic Socialist in a hotly contested seat that AIPAC wants to purchase again? If the answer is no to those questions, then I'm not giving you $3,500. Okay? You said we needed to be bold. Yeah, well, that's not how this goes. Okay? Imagine you taking that money instead of Cory Bush. You think you'll put it to better use? Anyway, go donate to Cory Bush, okay? Chat, he's not white enough to get a pardon. Yeah, neither was Dinesh. When Hasan Pack, so you can donate 350K. I think you guys are insane that you think I'm this wealthy. Like, you think I have as much money as Israel and some of the biggest like Zionist mega donors? Like a collection of them. Not even like not even the level of wealth that like not even the level of wealth that like one Zionist mega donor has, but the amount of wealth that I have can match up a collection of pro-Israel mega donors that are funding key races in this country. Buddy, I don't mean to, I don't know how to explain this to you, but every single person in this chat, combined with my net worth, cannot make up for one singular mega donor in this country. I know that's unfathomable. I know that sounds insane, but it's true. There are almost 30,000 people in this chat. If we combined every single one of our net worths together and we pooled all of our funds together, myself included, we literally would not be able to have the net worth of not a collection of Zionist mega donors, but one. Just one. And not even a particularly wealthy one, mind you, like a broke boy in comparison. A broke boy in comparison to like, you know, a Miriam Adelson. Are you literally calling us poor? We are all functionally homeless in comparison to some of these people, man. What are you talking about? Why do I spend every damn day talking about the wealth disparity between fucking billionaires and 100 millionaires if you guys cannot fathom how vast that wealth gap truly is? It's so funny. That's the point. 30,000 of you, some of you might even be millionaires. Okay? But 30,000 of you combined with my wealth would not match up with the wealth of one of these mega donors. You clearly have never seen my money spread. Since I don't see Kaya, I assume you sold her for political donations. Yes. Kaya. What are you doing? Hi. Come here. Hi, come here. There you go. And now I bought her back. I purchased her once again. Anyway, here it is. Expel Shri Tanadar from Metro Detroit DSA. Yes, do expel 155. No, do not expel 14. There are 2 candidates competing for 1 seat. Yeah. So they voted to expel him from Metro Detroit DSA. I'm Joseph Safra. Don't worry, I alone match 1 donor. I just know none of your asses are a billionaire because I would have far more gifted subs in this fucking chat. Like at most I got like maybe 1 Euler, maybe 2. And even then, most of those guys are like, what do you think the richest chatter, how much money do you think the richest chatter has in this community? I suspect the richest chatter in this community has got to be like 10, maybe $15 million in the bank account. Or not even. Shoykot is not a chatter, dude. Yeah, Tom Steyer is not a chatter. Shoykot is not a chatter. I'm talking about like right now in this community, who do you think is the... Like, it's like saying Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a hate watcher. He's not a part of this community. Just because he's probably watching right now doesn't mean that he is an active and prominent member of this community. So, I would suspect that net worth wise, like the wealthiest chatter with the biggest net worth would probably be like maybe a $15 million net worth, maybe. You don't think you have a single rich kid in your community? I'm sure. Dog, that's why I said there's maybe one guy. $47 million BTC will verify on a call. Wait, what the fuck? Tommy the Third, you've subscribed for 42 months. You have $47 million in Bitcoin, and you have not gifted. You have not gifted his community? That's crazy. I don't believe that. Damon Albarn's kid? That doesn't matter. That's not Damon Albarn's money. Is not her money. Gotta be Coco Gauff. Yeah, not even tier 3 subbed. You expected me to believe that? My man said I have 47 million in Bitcoin and then subscribe with Twitch Prime. Which is crazy because last year, if I were to ask him, he would have said, I have 100 million in Bitcoin. Bro, you might as well use it before it goes away, dog. Donald Trump is cooking your ass right now. A penny saved is a penny earned. He didn't get 47 million by being wasteful. He's like LeBron, who's Pandora free with ads. Got to save those millions. Yo, I'm like that too. Honestly, I don't have any subscriptions. Like I use my cousin's Spotify for the longest time because he's in Turkey. You know what I mean? So it's on opposite hours, but sometimes it would conflict. And then my music selection would change. So I stopped using it. Yeah, I use Austin's YouTube Premium. No, I use my own YouTube Premium. But I also use Austin's YouTube TV.
Some bridges connect people. The Ambassador Bridge connects Donovan McKinney to Donald Trump. McKinney is funded by the billionaire bridge owner Matt Maroon, who gave $1 million to Trump's super PAC. McKinney is lying about who's funding his campaigns, taking thousands from corporate lobbyists. And while our families are struggling, McKinney voted against raising the minimum wage, expanding paid sick leave, and creating more affordable housing. Donovan McKinney, a bridge too far. Some bridges connect people. The Ambassador Bridge.
Damn. Clear, concise, straight to the message. Billionaire bridge owner, 19th century villain type shit.
connects.
It's like a PragerU ad. Yeah. So his reelection must really be in trouble. I'm not a fan of Donovan, but in every aspect, he's a better candidate than the dog killer, possible wife murderer, Shree, which is pretty sad. Those are lies. One, McKinney specifically fought against Republican Bill 4002 to roll back sick time. McKinney introduced legislation 5209 to streamline resources for more affordable housing. 3, he's backed by unions exactly because he supports increasing the minimum wage. Yeah.
But if you
I ran into state rep Donovan McKinney today while he was shooting a video challenging his opponent Shree Tanadar to a debate. McKinney has TV and digital ads, but is being far outspent. I'm running against a guy who's doing nothing. He's all talk, McKinney says of Tanadar.
But if you see this across the street, yo, this is Claremont. This is where the 67 demonstration, they're going to say riots. The history will tell you riots, but demonstration began right here. This is Black History, Detroit.
Donovan, how's your campaign going, man?
It's going well, man.
You got the eyes of the country on you. I know you were somewhere else a couple weeks ago, stumping for the fellow progressives. Man, it's it feels like there's momentum on your side.
How y'all doing? Good, good, good.
Where's that momentum coming from?
Man, listen, people are fed up and tired of their elected officials just saying they're going to do something but not delivering. And so I'm running against an opponent, a guy that's sitting there that's doing nothing, just all talk.
He's spending a lot of money, though.
Yeah, he is. But in reality, it's not about the people. See, we're running a grassroots campaign, not taking any corporate PAC money or anything of that nature.
And you got some ads going yourself now, too.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We're going to see Shree Tanadar on the billboards, but where are we going to see you?
Yeah, I mean, we got some TV ads.
So wait, what is this fucking ambassador bridge? Because Haley Stevens is using that to attack. I just saw Haley Stevens is using that to attack Abdul Al-Sayed.
Over here, we have the Ambassador Bridge. Trucks, freight moving back and forth from the Motor City to Canada, moving our economy forward. This bridge is open. It's owned by Donald Trump's biggest donor, Matty Maroon. They're collecting tolls.
Collecting tolls? Biggest donor? God. This bridge is owned by Trump's biggest donor. God, she's so sick. I love her. Oh my God.
Tolls with every passing.
Have you seen Tashika.Ann on Insta? No. Is this a bot? Are you a bot? Like what do you, why do you ask me about like random Instagram accounts? Like what, how could I have seen a random Instagram account on Instagram? I'm barely on Instagram.
But wait a minute, look over here. The Michigan-made, Canada-paid Gordie Howe Bridge, not open. Why? Because Donald Trump will sell out our country to the highest bidder. Michiganders, when I'm your senator, this corruption will stop. And see, Abdul, it's more than 2 sentences.
Oh, she's so proud of herself that the first time she's spoken, not directly defending Israel. Oh, she must have hated that line. God damn. That's fire. That's fire. I'm going to run it again. Am I crazy? I don't know why. I hate her politics. I think she is a stooge for a genocidal apartheid state. She is a corrupt establishment Democrat. She is the worst of the worst in Democratic Party politics. Okay. And even then, her vibes are just, I don't know. She's just like a very funny character to me.
Okay, over here, we have the Ambassador Bridge. Trucks, freight moving back and forth from the Motor City to Canada, moving our economy forward. This bridge is open.
This bridge is open.
It's owned by Donald Trump's biggest donor, Matty Maroon. It's owned by Donald Trump's biggest donor, Matty Maroon.
I can't. Oh, God. It's owned by Donald Trump's biggest donor, Matty Maroon. Bro, you're stimming. I can't get enough of this. I straight up can't get enough of this. I don't know why.
biggest donor, Maddie Maroon. They're collecting tolls with every passing. But wait a minute, look over here. The Michigan-made, Canada-paid Gordie Howe Bridge, not open. Why? Because Donald Trump will sell out our country to the highest bidder.
Donald Trump. Open the Gordie Howe Bridge, Donald Trump. Open it.
Michiganders, when I'm your senator, this corruption will stop. And see, Abdul, it's more than 2 sentences.
Don't be mean. Her voice is awesome. Dog, I don't know how to explain this to you. I'm being 100% sincere. I'm not being mean at all. I'm being serious. Yeah, comms director. And see, Abdul is more than 2 sentences. Eye emoji.
Hope that AIPAC.
Yeah, he also complimented her. He said, obviously, she's really smart, which is why it's so surprising that whenever you ask her why she's taking $30 million from AIPAC, where her money comes from, she struggles to explain. I just think it's really important for us to get a clear explanation of where that money's coming from and what she's promised to these corporations, super PACs, including AIPAC, about what she plans to do for them when she's in office. Updated track AIPAC. Yeah, she's getting her money up, dude, and not her funny up. She just sounds like Bobby Hill if Bobby Hill was from Michigan instead of Texas. Yeah. Here.
Again. That's my purse. I don't know you.
Classic. Classic. Donald Trump. That's my purse. I don't know you, Donald Trump. Donald Trump will sell Michigan to the highest bidder. You just hate regional accents? I don't hate her accent. I love her accent. What is wrong with you guys? That's Donald Trump's biggest donor. I'm fucking stimming, bro. I'm not kidding. This is when she hits the B is awesome. Look right here.
This bridge is open. It's owned by Donald Trump's biggest donor, Maddie Maroon.
This bridge is open. It's owned by Donald Trump's biggest donor, Maddie Maroon. Oh. You need to practice the accent. It's not an easy one and you're terrible at it. True. It's owned by Donald Trump's biggest donor, Maddie Maroon. Anyway, God, Michigan politics is so strange. Okay, Stephen Miller, you must understand why communists in America consider unrestricted migration to so critical to their monstrous ambitions. How will you stop ICE from ripping apart neighborhoods and families?
Well, I think it's paramount that the executive, again, wield to the fullest extent the power to ensure that we're protecting all communities from the enforcers of fascism, which is ICE. The Keep Families Together package ensures that we prohibit 287G agreements or local law enforcement from cooperating with ICE. We also have to make sure that we are giving the Attorney General's office full jurisdiction to be able to sue and prosecute individual ICE agents, as well as district attorneys at the district level, and that state money can go towards immigrant justice organizations to help fund different mutual aid efforts, legal observer training.
How do you hear this and go, what a terrifying prospect? God, Francesca Hong is so goated. She's so awesome. Yeah, he was so upset he fucked up the wording. You must understand why communists in America consider unrestricted migration too so critical to their monstrous ambitions. Anyway, AOC endorses Abdul al-Sayed in crucial Michigan State. Abdul-mentum is real. It's popping off. It's wonderful. Laura Loomer, by the way, is also demanding my arrest. Can someone at the DOJ just fucking arrest Hasan Piker already? I mean, really, what are we waiting for? Deeply un-American sentiment. If you're this passionately supporting of corporate-backed centrist Democrats, go rally for them. Wesley Bell would love your help in St. Louis, I'm sure, where he's facing a challenge from Cory Bush. I think one of the craziest parts about this is that, if Laura Loomer got her wishes across, I don't think corporate Democrats would defend me. Never seen someone who incites so much violence and who's under investigation get away with so much illegal activity. Am I under investigation? Like, what the fuck does Laura Loomer know that I don't? Laura, you should be spending your time with a lawyer suing people who botched your facial plastic surgery and less time losing in politics. Laura, I know you're a fucking moron, so I'm happy to help. Maybe the dog food you ate on stream rotted your brain. You can't arrest somebody if they don't commit a crime. Furthermore, people who you don't like aren't automatically guilty of a crime. Andrew Focus says one of the strongest pieces of evidence for right-wing anti-immigration argument that certain ethnic groups are just fundamentally unassimilable to American traditions like political liberalism and due process is Laura Loomer and her tweets. Yeah. It's so funny that Republicans will be like, we can't have these different ethnic groups, these different un-American ethnic groups come in here and advance their like ethnic agendas and utilize the American government to do this. And then you got Marco Rubio that's trying to fucking destroy Cuba. And you got Laura Loomer, I guess. I don't even know what she would belong to at this point. She's like secretly not even Jewish, as we found out. Yeah, ethnic agenda from Laura Loomer. Wait, what? You guys didn't? Yeah. You haven't seen the fucking high school photo? I talked about this with Ashley St. Clair. Remember? Yeah. Remember? I talked about this with Ashley St. Clair. No, there are a bunch of Republicans that fake being Jewish. She was the one who brought up Luna. She was the one who brought up her ex-boyfriend. Yeah. Brother, I have a wife. I do not have time to stay in the loop on Laura. Okay, Megaphonics. We get it, bro. Oh, brother, I have a wife. Okay, look at me. Big wife guy. Yeah, no, she LARPs. She LARPs as though she's Jewish. This isn't Israel Jigsaw. You can't just demand the government depose of its critics. Milo said that she's the only person in history to get a nose job to look more Jewish. I have no comment on that. Yeah, but here is Laura Loomer. If you had a brain, you would realize the photo is fake and altered. My original high school yearbook photo is me wearing a caduceus. I have never worn a cross. The caduceus was my father's, and he gave it to me because I always wanted to wear it as a kid. I went to boarding school from age 12 to 18, and his necklace reminded me of him, so I like to wear it. Hate to disturb your neo-Nazi fan fiction, though. You and your homosexual groiper friends will need to find something else to lie about. All right, we got more. Donnie Deutsch malding on MS Now. Donnie Douche.
Because even though voters are unhappy with Trump, they're still leaning Republican. Do you think if the economy doesn't improve by November, it can change? Do Democrats need to figure out their messaging when it comes to the economy? Because for whatever reason, Republicans still seem to have this stronghold that we're good for business.
Well, Democrats are going off the rails. They're not even focused. What matters to people is affordability. And Democrats right now are focused on two things. They're focused on anti-Semitism and socialism. That's
okay. Democrats are not Democrats are not focused on affordability, and then you said they're focused on socialism. That's affordability.
Not all Democrats.
Not all, but that's where the energy in the parties. When you look at the two candidates that got elected in the last week, one of them talks about that there was not that firebombing in Colorado was not anti-Semitic. I mean, would not acknowledge that when it was a firebombing of people holding a vigil for hostages in Hamas by Hamas. Another candidate in New York was been well documented was at a October 8th rally, a pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian rally. This is ridiculous, and they're both running on anti-American, not socialistic. Let's abolish ICE. Let's abolish prisons. Let's abolish everything. Let's abolish the police. It's insane. And the Republicans are going to tar them with this. This is the problem. Even though they are a small sector of the party, this is right now, every Republican strategist is salivating on what these people have said in the past. And they're going to wallpaper it with it. And the Democrats are going down a bad path. They're electing these Democratic.
Chatter. If this is pre-YCNN, this network is more cooked than we thought. Chatter, I don't mean to alarm you. This isn't even pre or post Barry YCNN. This is MS Now. Yeah. No, it's worse than you think. There is a reason why you don't see your boy on MSNBC ever, but you see Donnie Douche. You see fucking Jonathan Greenblatt all the goddamn time. You see numerous different Hasbro operatives on MSDNC. Okay? Think about it. This is supposed to be the leftmost media on mainstream media. They don't bring you up ever either? Yeah. I know. It's on purpose. Amazing New York Times error. What is this? In February 2025, Central New Jersey DSA chapter published result of membership survey. Political ideology. Democratic socialism, 39.3%. What the fuck? Nearly 4 out of 10 identified as anarchists? Wait. Oh, they got it wrong. It was actually 10%. I saw those numbers. I thought it was weird that the New York chapter was so, not New York, sorry. The Central New Jersey DSA chapter was so fucking anarchist. They just mixed up the fucking numbers, it seems. They're not a numbers guy. Maine Democrat Senate candidate Graham Plattner brags about fighting for socialist government-run health care.
I will fight tirelessly for Medicare for all.
Wow. This is going to destroy him. Hasan, establishment Democrats are furious about the $92K you raised for Francesca Hong. Are you going to fly to Wisconsin to campaign for her, or is the State Department going to ground your flight for illegal campaign practices? I am going to fly to Wisconsin to campaign with her. Yes. Where were we? We looked at the attack ad. I never thought Israel would be the big red flag for all media, even MS Now. Their propaganda is scarier than Newsmax. Yeah. James Lindsay, actually, it's another one of those moments where like these guys like Stu Smith and James Lindsay are making a living off of like following closely what DSA is doing. James Lindsay, Conceptual James, is a total fucking freak. But here's some astute analysis. Woke 2.0 is coming. It's starting already. Rather than foregrounding identity politics, it will push affordability, Marxist materialism, anti-corruption, ironic but an excuse to go after Trump, anti-Israel, pro-Palestine. It will be warm to political violence. The identity politics won't go away, but it won't be foregrounded any longer. It will definitely play supporting roles. They won't lead with it, though. They'll find much more superficial alignment with the woke right and wokish libertarians on 3 key issues and violence. Now, obviously, a lot of the other stuff is stupid, but like the top line thing that he's mentioning here, the top 3, is correct. Yes, Marxist materialism, affordability, anti-corruption against Donald Trump, the most corrupt, literally the most corrupt administration of all time, and anti-Israel, pro-Palestine, yes, anti-war. The agreement will only be superficial and occasionally strategic to block actual patriots, like with every issue upon which they align, woke left 2.0 and woke right. He's just like hyper obsessed with what he calls woke right. It's not going to work, little bro. But basically what he's saying is like, oh, Nick Fuentes and the Democrats are going to align on, or the DSA are going to align on, Israel, which hasn't happened and will most likely never happen. Anyway, getting back to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom, it came out this week, are all in contact with Zoran Kwame Mamdani. Obviously, it's a cynical ploy, but it's also good. It means that these guys are seeing the writing on the wall. Okay? Adam Johnson says, clearly Harris and Newsom are trying to court Mamdani because they view him as a key validator with younger, more left primary voters, specifically as a vehicle to whitewash their pro-Gaza genocide positions. Obviously, if Mamdani assisted in any of this, it would be morally repugnant. Yes. The 33-year-old assemblyman has become identified enough with the new young left that Ella Emhoff, the stepdaughter of Kamala Harris, endorsed him. But his views are so controversial that the former vice president had to privately clarify that this does not signal her support. It's so funny. It's very funny that like even then Kamala Harris is like, I want your advice and I want your help, but I'm also still worried about you because you're too anti-Israel for my taste. Like, my position on this is clear, and I will let it be known again and again and again. The punishment or the atonement has to fit the crime. Okay? Obviously, the more powerful a figure you were in American politics during the genocide, the more bandwidth you have to give, the more social and political capital you have to burn to atone for it. So if someone is like a random person, okay, if someone is like a random fucking person and they were running around showing support to Israel during the genocide, just like, talking about how great Israel is, then they have to do the reversal. They have to atone for that by saying, like, I was wrong. I was fucked up. My position is the truth now, which is that Israel is an apartheid state. Israel is ethno-supremacist, genocidal apartheid state. It's unacceptable. We have to demand accountability. If you're Kamala Harris, I don't know how you atone for it. Because, like, in a normal world, every administrative figure that played a role in the continuation of Israel's genocide of the Palestinians should be going to prison. I know that sounds insane for me to say because, like, Americans do not comprehend our leadership as ever being responsible for any crimes. That's why I'm saying in a normal world, in a just world, that's what would happen. So if Kamala Harris is trying to flip-flop on this position, obviously she's not going to go to prison, but she should at least be able to convincingly tell people that this was a genocide and that she was maybe back-pocketed or pushed aside and she couldn't speak on it for one reason or another, and that it has destroyed her. It's caused her a grave moral wound, right? Beyond the fact that it was a significant reason why the election was handed over to Donald Trump. And then on top of that, she should openly say the truth. That not only is Israel a genocidal apartheid state, but it's one that needs accountability. It needs accountability for the genocide. It needs an arms embargo, and that you are demanding sanctions. Okay? I don't even think most people would find that to be redeemable, but that would be a start. Okay? Obviously, in a just world, she would have to turn herself into The Hague. Yes, I know. But we don't live in that world. We're talking about American vice president. That's not going to happen. Anything short of that, is completely bunk. All right, that's enough. Not interested in Reboot 3 here. I get that people get paid to try to solve her problems, and a lot of them know how hopeless of a reclamation project this would be. But you can also just say no. One of the ironies is that Kamala lost because of what she tweeted in 2020. Logic should actually now be applied to Gaza. And it's not some survey or tweet. She was the vice president. Can't come back from it. Zero chance. I agree. Like Zoran was hanging out with Obama. I doubt it. The problem is, at least with Obama, Obama is an unbelievably popular figure amongst all Democrats still. Kamala Harris is a somewhat popular figure among some Democrats, but ultimately she's replaceable. She's not irreplaceable in the way that Obama is. Whether we like to admit it to ourselves or not, Obama is still seen as liberal Jesus. Okay? And Barack Obama, in spite of his many failures, drone war, crisis in Libya, did actually conduct some fairly reasonable, if not really good, foreign policy. Cuba normalization, the JCPOA. You know, there's like redeemable things that you can point to in his foreign policy. Whereas with Kamala, there is none. Kamala Harris's legacy is now attached to Joe Biden's. And their legacy is always going to be Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. If you want to run away from that, if you want to seek out atonement, even if you're cynically doing this as a way to launder your reputation, whitewash your history, and maybe run for office again, the way to do that is going to be through saying the fucking truth. Which I don't think they're going to do. I think at most, you know what, I suspect that Kamala Harris will come out and say, maybe. This is a big maybe. Big maybe. She might say AIPAC is bad, despite being a major AIPAC-backed candidate. She might, in the least likely scenario, say that Israel committed a genocide. Netanyahu committed a genocide, not Israel. Very, very unlikely. I want you to understand how fucking insane these guys are. Like, I want you to understand how far removed these people are from the real world, right? From what we've all seen. At most, she might say Netanyahu has done a genocide. And if she says even the AIPAC thing, or especially the Netanyahu did a genocide thing, oh my God, it will be wall-to-wall coverage. Mamala is back. What does this mean that Democrats are finally coming to terms with Israel's crimes? how bold and how brave is Kamala Harris for finally speaking truth to power. They will literally, oh my God, they will fucking write about it endlessly like she fucking single-handedly solved the crisis or something. Okay? It will be unfucking bearable. And that is still unlikely. Also, Ruva had a really good take on this. Based on what I'm hearing, it seems this outreach list doesn't include actual Palestinians. And no, Abbas Alawiya is not Palestinian. He's Lebanese. Here, no, it's not even. She will not even plant a Palestinian flag on that. Don't be crazy. Important to read from someone who Kamala spoke with. Sorry for the IG link. Yeah. Abbas released a statement. Abbas obviously was part of the uncommitted movement. I think one of the leaders of the uncommitted movement. I briefly talked to him outside at the DNC. And yeah, he is a person who has literally survived Israel's crimes in Lebanon when he was in Lebanon. He is a person who has a firsthand, like has seen the firsthand impact of Israel's crimes in Lebanon as a Lebanese American. And the reality of the matter is, I think there is a reason. There is a reason why Kamala Harris sees the writing on the wall, but is trying to aggressively, and same with Gavin Newsom, trying to aggressively recalculate and find like a reasonable landing pad for their commentary, their worldview on this issue. It's not going to fucking work. It might work for some of the boomers, though, which is, I guess, unfortunate.
As champions of the working class, but
oh my God, Dr. Ben Carson.
A brand new CNN analysis ranks the 9 Senate races most likely to flip and decide control of the upper chamber. 6 are Republican held. 3 belong to Democrats. Win a few, the majority is yours. Of course, this is a map that will evolve.
Lock, maybe. Actually, surprisingly, not bad. Lock, lean. Don't know enough about New Hampshire. Lean Plattner, possibly a lock. Lock Abdul, definitely lean, surprising. Maybe even a lock. Iowa before Maine. Buddy, I don't know if you saw the last fucking poll numbers. Iowa looks better than Maine right now. And yeah, Sherrod Brown is a lock. I think, yeah. They're claiming Zoran and you are all white supremacists. Shocking video. What does a neo-Nazi have in common with the DSA politician? Watch 2026 candidates use the exact same rhetoric about AIPAC that white supremacists pushed for years. AIPAC was always code for Jews. You cannot unsee this.
These monsters take many forms today.
That Zionist monster that is draining the lifeblood out of the American people.
They move millions in dark money to accomplish a single goal. To preserve their power so that they can turn us against one another.
They want the American right and left to fight each other. They want to press the division.
It is a divide and conquer type of strategy.
This is a part of the Jewish divide and conquer strategy.
No American should die for Israel.
We don't want to die for Israel. Americans don't want to die for Israel.
The corrupt special interests
like AIPAC taking and sucking money out of our communities.
So much money has been sucked up.
It's so funny that like they'll show like anti-Israel politicians make a reasonable position, not realizing that if you tie white supremacists and white nationalists to reasonable politicians on the left, you don't end up harming the left, you fucking idiot. You just make the insane people look reasonable in comparison. I don't know why these people cannot comprehend this. Like every single person that they're showing on the far right here absolutely despise me. I would go so far as to say more than they hate Israel, ironically enough. But what these guys, what Canary Mission doesn't understand is that when you package these people together, you don't end up making Zohran Mamdani look bad. You end up making Dan Bilzerian look good, you fucking idiot.
Of our fucking economy. You look at just the aid that we gave to Israel.
Far-right organizations like AIPAC that are funding Republicans and Democrats alike.
Both Republicans and Democrats are controlled by the Zionists.
If you can't name the demon, you can't kill it. You gotta name the demon.
Name the Jew at minimum.
Yeah, that's what Chris Rabb was saying. That's so funny. That's such sneaky editing. Yeah, Chris Rabb was like, you got to name the demon. And that could mean anything, I guess. I wonder what that means. Oh, that's right. For Stu Peters says, name the Jew. Do you think that's what Chris Rabb was saying? It's literally, okay, you know what this editing is like? If I was like, I hate those guys. And then right after, they're like, those guys are Jews. Like, that's not who I was talking about. I could be talking about a fucking soccer team. You know what I mean? Like, this is not how this goes. You can't just like splice. You can't just literally splice things like this and be like, well, replace the word demon with Jew and not so funny now, is it? And even every now and then, it's really funny because like they'll like with Daria Lisa, they posted Daria Lisa's quote where she's like very clearly saying AIPAC is a far right organization that ends up fundraising and ends up donating to both Democrats and Republicans, which is true, objectively true. And then you put a fucking far right neo-Nazi.
Name their crimes.
Vanquish the vampire that is AIPAC once and for all.
They are vampires. They suck our blood.
AIPAC is toxic.
AIPAC is a parasite.
Say no to the drug of AIPAC. Say no to the drug of AIPAC.
AIPAC is a
Who the fuck is this? Ryan Dawson, white nationalist?
Anyone who hopes to lead this party must condemn and reject AIPAC money.
Whoever runs that is against AIPAC, that's the only person I'm interested in going with.
You should never.
By the way, you can't take anything that Nick Fuentes says at face value because he says shit like that. And then instantly, it's so funny to be like, everybody hates AIPAC. Everybody hates Israel. It's like, why can't we be reasonable? And then the people that they splice in here are like unbelievable far-right monsters. Okay? And then one idiotic guy who's like attempting to run for governor of Florida, right? And then the rest of them are all fucking like neo-Nazi content creators. And you're literally trying to pair them up with like Ro Khanna or active American congressional representatives. It doesn't work that way. Yes, everybody fucking hates AIPAC. It's the easiest thing to say, which is why even people like Cory Booker say it now, right? Why is Cory Booker not on this list? I wonder. Cory Booker says he doesn't like AIPAC either. It's like Jeffrey Epstein saying, I hate pedophiles. You know? Why is Cory Booker not on his list? He said he hates AIPAC too. Saying you hate AIPAC is the easiest thing to say. It's not that significant.
Vote for a candidate if they take money from AIPAC.
Don't vote for any politician who receives one dime from AIPAC.
They are traitors to this country if they take money from AIPAC.
You dual national fucking traitors. You have no loyalty to the United States.
Their allegiance is to Israel, not to the United States.
Wait, Wait.
Their allegiance.
I feel like that guy is probably not a big fan of this Holocaust denier. Is probably not a big fan of Muslims either. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go so far as to assume that his opinion on Muslims is probably identical to Canary Mission. As a matter of fact, many of these people on the right that they are splicing in here have the exact same opinions on Muslims as Canary Mission does. Weirdly enough.
National fucking traitors. You have no loyalty to the United States.
Their allegiance is to Israel, not to the United States of America.
Tribal loyalty to a foreign state.
Allegiance to a foreign country.
Pledge of allegiance to a foreign country.
We really need to ask ourselves whether or not it is in our best interest to allow the Israeli government and Benjamin Netanyahu to dictate to us what our foreign policy will be.
What? Do the people at Canary Mission ever go outside? Wow, what an evil statement from Abdul El Sayed. You know, something that the New York Times has reported on. Okay? I'm sorry if one of the most significant pro-Israel newspapers, a paper of record, has even written extensively about Benjamin Netanyahu's direct involvement in the American-Israel actions in Iran. A Senate candidate calling into question this allegiance is not exactly far-fetched. It's just how normal people question things.
The people who run the American foreign policy are the Zionist Jewish extremists.
Our police system, right, takes training from the Israeli military.
That's just objectively correct. That's just correct. What are you talking about? This is not speculative. That's just a true statement. Why do you keep packaging true statements in here?
American police being trained by Israeli.
Like, why are you praising a white nationalist by literally showing the white nationalists say an objectively true thing? It's so weird.
Psycho, savage, evil, devil, pedophile, Epstein, fucking disgusting, rapist savages.
The satanic Talmud.
Wait. Okay. Are you defending Jeffrey Epstein? What the fuck is going on? What is Canary Mission doing? Like, he's literally shitting on Jeffrey Epstein and other international pedophile billionaires, dude. Bowman was talking about the Los Angeles Chargers.
Foul, Epstein, fucking disgusting savages.
The satanic Talmudic pedophilic cabal that's really running the Trump.
Like, do you see the difference between what Stu Peters is saying and what Jamal Bowman is very clearly talking about? Jamal Bowman is literally talking about Epstein and Epstein affiliates all being pedophiles, right? They're all pedophiles. Stu Peters is literally saying there is a Talmudic cabal, a Talmudic pedophilic cabal running the Trump White House. Okay? One is saying Jews are pedophiles and running the White House with a Talmudic cabal. The other is talking about an actual network of pedophile billionaires. Why are you mashing these things together? It's so stupid.
Trump White House.
No more Jewish wars. White fucking power.
White fucking power.
Dude, this is so funny to me. I'm sorry. It's like Big Dog. I can't see this. First of all, this guy's just Ricky. Who is this guy? It's just Ricky. But also, when I see a guy with a swastika on his body hit the Roman salute, say white power while burning an Israeli flag, I'm like, you're just jealous. You're just straight up jealous, dude. You're like, why do they get to do it? Why can't I do it here? Okay? Like, what do you mean? Oh, I'm sorry. You're mad that an ethno-supremacist movement gets to maintain an apartheid state with unlimited funds from the United States of America while conducting a genocide on people that they've declared to be lesser than they are? Who else wants to do that? Oh, I can't seem to think. Like, what other movement would be trying to do the exact same thing and just failing to do so? At that point, you're just jealous. You sound jelly beans. You're like, you're peanut butter and jealous. You're like, why do they get to do it? Why can't we do it? This is fucking bullshit. Ricky. Just Ricky. Am I supposed to know who this guy is? Like, what do you mean, Ricky?
Jewish wars. White fucking power.
Yeah. David Duke, James Fishback, Nick Fuentes, Ilhan Omar, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. Worst of all, Ricky. Who the fuck is this guy, man? Did they just find like a local Nazi meth head or something? Like what? What the fuck is going on?
White fucking power.
Oh, not so funny. Yeah. Replace APAC with NAACP, and I wonder what people would think. I hate Space Jam 2. Now replace Space Jam 2 with women. Not so funny, is it? It's just really funny to be like, just Ricky, this guy. Here are some of the most prominent faces of the white nationalist and white supremacist movement, okay? And then Ricky. Like, Ricky probably loved getting this mention, you know what I mean? He's like, oh my God, these are my goats. Like, these are some of my favorite people, and they put me there with them. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. I like that Ricky was such a powerful neo-Nazi. He doesn't even need a last name, and they put him last. Okay. They were like, Ricky's really going to shake the game up. Everyone's going to be like, wait a minute. That's a prominent Republican politician. What? Oh, Jesus. Just Ricky, man. All right, let's get back to
over the next 124 days. I'm joined now by a terrific group of reporters, including Arlette Saenz. Arlette, you wrote the analysis piece for CNN.com on this. So I'm going to put up on the screen the 9 seats, the 9 races that we're looking at the closest, and you can see there. And here are the rankings. You start with number 1, North Carolina. Which is now a GOP-held seat. That is most likely to be a Democratic pickup. Maine, we're going to talk about this in a second, as number 2. And then you go through to Michigan, Ohio, Alaska, all the way out here, Iowa, Georgia, and then Texas is last. Oh, I forgot about New Hampshire. There you go.
Yeah. Well, these are the 9 states where the battle for control of the Senate will play out. And for the first time, we are ranking them in order of most likely to flip. This is really based on our conversations with various strategists who are involved in the races, polling, and a host of other factors. But North Carolina does top that list right now for Democrats. It's under Republican control. This is a state where a Democratic senator has not been elected since 2008. Then moving on with the list, we go up to Maine. Maine, then move over, which is also under Republican control, move
this
over.
Is obviously the Susan Collins,
yes,
Graham
Susan
Plattner
Collins,
race.
Graham Plattner. Then we move over to Michigan, where there is still a very unsettled Democratic primary playing out there.
Yeah, except, I think it's settled.
If Democrats have any chance of winning back control of the Senate, they need to hold on to Michigan because they would still need to flip 4 Republican-held seats. Then you go into a host of red territory, all of those states, Ohio, Alaska.
Do I think Graham Plattner has a chance of losing Maine? The only reason why I think that his odds have gone down a little bit is because, one, Mainers seemingly care more about someone's alleged suspected infidelity than they do about a Nazi tattoo. That much is clear. And also, the Democratic Party is not using any resources on it, so they've just left him out to dry. I don't think that I think he is a candidate that could defeat Susan Collins, but he definitely needs institutional support. And it's very clear. It's very, very clear. Dude, don't show me fucking Epstein shit, please. What are you talking about? Why are you highlighting mass harassment attempts from a sex pest cultist, please? Come on. Be serious, chatters. One thing about post-scandal Plattner, he's significantly less popular on net than each of the big 3 lefty polls, AOC included. Of course, his name recognition is lower, but that doesn't change the fact that national voters who know about him don't like him. And that is a byproduct of the unlimited barrage of attacks with very little defense. This is what happens when you open up the faucet of hate and you have no backing whatsoever. They've done this to AOC in the past as well, for the record. Like, Democrats used to leave AOC out to dry, right? Fox News has done this to me as well, to a certain degree, to a much more limited degree than AOC, obviously. AOC is picked up in support from the Democratic Party, but this is how it works, okay? If there's like a lefty candidate or a lefty politician that the establishment Democrats don't like, they allow the Republicans to basically destroy their approvals, right? So Republicans keep pumping endless amounts of attack ads. Then normal polls come out, like not partisan polls, but polls that basically look at approval rating across the board for these sorts of politicians. And when those polls are conducted, there is an unbelievable amount of disapproval coming from the right that lowers your overall net favorability. If Democrats don't fight back against that, and sometimes they do try to fight back against it, but it still doesn't work because the Republican barrage of misinformation and smears are much more powerful than the Democratic Party is capable of withstanding. That's the reason why, if you look at Nancy Pelosi, for example, I'm sure the Democratic Party would love to defend Nancy Pelosi, but they can't because they can't overcome the negative attack ads from the Republicans who have singled her out as like this arch communist, right? But with people like AOC who could potentially reach widespread approval, bipartisan approval, the Democrats don't defend them at all. They just leave them out to dry. This has happened to Ilhan Omar. This has happened to Rashida Tlaib. This has happened to AOC. This has happened to me to a much more limited degree. And they let this happen to Graham Plattner as well. Okay? As a matter of fact, with Graham Plattner, the reason why he's at minus 15 is because when Republicans attacked Graham Plattner, Democrats did something even worse than, silence. They leaned into it. Okay? They leaned into it. Progressive social media influencer Cheyenne Hunt was an early backer of Graham Plattner. Now she's involved in an effort directly opposing him. We need a ceasefire. We must acknowledge both the rights of Israel to engage in a targeted campaign against Hamas after brutality October 7th and the rights of Palestinian people to be free from violence. Yeah. This person went from demanding a ceasefire while also allowing Israel to continue firing to now working actively with Susan Collins. I assume this is just paid, right? What do you make of Bernie and Schumer and such are backing Plattner, though? Well, I don't think Schumer is actually fully backing Plattner. The reason why I say that, is because I think they took him off the Democratic Senate list for their fundraisers. Like they got fucking Tallarico up there. They got all the other candidates up there. They don't have Graham Plattner on the list. And it makes me feel like they're trying to. It makes me feel like they're trying to Mandela Barnes him, who, by the way, is now running as a liberal against Francesca Hong. He was much more progressive back in the day, and they gave no support to Mandela Barnes. He lost by like a couple votes. It was really fucked up. But I think I fear that Graham Plattner might have a much more difficult battle, much more difficult hill to climb now as a direct consequence of the Democrats actively working to rat fuck him as well. Susan Collins is but having said all that, yes, Susan Collins is a 54% disapproval rating in Maine, the second highest disapproval in the country. Don't buy the dumbass narratives about Plattner. I'm just giving you second highest in the Senate. Okay. Michael from Pennsylvania. I'm just offering the structural limitations that Graham Plattner currently has to go over. Okay. The hurdles that he must climb. I fear that they might even try this formula on Abdul al-Sayed. Okay. But the reason why I'm saying this is because I fear that establishment Democrats would rather lose the Senate when they have the capacity to win the Senate majority. They would rather lose the Senate and expand on the pain and expand on the hurt that fascist Republicans will push for than to win the Senate with anti-Zionist senators, with senators who are critical of Israel, if you want to call it that, if you don't want to call them anti-Zionist. I would call Abdul an anti-Zionist, but if you want to call Graham Plattner's opinion into question, he's very critical of Israel. I worry that is the situation ahead of us. Would you go help him, or do you think it would hurt him? No, I don't think my help would hurt him. What are you, fucking crazy? Why would I think me going? I just don't think Morris Katz would ever want me in the general to go and quote unquote help Graham Plattner in a state like Maine. That's my take. I think Graham Plattner is going to need all the help he can get, including from someone like myself. I don't think that him and I are on the same wavelength on stuff like this. He is a much more careful strategist. Having said that, however, he is going to need all the help he can get, because I don't think he's going to get it from establishment Democrats. The reality is the polls have been massively underestimating every progressive this entire cycle. They underestimate Claire by 15, Maylott by 12, Daria Liza by 8. No, I know. I'm not saying Graham Plattner is going to lose this race. I'm just talking about the actual hurdles. The hurdles that I think establishment Democrats are presenting in front of him. Like hanging him out to dry. Allowing the barrage of Republican misinformation and Republican smears to go through without any defense, without any counter narratives, without any fucking money support. Maybe they are, and I'm not seeing it, but I don't think the Democratic Party is utilizing any of its fucking coffers in this race. It's very clear that the Israel boss centrists are pushing a narrative online. The last poll from the New York Times this week had him up. Almost every other Dem Senate candidate was down. Yeah, centrists would always rather lose than win with the progressive. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying Graham Plattner is going to lose. I'm saying that there are forces within the Democratic Party that want him to lose. I think that Graham Plattner is going to need all the help he can get from a coalition of progressive forces, both inside of the party and outside of the party. Plattner has this by 20. I think Plattner, under normal circumstances, would have had this by 20. I think it's going to be a closer race because Susan Collins also gets consistently underestimated in the polls. She's a fucking cockroach. She has survived, worse polling conditions.
Iowa currently held by Republicans. Then further rounding out the list is Georgia, where a presidential battleground.
Remember, Maine are boomers. Okay, it's a very old state. Maine is a very old state. They're very white and they're boomers. What do the white boomer electorate care about the most? Television and ads. They are the most malleable group of voters. Yes, they hate Susan Collins. Yes, they hate Donald Trump. This is a blue swing year. But those are the only constituencies where a barrage of attack ads can actually depress turnout for Plattner and give Susan Collins an edge that she does not deserve, that she normally would not get. Okay? Not true? Dog, Maine is literally the oldest state. What are you talking about? It's so old.
State where you do have a very strong Democratic candidate in John Ossoff, and then you have New Hampshire and Texas. I know we'll get a little bit more into these races, but this is just a snapshot in time. It certainly will adjust over the coming months, but these are the 9 states where the battle for the Senate
let's zero in on what you call number one, which is North Carolina, and this is just the latest Fox News poll. One of the reasons why Democrats are so bullish, and analysts as well, is because of, this is a New York Times poll, of Roy Cooper, who is a popular governor and running to be the state's senator. And he's very...
You got a prediction on Tallarico Paxton? I think Tallarico is going to win.
I mean, this is obviously...
Fox News poll, how trustworthy? Yes, Fox News polls are reliable. It's a A-rated pollster, okay? And New York Times Siena is also very reliable.
Almost a 5% margin of error, but still, given the fact that this, as you said, this hasn't been a Democratic held seat in years, he's got a pretty comfortable margin right now.
Right. I was about to say, I've been talking to Republican sources this week as well, and they're looking at North Carolina as their most endangered seat in terms of those to flip. And which is interesting because there's been a lot of ink about, what's going on in Maine, obviously bloody primaries elsewhere in the state, in both parties. But North Carolina, first of all, it hasn't actually gotten a lot of attention for how important it is because, first of all, the candidates are both sort of boring and kind of low profile. But you're right, Chuck Schumer got an excellent...
I think Tallarico will win unless Liz Smith somehow finds a way to fuck it up. Okay. And I want Tallarico to win, but I think the majority Democrats are leading him astray. He's backed by majority Dems, which is also the group, if you want to understand what their, methods are, they're the ones who are backing Mallory McMorrow in Michigan. And I don't think Texas politics is all that different from Michigan politics. The biggest lie that people will tell you is, it's Texas, you got to be moderate. Fuck no. It's not true. You should be shitting on the Democratic Party, number one. You should be shitting on Joe Biden, okay? And also, you should be hitting the maximalist left populist positions in the state of Texas, okay? That's what Tallarico should be doing. Big populism, big left populism, bold, Medicare for all, How are we going to pay for it? Get the billionaires to pay for it, that type of shit. I think Tallarico would cook if he did that. Candidates that have a hard time shitting or getting off the pot unnecessarily put themselves in a bind. Julie Gonzalez did this in the primary run against Hickenpooper. She was too cagey. She was too worried. She wanted to moderate a little bit. She should have just been bold, which her track record shows that she's bold. She's a fighter, right? If she had done so, she could have won because that race was winnable. Julie Gonzalez, without much support from big institutions, with just her track record, with just her background, with low name recognition, was able to get within 6 points? 6 points of Hickenlooper, the incumbent senator. This is my warning to all Democrats this election cycle. You do not need to moderate your positions. You can be as bold and as brave as you would like. Okay? If you moderate, you lose. If there's one lesson to be learned, it's that you just need to be honest. You need to have moral conviction. Party feuds aside, Progressive missed the chance to win both Colorado Senate seats by 2028. Hickenlooper's 53% is the weakest showing by a scandal-free Democratic Senate incumbent in decades. He spent $18 per vote to Gonzalez's $2. Thank you for the dono. What are you, brain dead? You are the biggest joke. Rich baby talking like he knows anything about politics is so sad. Dog, this is literally the worst time in my career. This is the worst time in my personal career as a political commentator to come in here to be like, you don't know anything about American politics. Thank you for giving me the money, by the way, but it's just like such a funny time to say this. If you said this like 2 years ago, at least I wouldn't have like some significant nationally prominent victories under my belt that I could point to directly, where we took a 30-year incumbent out like literally 48 hours ago. You know what I mean? 48 hours ago, a 30-year incumbent was unseated by someone who was born after that person assumed control over the district. Okay? What are you talking about? Virtually every fucking... And a week prior to that, we took out a 5-time incumbent that's the head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus with an activist. A 32-year-old activist who was arrested by Columbia University. And now she gets to control the district that Columbia University is in. This is perhaps one of the worst times to come in here and be like, you don't know shit about what you're talking about. I don't get why you guys keep saying that's why Julie lost. She lost because Bernie was never going to endorse against an incumbent and she had no name recognition. Not that she wasn't far left enough. Yeah, it was a small factor. No, I'm saying that this was a winnable race. She could have harnessed some of that additional shine and national attention with the rest of the DSA momentum. Like there are so many different, I think, voters that learned about her knew her as somewhat of a lesser known, relatively progressive figure. If she was more bold, there would have been more attention on her positions. She was too shy about the media attention. She was too worried about the media attention. What these guys don't realize is they have to fucking lean into it. They have to lean into the media attention. It's not a bad thing. I mean, look at Abdul. I don't know what else to tell you guys, man. Look at what Abdul's doing. He has his moral convictions. He doesn't shy away from revealing them, no matter what kind of attack ads he receives. He's gotten $30 million in ad spend reserved against him by AIPAC at this cycle, and he's still cooking. His ad spend is like a fraction of the total ad spend in Michigan. He's spent less than Mallory McMorrow, which is in third place right now. Yeah, look at Fran. She was a state rep and she's making a push for governor. All of that comes from being bold as hell. Exactly. It's not, guys, Abdul El-Sayed wasn't exactly a super well-known figure. Before you say, oh, he ran for fucking governor in 2018, that's meaningless, okay? I'm sorry. He was literally the head of the Detroit Public Health Commission. Like, what are we talking about? Okay? That's crazy. It's just insane that people are making this argument. You think Abdul El-Sayed had tremendous name recognition when he started? He didn't. And that was one of the biggest problems in that campaign. I've said this very publicly. I've said this openly. I was like, Abdul El-Sayed probably is the best in the crop of talent that we have this cycle. Okay? Rhodes Scholar, spent his life advocating for Medicare for All, wrote a book about it, right? Had a podcast about it. And yet, that race was sleepy as fuck. No one was paying attention to it. It's a Senate race, and no one's paying attention to it. It's a Senate race in a key state. And then people started paying attention to it. Look where we're at now.
Politics is theirs.
Democrats appear to be looking past candidate flaws.
What is
Abdul
this?
El-Sayed is surging in the Michigan Senate race.
Yeah, and his flaw is, get this, he's Muslim. Like, what flaw does Abdul El-Sayed have? He's just a fucking public servant. He's a doctor, Rhodes Scholar. Literally zero flaws. The only flaw he has is he's fucking brown. That's it. That's literally the only flaw he has, which is not a flaw at all unless you're a fucking psychopath. Straight up. Actually, no flaws. It's mind-boggling that they keep this shit up. And it's like very clearly such a racist ass. This is not relevant to the point I was making. But the point I was making is Abdul El-Sayed was a lesser known candidate with not a lot of name recognition when he launched his campaign. And he launched it with a Bernie endorsement. Look at where he's at now. We know what changed in that race because we were a part of that story. I love you, Hassan, but I can't keep coming back to your streams reacting to yourself. It's like a flashbang every time. Oh my God. The electability issue is not that he's Muslim. That is and should be absurd. The one issue he was for defunding the police, and won't say whether he is still for that or not. Do we think Rogers and GOP will just ignore that? And it won't matter in a state Trump won twice, but he's a charismatic and smart candidate for sure. Oh my God. No one fucking gives a shit about defund the police tweets. You're just highlighting it. You're just giving it more. You are just trying to increase its salience and legitimacy because it's a right-wing attack ad, and you're too much of a fucking coward to say, my candidate is losing and I want Abdul not to win. That's it. Oh, this whole like, oh, he tweeted defund the police. Like, shut up, Nira. Jesus Christ, dude. Bernie and AOC worked together brilliantly. Bernie was day one endorsement, which ensured Abdul had access to good grassroots support and funds on day one. AOC comes in when voting starts to accelerate momentum and drive turnout. Yeah. Not from Michigan, but I like McMorrow. How did she fall so far in the polls? Actually, people have been telling me, everyone has been helpful and forthcoming. She went after Hasan Piker, another Muslim man, and tried to paint both as anti-Semitic for their criticism of Israel. Paired that with her courting of AIPAC and basically sunk her. She hired Pete Buttigieg staffers, threw attacks at her opponent, which backfired. Has nothing especially interesting about her campaign. One of your number one ops did a focus group on why DSA candidates are winning. Sarah Longwell did a focus group. Oh, is there a paywall? Yeah, I'm not touching it. Being strong and bold matters after you get name recognition. Abdul got that recognition from the media after you rally with him. I'm just saying, I think Julie would have won if she got more media attention, even if it was bad. Yes, it would have helped if she was DSA, but I don't think it would be enough, in my opinion. No, I think if she was hugging DSA, if she was running on her progressive, she had a progressive track record and she did talk about it, but if she was more bold about it, if she was just like putting that in the forefront of her messaging, and also on top of that, if she was a little bit less shy about being involved in some controversy. Yeah, Julie was scared on her first impression to a new audience regularly and was too reserved. It makes people doubt you. And she was operating on 2008 firmware. If she had stood 10 toes down on her takes, even if they weren't as good as they actually were, she would have fared better in the election. Her media attention were not strong hits tragically. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I feel like you missed this, but a bunch of Coloradans also mentioned she didn't travel to state as someone running for a Senate seat. I heard that as well. Dude, she almost defeated a fucking strong incumbent. Like, what are we talking about? An unpopular and yet strong name recognition incumbent senator. It would have been an incredible upset. You understand? There hasn't been a Senate incumbent defeated by an insurgent candidate since like 2010. You understand? That shit doesn't happen. Senators just retire or they die, and then someone else gets appointed to that position or someone else runs for that position if it empties out. Okay? That's it. So it would have been insane. Because remember, there's not that many fucking senators. Okay? Yeah, Senate race had 400K votes each versus just 80K for Quiroz. Yeah, because it's the entire state. I heard this. Nasser Longwell doing a liberal panel with the legally embattled revenge pornographer after crying back and forth forever about Hasan not liking Israel. Liberalism for the 21st century. Gen Z, keeping it liberal. Colorado here, David Sirota definitely had the best take. I mean, David's from there.
Luper was the weakest Democratic Senate nominee in the United States. The most easy to defeat. And I think a lot of people spent a lot of time looking and trying to encourage people to get into that race. Colorado has an extraordinarily, really, top-down, wait your turn, rule-following, norms-following Democratic Party culture. And voters have, for a very long time, up until perhaps now, have rewarded that. And so a candidate was not, did not emerge. And Julie Gonzalez got in my view. I'm glad she ran. She's a great legislator. She's a great person. But I think she got in a little too late. She was, and in getting in so late, she wasn't able to raise enough resources quickly enough to allow the campaign to simmer and reach the boiling point. If there had been another few weeks, another month, this might have been a completely different race.
Maylot's been running for over a year, for example,
exactly,
right? Yeah,
exactly. And so John Hickenlooper was the most vulnerable member of the Senate, having voted more for Trump nominees than any other Democrat based on their state's voting electorate, how Democratic our state is. And John Hickenlooper is now the most lucky Democratic nominee in the United States. I want to be very clear. It is a complete and total embarrassment for the state of Colorado and for the Democratic electorate to have renominated this person who has basically nothing to offer, campaigns on basically nothing, has voted more for Trump nominees than any Democrat in a similar state. It is an embarrassment to the political class of this state. It is a huge missed opportunity, and it is the kind of missed opportunity that everyone in progressive and Democratic politics in this state should feel somewhat ashamed of.
There's going to be another opportunity in 2028, though, right? When Bennett's term ends. So I guess that's also a way to tie in Michael Bennett's historic loss to Weiser in the primary for governor. How do you this pair of senators in Colorado just got a pretty resounding rebuke, even though Hickenlooper is going to be the nominee. He had a real scare, and Bennett was just rejected in a primary. He still has a year and a half left in his term, but rejected in a primary for governor.
Yeah, so that was, to my mind, the other marquee race in this state, Phil Weiser versus Michael Bennet. And Phil Weiser ran a genuinely anti-establishment campaign. I want to be clear. Phil Weiser is progressive. Phil Weiser is, I wouldn't call him a Bernie-style progressive populist, but he is a progressive, and he certainly was cast and in the progressive anti-establishment lane in that race against Michael Bennet. I also want to be clear that I think Michael Bennet, to distinguish him from John Hickenlooper, is at least talks about issues like healthcare, economic inequality as distinct from John Hickenlooper. They're not exactly the same. But I do think the rejection of Michael Bennet is a big deal, especially in Colorado, where these kinds of things almost never happen. Michael Bennet was an appointed senator, was promising to appoint his.
There's two major upsets where incumbents were thwarted, or not incumbents, but like a de facto incumbent or like a known politician, a known figure in Colorado politics was taken out by an unknown. This would have been a fantastic opportunity for Julie Gonzalez. It's a major missed opportunity. I agree with David Sirota 100%.
His successors. It was a campaign essentially run out of a big money super PAC with out-of-state billionaires. So he ran an incredibly establishment-aligned campaign. And Phil Weiser, I think, maximized his candidacy as the anti-establishment choice. And I think a lot of voters, I said this on social media, this was, I think, less or as much a rejection, or maybe even less a rejection of one particular senator than an entire way of doing politics, than a rejection of the entire elite system of how politics works in this state. And I think Phil Weiser on election night claiming the mandate, this is very important, claiming an election mandate of saying explicitly, the future of Colorado will not be decided by out-of-state billionaires. What's great about that is for the gubernatorial nominee to frame the election as a rejection of oligarchy. And I think that's what it was. And what happens to Michael Bennet in the future if he runs for Senate again? I very much expect a primary challenge to him if he runs again. I think the race has essentially upended that race. Phil Weiser winning has upended the entire state of politics at the statewide level in Colorado.
Sad. Does make me sad a little bit.
Excellent candidate in Roy Cooper, the former governor.
Okay, I'm going to finish these Senate races, and then I'm going to look at the Trump 250 literally falling apart. Okay, I know it's literally falling apart, and I'm going to cover it.
And I've heard some concerns about Republicans just about the quality of Mike Whatley, the Republican candidate who is very allied with Trump. He's seen as President Trump's pick, former chair of the RNC. I've heard from concerns from Republicans in the state that while the Trump, association helps, he needs an identity that goes beyond Trump, particularly if you want to tell voters to vote for me for senator, to be in there for 6 years beyond when Trump is out of office.
Yeah, and I mean, also, anyone who's seen Michael Whatley speak or, do an event knows that he's just not a dynamic candidate. He's not out there wooing the crowd. I mean, there is a reason that Trump waited to weigh in on this primary or on this candidate because he was waiting to see if Laura Trump was going to run. He was looking at other candidates. He likes Michael Whatley. The White House likes Michael Whatley, but he doesn't necessarily energize the crowds, and that's going to be part of the issue as well.
Let's look at let's look at one red state, which is actually one of the most interesting, and that is Iowa. This is retiring Senator Joni Ernst's open seat, so it is a GOP-held seat. And we just saw primaries to decide who's going to be the nominees. Ashley Hinson is the Republican nominee, who is somebody who is Democrats and Republicans look at her and think that she is a very talented candidate, probably one of those who can potentially beat the odds against Donald Trump everywhere, and including that state. But right now, again, this is a Fox poll that just came out. Josh Turek, who is the Democrat, is leading her. As we said at the beginning, 124 days is like eternity, an eternity in politics. But still, the snapshot is interesting.
This is interesting. And I think you hit the key point when you said that she has a chance to beat the odds when it comes to Donald Trump, too, right? I mean, Ashley Hinton is somebody that has aligned herself with Donald Trump. She does. A large part of her support comes from MAGA voters as well. But this race has a theme that's emblematic more broadly when it comes to the Senate map right now. And that's, does the frustration, and in time support, but frustration with Donald Trump seep down to impact these races? Does the frustration and disapproval with the economy right now seep down and impact these races? This is a great example of that, particularly when you have a candidate that has really aligned herself with Donald Trump as she goes against somebody who has proven to be popular in Josh Turek.
Let's go back to Georgia, and that is on your ranking, you have it as number 7 as the potential to flip. It is a Democratic-held seat, 2 of them actually in Georgia right now. But this particular race is, of course, John.
I think Jon Ossoff is the strongest. Like, Jon Ossoff is so insanely strong in that seat. I don't know. I mean, it's good that people are talking about it like it's a serious contest, but
Ossoff trying to keep it and prevent it from going from D to R. And look at this.
Yeah, like not even a fucking question.
I mean, this is a.
I think he's also benefiting from the fact that, like, I don't know why the Republican candidates are such fucking goons. Like Mike Rogers too. Mike Collins sucks. Mike Rogers is so ass. He's literally a de facto carpetbagger who is now twice going to fail in Michigan. Okay? Motherfucker doesn't even live in Michigan. He lives in Florida. The fuck are we doing? Like, what are the Republicans even doing beyond the pre-existing genuine hatred that the broader electorate has for Republicanism, for Trumpism, for Trump in general? It is kind of wild how bad the candidates are, all things considered.
Senator who got it.
And part of that is because they have to be cultish to make it out of the primaries, but then they're stuck with that association in the general.
In, barely by the skin of his teeth in runoffs in a very dramatic way in 2020. And so far, it's not even close in the polling. I mean, Jon Ossoff is doing much better than Mike Collins. Now, there was just somewhat recently a primary where Mike Collins had to fight fellow Republicans to get this, but still.
Yeah, I mean,
no, Mike Collins from Georgia. I was talking about Mike Rogers, who's running as the Republican against Mike Rogers is going to be running against Abdul if Abdul wins the primary.
Has the potential to narrow, but 13 points is a pretty wide margin. And Senator John Ossoff has really, Democrats have felt, has been a very strong candidate. He's an incredibly strong fundraiser. He has this way of making these speeches that they can clip moments that then go viral. Of course, there's a lot of buzz about him, about whether if he survives the Senate race, could he have his eye on the White House in 2028. But Republicans for several months, even before the primary had been settled, had been expressing some anxiety around the Georgia Senate race. They had really hoped that the state's governor, Brian Kemp, would get into this race. He's very popular. He did not decide to run, and then he backed a candidate who he could not get over the finish line. And so there's a lot of different dynamics at play here in Georgia, but it's one of those states, it's a consequential battleground for president every single year. And right now, John Ossoff does appear to be in a good position as he seeks re-election.
Well, and there's also a lot of Republicans who are concerned that Collins hasn't been vetted properly and that there might be some skeletons there.
Mike Collins.
Be things. Yes, Mike Collins. That there might be something there because they are concerned that he's not really had a big public race, and they want to make sure that they have the strongest candidate. He's very new to the scene, and
I love this graphic. Bro did it for a sandwich. Okay. Bro was like, listen, I love Israel. I'll do it. I'll do it for one. I'll do it for one cheeseburger. I'll do it for a cheeseburger.
you know, if we look at the way President Trump handled this, he didn't endorse until he knew that Mike Collins was going to win, looking at both of these candidates. So, you know, Republicans still are a little skittish. Was he the best? Was he the strongest candidate to put out there? And we'll find out.
Let's go back to your rankings and let's look at number 3 on the list. This is Michigan. It's a Democratic held seat. Again, it's open because Senator Gary.
Oh, I can't wait to hear what Dana has to say about Abdul.
Gary Peters is retiring. And this is one of those, as you said, that is very, very competitive on the Democratic side. The primary is not going to happen until later this summer. We did have some news this morning, which is that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez formally endorsed one of the Democratic candidates, Abdul El-Sayed, in this critical Michigan Senate race. And so, you know, one of the questions is whether or not he will win and how that will sort of play out, considering that he is further to the left in the other Democrats running. And how?
Yeah, how will that play out? Ay. Oh, guys, it's like the last gasp of a dying movement, because like they're just also aware that they don't have the motion anymore. They don't have the swaying power to like bully the electorate into making this decision for the established Democrat on the electability argument. So they just have to be like, oh, but don't you guys think that it's dangerous to vote for the Muslim guy? He's not electable. I won't elaborate on why. Maybe it's because he's far left. It's one of the most powerful tools that mainstream outlets had. The capacity to fucking mind melt the boomers. And I'm so thankful that at least like 30 to 50% of boomers, depending on the district, actually do not fuck with this electability argument any longer. Because if this was still 2020, none of these candidates would be winning. I'll just straight up say it. Back in all the way down to 2020 and leading up to the 2024 election, these kinds of arguments still had a lot of persuasive power, okay? They were so good at mind fucking the boomers into thinking like, oh my God, they're not going to be able to, if I don't vote for the most moderate guy, they won't be able to defeat the Republican. That's scary. It's like, nope.
That will play in a purple state when he's going to be running against former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers.
Yeah.
Like people keep forgetting that Elisa Slotkin defeated Mike Rogers on the same fucking ballot that Kamala Harris lost. Okay. Like, Elisa Slotkin defeated Mike Rogers with Trump on the ballot when Trump won. Okay? Do you understand how bad Mike Rogers is? Like, Elisa Slotkin is a cookie cutter, boring ass, neoliberal CIA agent. To be honest, Michigan is pretty racist. No. Oh, you're saying the primary win will be harder than the general for Abdul. Yes, the primary is always harder for left candidates, in my opinion, than the general. And no, I don't think Michigan is racist.
There's a couple themes here, right? I mean, and it does expose sort of the factions in the Democratic Party.
Doesn't that prove their point about an advantage to being a centrist? No. Kamala Harris was a centrist. She lost to Trump. You think people didn't vote for Kamala Harris because they were like, oh, Kamala Harris was parading Liz Cheney up and down the state? Do you think that's the reason why Kamala Harris lost Michigan? Because she was too radical as opposed to Elisa Slotkin? So she's left of Kamala. Elisa Slotkin and Kamala Harris are fairly boring cookie cutter neoliberals. Both of them are. The reason why she won as opposed to Kamala Harris losing is because that's how bad Mike Rogers is. That was the argument. That's how weak Mike Rogers is. That Mike Rogers ran on a ticket with motherfucking Donald Trump on it and still lost. Kamala also lost. Elisa Slotkin won, not because she was like, moderate, and everybody loves how moderate she was, and that's why they voted for her. There are a shit ton of Michiganders in my chat that voted for Slotkin, who despise Slotkin, but voted for her nonetheless because they're like, I'm not gonna fucking let a goddamn Republican be the senator.
It does raise a challenge of the person who might be popular when it comes to a primary. How do you then take some of those views and translate it to a general? And we know there can be a bridge there, right? It can be a gap. It can be different. The AOC endorsement's also interesting just from when you look at her in isolation, because she's actually been hesitant to really get out there and endorse some of even the progressive candidates that we've seen, even though we're coming off a week where we've seen a lot of wins coming from the progressive flank. You do wonder if sort of that momentum after New York as well as Colorado provided an incentive to sort of get in there and actually come with this endorsement.
Let's just look at the current balance of power so we have a proper context of what needs to happen in order for Democrats to flip. It's a hill. It's a pretty steep hill, Arlette.
Yeah, it is. Democrats, with the current makeup, they would need to hold on to all of their seats and flip 4 if they were to regain control of the Senate. But so much of this battle is going to play out in these states that have been red and trending even more red in recent years. The question is whether those dynamics might be changing with this election, especially as there's frustration with President Trump and the economy. You know, Republicans have been long hoping that there would be some type of resolution to the conflict with Iran, that could potentially ease some of the economic concerns. But right now, given all the volatility we've seen, there's really no guarantee that that's going to happen.
Thanks for bringing us this great analysis and reporting. Appreciate it.
Janley, thank you. New York City Mayor.
All right, let's do this fucking crazy ass Freedom 250 shit. Aaron Parnas reports the stage is falling apart at the rehearsal for Freedom 250's July 4th celebration. Bro, ain't no way they kept dancing through it, too. Someone could have fucking died. This is incredibly dangerous stuff. Trump cutting safety corners with stage building is the kind of thing somebody can be genuinely prosecuted for if someone dies, which is not uncommon if you slap it together like this. This equipment is deadly when falling from those heights. You need Brace Belden to report from the 250 Freedom Fair. What makes you think he's not all over that shit? Dog. You think there is a group, a coalition of freaks congregating in one location and Brace Belden's not going to go there? What are you, crazy?
On the National Mall. And here's the thing, we're celebrating, of course, all 50 in the United States, which is great, but the temperatures are also here to party. The current temperature outside right now, by the way, 101 degrees. You factor in the humidity and it feels like...
Oh my God, they're going to kill boomers. Oh my God, on July 4th, something spectacular is going to happen. Or tragic. I think something tragic might happen on July 4th. Oh my God. Oh my God, Trump supporters, please stay home. Or go there if you want, but... Oh, buddy. Oh, baby. Oh, no. Here's all of Brace's Insta stories put together with a special appearance by Scott Libido. At no point while watching Brace Belden's Instagram stories did I know that what was going to happen next, and there's something so beautiful about that. Let's take a look. POWMIA. Maybe the worst police outfit I've ever seen. You're wrong. That's drippy. John Fetterman tried to bring him DoorDash. Oh, God. Scott Libido getting honored. Wait, why? Is he a veteran? Wait, what the fuck was that? Grandpa's advice and encouragement. Just ask. Now this asshole's standing. Without a doubt, the worst bullshit I've ever seen. Northrop Grumman. Brace Belden chatting with the baptism guy. This shit fucking sucks. Not even in a liberal way. I'm open-minded. This is the worst event I've ever been to in my life. I cannot believe this piece of shit fair is real. Piece of shit. Everything is crap here. Fuck this dump. Oh. This took up the vast majority of the Made in America tent. American artist Scott Libido. My goat. My fucking goat. Walkie-talkie Sam Brown. $50 for this hat? They didn't give a shit looking at this. Everybody's miserable. Every MAGA event, save CPAC, has been an absolute blast. This one sucks. Lifelong MAGA liberal. More funny State Fair content. An attendee of the Great American State Fair says none of the booths had air conditioning, so she had to go to the baptism pool in one of the tents.
Over in the medical tent being treated. Tell us about how you're feeling.
Now I'm fine, but previously, none of these booths have air conditioning. We don't know what happened, but I started seeing stars.
Oh, really?
And we went to the...
Bro, I'm telling you, they're setting up for boomer side, like straight up. Incredible work. They uncovered wire fraud that the admin is committing through Freedom 250. What is this? Every American should be outraged by what Trump has done to our nation's 250th birthday celebration. Dude, I'm not going to lie. I think everyone's just kind of given up on America a little bit. Like, doesn't it feel like people just kind of gave up? Like, this is just it. And most Americans are just trying to, like, look away. Like, this is the drunk uncle. The drunk MAGA uncle at Thanksgiving where you're just like, ugh, I just wish this would stop. If I just white knuckle through this, it's going to end and we're going to get through on the other side and we're going to be better off, right? It's literally just like, it's just a sequence of failures. And it almost feels like the MAGA movement spirit is broken too. Cause like, I feel like I thought there'd be more motion for this shit. It's America's 250th birthday. I genuinely thought more MAGA people would be traveling to Washington, D.C. to attend this stuff. I guess many of them don't want to do it since the last time they did that, January 6, 2021. But it is such a sad state of affairs. Gas is too expensive. Airfare is too expensive. It's unbelievably hot. This thing is just like shoddily put together. No one wants to participate in it. They can't even get themselves to go and participate in it. It's just very sad. This, I think, is an indication of something. I think this is not America's birthday. I think this is America's funeral, first of all. But I will say this. The Patriots, they would, grit their teeth and go to stuff like this. They would make it fun. This is so busted. It's so broken. It's so shitty. It's kind of shocking because this is what hogs used to live for. Hogs used to live for this shit.
A tent. There's a religious tent because that's the theme for today. Yes. And they had a pool. They're baptizing people. Thank God they had the pool. They said, "Do you want to get in?" I go, "Yes, I think I do."
I think I want to be baptized.
I'm soaking wet. But I went to the medic tent. They took care of me. I still got one of these towels. They filled me with electrolytes, but good
nice folks in there for sure.
Oh, they're wonderful.
They are
absolutely excellent.
DC
excellent.
Fire helped you out. Megan, you were just over in the medical tent being treated. Tell us about how you're feeling.
Now I'm fine, but previously, none of these booths have air conditioning. We don't know.
Incredible stuff from Michael Knowles. He would own you in the marketplace of ideas at the America 250 fair.
But
dude, I'm gonna be
area-
honest. There's also I keep seeing on my timeline a legit number of conservative operatives on Twitter just like demanding that the American government just like terminate my legal status, kill me, throw me in prison. I feel like Trump's luckily he's got his hands in too many different cookie jars right now. Plus it's America's birthday, so they're not focusing on it. But it is kind of wild. It is kind of wild how many fucking people are just like actively demanding I be criminally prosecuted. We were all told by weak mainstream media, like the Democrats, that no one's attending America 250 events.
How's it going, everyone? It's halftime from the Team USA game.
This is a great camera angle. Charles R. Downs, you did it again.
We were told by the mainstream media and elected Democrats no one's at the fair. There's a Ferris wheel. Tons of people. Spin around. It's actually insane how many people there are. Figured everybody got to have so
they had to literally offer a free fucking World Cup game for people to like show up at night. That's so funny. It's a FIFA watch party, Charles. This has nothing to do with America's 250th birthday, Charles.
I'm out here at the State Fair. It is as empty as advertised. It is also so hot that it's not really safe to be out here, especially if you think of people who would typically come who might be a little bit older, maybe supporters of the president.
Look at that guy. He's beasting back there, dude. Look at him. He's having the time of his fucking life.
Maybe supporters of the president. So I am putting that out there, but it got me thinking, how do you talk to people who love President Trump about Freedom 250?
This is what we do in Europe to every old person ever, but then at home and without the medical booth, smile. Yeah, no, literally.
And what he did to our Independence Day. And it got me thinking again that my book would be a great and helpful guide to how to talk to folks who are living perhaps in like a little bit of an alternative reality than the rest of us. Someone who would say that the libs somehow scared people away from the fair, or that we're demonic, or that we hate the country and don't really want to engage with facts and data and all the good stuff that I know you like making your arguments with. So make sure that you pre-order. I disagree. I should probably give you a sample of stuff that's in there, including one of my favorite things that I discovered while researching for the book, which is that your brain actually hurts when you hear information that runs against the beliefs that you already hold. So like
she was making the pool algae before coming to this fair. Yeah. She was dumping algae in the pool secretly.
Something goes off and like it actually hurts to hear that information. So keep that in mind when you're talking to people who you disagree with or just like will not come back down to earth. Link in bio, pre-order.
I can't believe she just used it to plug her book.
Yeah, where the Salem witch trials.
Wait, just left the Great American State Fair where I watched Michael Knowles debate a 10-year-old girl about the Salem witch trials in front of dozens of people.
Went a little far.
God damn it, that's so awesome. Okay, they are having the time of their lives. This is extremely my content. This is like the perfect kind of hogwatch. I do feel like we've been too busy trying to get like socialists elected in the office to pay attention to this keynote, okay? Literal debate pedophile, okay? This is just debate pedophilia through and through. They indicted that guy who touched the pool with a felony charge. Oh my God. Oh my God. This administration is so out of control, dude. Holy fuck. It's so crazy. We are so fucked. We are so fucked. We are, I don't even know what else to. I don't think people understand how fucked up.
In the nation's capital as the Great American State Fair gets underway. We are celebrating America's 250th birthday. Temperatures here soaring to around 102 degrees, but it's like fine. A little heat isn't going to melt our patriotic spirit. There are some...
Wow, that's a weirdly tight shot as opposed to the normal shots that you were showing. Zoom out a little bit more, please.
Liberals, on the other hand, they are not feeling very chill with the whole red, white.
Yeah. Liberals must hate America because they're making fun of America's birthday party that we put together. Like, this is what I mean, by the way. There's so many of these guys. I hope the direction this is going terminates the legal status of Piker. America-loving patriots, by the way. Breaking, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has terminated the legal status of a communist Cuban operative who was a part of the group that brought Hasan Piker to Cuba. I'm an American citizen, big dog. The fuck are you talking about? Piker was born in the U.S., wasn't he? Sedition could be a felony. Working with sanctioned entities is also criminal. Buddy, you can't just like slap sanctions on an organization after the fact. After OFAC gives the organization I'm working with the clearance to go to Cuba, okay? You can't just be like, hey, we've decided now, after we gave you guys the proper clearance, you know, like we didn't just like go on our own. We got proper clearance from the Treasury, okay? I mean, maybe in the world that Trump lives in now, like, but you can't just like decide after the fact and be like, yeah, one of these other organizations that apparently was involved with this trip that I didn't even know about is now decidedly a criminal enterprise. So we've decided you are also, even though we gave you the clearance ahead of time, we've decided we're reneging on that clearance. But once again, this is what I was worried about. This is why I'm fucking worried that like these guys.
Yeah, homie thought he's Piker.
Yeah, like these guys are unironically saying like I am the reason why the birthright citizenship decision should have gone the other way so that they could like denaturalize and deport me.
Is the poster child for why birthright citizenship is flawed.
Where's his family from?
Turkey. He was born in the U.S. and immediately taken back to Turkey, where he was raised by his father, who is suspected to be a billionaire.
What the fuck? Oh, kind of dope that you're at the center of a constitutional crisis. Yeah, no, it doesn't feel so dope from my perspective. I'm gonna keep it $1.50.
It runs or helps run one of the biggest political wings in Turkey, and then came back to America as a college student to become the most popular live streamer that's anti-American on American soil. Give me a better argument against birthright citizenship other than the enemies of America can touch home base.
Turkey, a NATO country that houses American nukes on American military bases on Turkish soil, is actually an enemy of the American state. Okay? Turkey, one of the biggest enemies of America, which happens to house American nuclear arms on American military bases on Turkish soil. What are the comments saying? Y'all better be getting paid for this Fed post. Hard to argue with that. Somebody's jealous. Hassan loves to challenge people to debates. I will go into debt to finance the debate between Hassan and the fat electrician. Please make this happen. Is this the guy? I also like how Hassan keeps switching back and forth between I'm a brown man and no, I'm actually a privileged white dude. I am a privileged white dude, except this quite literally shows that whiteness is totally conditional for these guys. Hello? What white guy would they make an argument about like this? Yeah. I say I'm white. These guys don't think I am. It's kind of the point.
Have their kid born here, whisk them away to train them to demoralize America, and then bring them back, and they have full...
They put the MAGA hat on too. I got the MAGA hat. Fuck you mean?
Citizenship rights, like he could run for president and win, theoretically speaking.
I'm just, in the world of NATO, Turkey and Hungary are like bottom of the barrel.
Hassan.
Turkey. Literally, Turkey straight up. Look, I disagree with this decision, of course, as I've been, I'm very critical about Turkey's actions in Syria. But Turkey literally delivered Syria to America so hard that now Israel is jealous. And these motherfuckers are like, wow, I can't believe Turkey's bottom of the fucking barrel as far as NATO countries. Like, why? Because it's a Muslim country? Is that why? Like, what do you mean? Second biggest army in NATO. They all look like Tectone. Oh my God, they do look like Tectone variants. Yes, Fat Electrician does videos about history pertaining to American foreign policy and military in the most America first way. Liberals fucking love him, and some look at his videos as the way to look at history. Wait, liberals like this guy? Also, what the fuck is kinda consensual? That's such a strange name for a channel. Netanyahu put y'all up to this? I don't like Hassan as much as the next guy, but basing whether or not someone should have citizenship or not based on their political beliefs is just wrong. You say that he has the potential to become president. Like, yeah, so does every other extreme right winger. There's a danger to America. Yeah, it's not pleasant to see this kind of thing. This guy's friends with that gun guy Herrera who ran in Texas or something is completely wrong about most history he mentions. Oh.
110 degrees outside right now. We have excessive heat warnings that are in effect not just today but through tomorrow, meaning that at times, get this, Brett, it could feel like 115 degrees. But let me tell you something, that does not stop our true patriots. You can see them out here celebrating on the National Mall, all right? Now, here's the thing. The heat, though, certainly keeping the crowds at bay at the Great American State Fair. Plenty of folks still braving the heat to be a part of America's 250th birthday. And, hey, if you're thinking about taking a train in, budget some extra options here, of course, on the National Mall. And here...
Packed. Slammed to the gills. They will not show you this on the nightly news. First of all, Sean Hannity, you are nightly news. You literally have one of the most popular news broadcasts in the country. When you say they don't show you this on the nightly news, you're just dunking on yourself, I guess. Okay? They will not show you this on the nightly news, which I am a part of. President Trump riding the Freedom Train, a full cavalry escort on horseback alongside him, celebrating 250 years of American independence, pure patriotism. I mean, this is cool. Like, I love this train. I mean, this is cool. This is like actually a cool thing that he's doing. Respect. But also, I don't know what that has to do with, why are they not showing it on the nightly news? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck the point is. The new Air Force One also low-key looks good. It sucks that Trump just gets to keep it after 2028, though. Yeah. I want to know what the fuck's going to happen at this goddamn July 4th Donald Trump speech. Because, I just don't see Donald Trump being able to go through with this state fair shit when it's 125 degrees and humid. It's still funny. Every time they do a pan out, it's just so funny. I'm sorry. There's just nobody, dude. Oh my Lord. More Pegaslop apparently was seething about the Denham's Ethan court case, and he started ranting about he's moved on from beefing with me to beefing with Hasanabi fan
We
accounts.
have all the degenerate Hassan orbiters celebrating and gloating. Oh my god, fate could do the funniest thing right now. Holy shit. Probably not likely, but hey, you can't win them all. He's still 2-1. That's a winning score in my book. Right, we got Hassan's editor absolutely gloating. In a landmark ruling, just wasn't. Ethan has lost the copyright.
It was insignificant.
Lawsuit to Denham's. Judges confirmed that Denham's reaction was transformative. Huge win for content creators and fair use. It's just not. Wealthy content.
It quite literally is. I don't know why they keep saying it's not. If they actually set new precedent, it genuinely would have bricked reaction content. It would have destroyed the previous precedent that Ethan Klein actually fought for and won, ironically enough. I don't really understand why these guys are just undermining that for some reason. I guess it's like they have to lie to their audience. Is that what it is? Like they have to lie to their audience. Otherwise their audience can be like, why are you celebrating this? This would be devastating. This would be devastating for fair use if he actually somehow won. It would have bricked your content, you fucking idiot.
Content creators can't simply bully people using the judicial system for criticizing their content. There's no fucking way you're talking when your goddamn boss.
Like, does this guy not realize that he's made 300 plus videos? Aside from like the laws in Singapore where he's like actively slandered me, actively cyberstalked me. Okay. I could just DMCA his entire channel. If Ethan straight up won his DMCA lawsuit, I could DMCA every video that this guy has ever made. Like pretty much. How many lashes is this video? I don't know. We're going to put 10 more. He's making me feel very unsafe though. The beautiful nation of Singapore,
was literally threatening to sue me a couple weeks ago, get me beaten, arrested, and he started pulling up a bunch of laws for 30 minutes and talking about executions for criticizing his public commentary.
Singapore has the highest rate of state-sponsored executions on the planet. The country carried out 11 executions in 2022, 5 in 2023, 8 in 2024, and reached a 22-year high of 17 executions in 2025. Oh my God, you're about to get caned, big dog.
It's official. Surely all the right-wing slop tubers will cover this huge win for Denham's and not simply ignore it and move on, right? Oh my God, this guy is more insufferable than ever, dude.
I like that first of all, more Pegaslop calling people insufferable is really funny. You know? A real Jeffrey Epstein, I hate pedophiles moment. Okay? Zero self-awareness. But also, we need less Pegasus and more Pega-caning. But I guess the whole commentary here is just him being like, this guy's insufferable. And then everyone's like, that's right, he is.
Right-wing slop tubers. Dude, what the hell is wrong with you? People that disagree with you are not automatically right-wing. You fucking...
Really, legal mindset and tech tone are not right-wing? I don't even think those guys would say that. Do those guys actually unironically try to say that they're not right-wing? I just assume that they openly admit it, right?
Lobotomite. By the way, if it wasn't obvious already, we're not disingenuous scumbags like you. You literally get caught completely lying on Twitter routinely. You get community noted, and then you move on like nothing happened with no corrections at all. You lie on a near daily basis.
He's beefing with Hasanabi Productions. I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. You're mogging his react with your react? Yeah.
cover for your disgusting terror-supporting boss and manipulate stories.
I don't. Hasanabi Productions is not my employee. Also, you slandered me again. Terror-supporting boss. Singapore. The beautiful nation state of Singapore. And the courts might hear from this. Just saying. He's arguing with a fan run clip account. Damn, sounds like more Pegasus harassing another person from Singapore. I wonder what kind of free speech protections the Singaporean government has for citizens who engage in online harassment. Ah, yes, the guy who omitted details on the Mr. Beast drama to keep him from looking bad and didn't correct himself, crying about no corrections. Guys, we swear H3 is secretly winning by losing. Yeah, another slander noted. That's 10. That's 10 bodies. That's 10 lashes. Lee Kuan Yew's ghost is gonna go beast mode on his ass with that cane. That's the goat. Singapore is very pro-Palestine. Pegaslop is cooked. Did you talk about the clavicular video yet? What clavicular video? The fuck? What the fuck's the clavicular video? I didn't, but I'm fucking done for the night. I'm tired. You already know this time was coming. You haven't seen it? Anyway, love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. You already know.
Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.